The ancient Romans. What did they believe? Where did they come from? How did they live? One thing we know, they became a force so powerful, so influential, that we see their influence all around us even now in our world, in the architecture of our colleges, in the Latin language on our money, in the ruins they left behind, in our laws and courthouses, even in Baptist churches in Tucson, Arizona. Today, a new wave of scientifically oriented scholars are bringing ancient Rome to light with techniques not dreamed of a century ago. Computer graphics, game theory, holistic archaeology, ancient trade studies. These are just a few of the new approaches that are transforming our vision of the ancient world in a breathtaking new manner.
As the 7th century BC came into existence, a number of fundamental changes occurred that proved to be critically important for the creation of historical Italy. The period we are considering is traditionally known as the Orientalizing period, a time between 700 and 600 BC or BCE. I know I use those terms interchangeably, and it really doesn't matter. It's the same BCE or BC. I'll try to use one more than the other, and so let's settle on BCE for the moment. The changes in north-central Italy at this time, whether you call them BC or BCE, were dramatic. Class-based societies with actual royalty appeared. Certain sites rose to prominence as major towns. International trade developed thanks to visits by those international traders, the Phoenicians, who came from the Syro-Palestinian coast. And there was contact with Greek colonies in South Italy and Sicily. Roadways linking up the peninsula began to stretch out and appear, along with elaborate drainage channels and water supply systems, which helped stabilize communities too. And the knowledge of these had been brought in through those international connections. North of Rome, the Villanovans of this period created towns that evolved into small city-states, such as Cerveteri, sometimes referred to as Caere, C-A-E-R-E. Tarquinia and Veii were others, and they began to compete with one another, even though they were united by their language. As they became more sophisticated, they evolved into a new culture around 700 BCE that we refer to as the Etruscans. So we don't call them the Villanovans, even though it seems to be pretty much the same people. They are evolving into the Etruscans. And by the later 7th century BCE, they were powerful enough to spread southward and even take over Rome. Watch.
North of the Latins in Rome, there was another group. Italian archaeologist Pericle Ducati named them after ruins discovered near the town of Villanova. Arriving in north-central Italy before 1000 BCE, they exploited the metal-rich areas of the region, and they developed key towns such as Cerveteri and Tarquinia. Trading and mingling with Greeks, Phoenicians of ancient Carthage in North Africa, and even the Latins, they developed into the people north of Rome whom we call the Etruscans. The Etruscans took over Rome in the later 7th century BCE, and decided to create a forum in the swampy area there.
When they decide that they want to do something else with the forum, their first order of business is to do something with the water. There is this flooding that comes into the valley at irregular times. You can be predicted. The Tiber is a very unruly river. It was a river that really created enormous problems for the city of Rome throughout its history. So the problem is the valley is big, and so you need a lot of dirt or other material to fill it up. The other, of course, big piece of architectural work is the drainage under the forum, the so-called Cloaca Maxima, the Great Drain, that had to be built at the same time when the forum was built. And the only problem is archaeologically it has been patched up and built and rebuilt so many times, and it's still working today as a major storm drain in that area of the city.
But where did these Etruscan invaders come from?
Where did these Etruscans come from? Who were they? In the mid-20th century, the distinguished Etruscologist Massimo Palatino of the University of Rome demonstrated continuities in tomb construction and pottery between the Villanovans and the later people we're now calling the Etruscans. Today, widespread genetic research is also weighing in on this question of who the Etruscans originally were. But it's a difficult problem. How much mixing with local Italic tribes did the Villanovans or the Etruscans actually do? To what extent did they assimilate foreigners such as Greeks and mingle their DNA with them? Current genetic research suggests connections of the Etruscan people with Anatolia, that is, the area of modern Turkey, or with Syria. These analyses don't all agree, and the dispute over the absolute origins of the Etruscans continues.
In part, the question about Etruscan origins is age-old. I mean, Herodotus in the 5th century BC went about talking about the story of the Lydians who had to divide their population, and half of the population got on a ship and sailed to Italy and landed on the Italian shores and came off these ready-made Etruscans. And there's no archaeological evidence that supports this. In fact, we have plenty of archaeological evidence that says that Etruscan culture was born on Italian soil.
If we look at them in terms of material culture, then they're incredibly complex. Things are coming from all over the Mediterranean. There are things from the Near East. There are things, their art looks very Greek at certain points and looks very non-Western at others. So that also is very difficult to define. Ethnically, I don't know where to begin. I don't know how we would even do that except through DNA. And I think the DNA evidence is absolutely fascinating, but I think it's a little early yet. There's so little of it. I think that the data is very questionable. The sampling is also very questionable. I suspect within a few decades we will have all sorts of new evidence.
The Etruscans of the early 7th century BCE were governed by an aristocracy in many of their communities. This separation of power between rich and poor can be seen, for example, in the gigantic tombs built by the wealthy at sites such as Cerveteri, or Caire as it's called. Although looting of tombs by Italy's highly effective tombaroli managed to clean out most of the Etruscan tombs long before modern times, a number of tombs were found intact. Among them, the famous Regolini Galassi tomb, discovered in 1836 after investigations by 2 amateur archaeologists, well, really treasure seekers, who were working on Vatican-controlled land. One was the local priest of Cerveteri, Alessandro Regolini, and the other his friend, General Vincenzo Galassi. The discoveries these two fellows made were astonishing, revealing stunning gold artworks, the use of an alphabet which blended the age-old Villanovan unwritten language with the newly formed letter characters developed by the Phoenicians. And discoveries like that show why even today it's easy for us to read Etruscan because it looks like our own alphabet. But we have great difficulty translating what they mean, what the words are, and what they're trying to say, because all these words are different from our words. So it's written a lot like the way we write, but we just can't figure out much of the time what they're trying to say, although we're slowly getting better at it. Cerveteri was one of the major Villanovan communities, which developed into an Etruscan city-state and an international trading center. Since much Etruscan domestic architecture was built of oak, Quercus cerus, oak, and other perishable materials, it is through the necropolis, the city of the dead, that we come to know a site because the tombs were carved into the natural stone underground. This is why they survive. The tombs featured a long entrance, known in Greek as a dromos, and one descended through a flight of steps to reach the burial chamber, which is known as the camera, C-A-M-E-R-A. The front door of the tomb was sealed up with a vertically placed sigillum, S-I-G-I-L-L-U-M, or stone slab, to discourage robbers. Reaching the antechamber right away, one could see a little hollowed-out area called an aula, or wing, which would be carved to the left and to the right of the entry door, right after you've come into the antechamber. In these hollowed-out areas, to left and right, grave goods and even a subsequent burial or two might be placed. The antechamber itself was found straight ahead from the entry, and it contained, in the Regolini Galassi tomb, the burial of a male, laid out on a bed and surrounded with honorary bronze shields. There were also iron spits used as money before coins existed. But this was just the antechamber, apparently a burial made subsequent to the one in the main back chamber. That back chamber contained the remains of a woman, but not just any woman, a woman whose name was perhaps Larthia, L-A-R-T-H-I-A, and who was Etruscan royalty. She was found associated with an ornate throne nearby, and she was laid out on her back with a magnificently made pectoral on her chest, a gold work with parallels in ancient Assyria to the east, and even such things are mentioned in the Bible. A burial like this shows the extraordinary importance and value that could be placed on women in Etruscan society. In addition, a beautifully crafted fibula, an elaborately decorated gold pin which was a foot high, was recovered from the body, no doubt pinning a now missing garment, a royal garment, to her. Fibulae, these pins, were commonly used to fasten clothing in antiquity, but Etruscan examples often had remarkable decoration. The main body of this thing featured what appears to be separately made and soldered on ducks and griffins, while stylized lions adorned the upper part of the disc. Gold wire called filigree and tiny balls of decoration called granulation were also widely employed. Well, how did the Etruscans, who inherited their skills, metalworking, of course, from the Villanovans, how did they manage to create such magnificent gold work? Well, I was determined to find out, so I asked an expert.
Fred Zweig is a famous Arizona metalsmith, and he's also a historian of metals. And we've asked Fred to see if he could help us figure out what these ancient Etruscans did
in making this beautiful gold filigree and granulation. And what are we going to do here?
I'm creating this design here, something that was used in Etruscan times, on some of the decorations. I'm separating out evenly these snippets that I've created. The Etruscans were known to have made some that were 1/10 of a millimeter in diameter.
They must have had incredible eyesight, Fred, and it seems to me they couldn't have done it for a very long period of time.
I suspect that they used kids to lay this out. So now I'm going to light the torch, and
yeah, I'm going to have my eyebrows grow back after that.
So now I will carefully heat until these guys form little spheres. Many times you actually do find samples like that where they're not quite perfectly round, but they didn't want to spend the time to do them again.
So these are what we call the granules of the granulation. That's what they are.
That is correct.
And you don't realize until you sit down with someone like yourself the amazing amount of work and detail that goes into it, and the amount of eye strain that would be produced to doing this kind of thing over a period of time.
This is the copper that allows the granules to bind together. And I'm going to use a mandrel here. Mandrel is just a shape for me to wrap this wire around.
I didn't know you could do so many things with gold, moving it around and changing shapes. And
it's wonderful material. Yeah. It's one of the most malleable of all metals.
Such fine work. One thing I'm learning from this is I have to go and get my eyes checked. It's just so fine and so detailed. Etruscan workshops that were turning these things out would probably, as you say, use children for their eyes, and you'd probably be apprenticing at a very young age then. Well, this is a very delicate moment of the operation here.
By propping it on this little nest of iron binding wire, where the heat can actually tackle it from all sides, from underneath.
It must be very difficult to get the little granules to be of the same size.
That is the trick of trying to cut them all the same.
Yeah.
And then after you do that, I've cut out some steps here because I didn't want to take the time to sort every single one of these.
And so on ancient Etruscan works, we actually can see that the granules do vary. You have the feeling, looking at the work, that there is a similarity of size that's really quite remarkable. I think it gives you a real appreciation of how difficult the ancient technique was. And I thank you very much for giving us a chance to have that special window back in time. I will never look at any of these pieces of filigree or granulation in the same way again. The early tombs at Trivedieri, such as that Regolini Galassi tomb, once they were dug down into the earth, were covered over with a huge mound of earth. And this is known as a tumulus burial. The earth was all kept within a bordering stone curb known as a crepice, carved from the natural rock, and then embellished, built up with added masonry. While the tomb revealed some examples of the cruder impasto ware of the Villanovans, the Regolini Galassi tomb also revealed a smoother, better-made, dark pottery, which could be produced now on the wheel, on the potter's wheel, and in various shapes, sometimes with influence from Villanovan shapes and forms, and sometimes from Greek forms. This pottery, which is smooth to the touch and elegantly black, has come to be known as bucaro and is a hallmark of the Etruscan ceramic production. from the 7th through the 4th centuries BCE. It was particularly used to furnish the tombs of the deceased, along with the highly prized Greek pottery. Etruscans loved Greek pottery. A great deal of Greek and Bucaro pottery has been recovered from the archaeological site of Tarquinia, just 65 miles north of Trivedere. This site is also particularly known for the beautiful painting in its tombs. One of them is the Cardarelli tomb. One of the earliest Etruscan centers was Tarquinia, which had a necropolis, or city of the dead, with marvelous painted tombs. Tarquinia was one of the Etruscan cities that was noted for having beautiful tombs and tomb painting. A tomb like this, the Cardarelli tomb, named after one of Tarquinia's most famous local poets, was a beautiful, magnificent place to experience. On one of the walls you can see the Porta Libertinensis, it's the door of death, and from this you go through that and you never would return again. And the wall is flanked by musicians. This one is erased, maybe a lyre player. On this side you have someone playing the aulos, or the beautiful double flute. And on this wall we have this wonderful, elegant woman, and these kinds of ladies, these fine Etruscan ladies, were almost venerated in their time. She has a tutelus, she has a kind of cap on her head, and then wears this beautiful mantle, and very beautiful profile with a long nose and a rounded chin. It's very much the tradition in the East Greek world that's being captured here. And she has this lovely long robe and attendants who might have a fan and a deep bowl and a mirror looking after her, making sure she is well taken care of. And these Etruscan women were really quite important in their day, and she even has lovely shoes on as well that are long and pointy. It was considered quite the fashion for these Etruscans. They were very, very style conscious. In antiquity, the Etruscans were very much noted for their ability to make bronzes, and one of their specialties was mirrors, which could be used in a lady's toilette, but could also be put into tombs, and many of them are found in the tombs. And there's also, in every important Etruscan's tomb, some Greek pottery. They love to have pottery all the way from Athens, something like this here, this one. So it isn't surprising to find a Greek original pot in one of their tombs. And they also had elegant pottery of their own, a beautiful blackware that has a sort of soapy feel, which is called Bucaro ware. And the early Bucaro was very thin, very delicate, made in the 7th century and into the 6th, called thin Bucaro or Bucaro sottile. It was just really lovely. And then there's a heavier, later Bucaro they start to make in the 6th century BC called pesante, or heavier Bucaro. And some of the chalices, drinking vessels, and the kylix examples, the drinking cups that they would have like this, were really very elegantly made. Not much is known about the ancient town of Tarquinia itself, but the necropolis, the plural of one necropolis or city of the dead, tell a detailed story of the cult of the dead and the exuberance in life felt by the Etruscans. The colorful tomb paintings of Tarquinia were derived from a narrow palette of locally available materials. Malachite, for example, produced green. Calcium, copper, silicate produced deep blue. Reddish brown came from the iron-rich earth, and yellow was the dangerous arsenic sulfide. With a date range from the 6th through the 1st centuries BCE, these tomb decorations tell us a great deal about ancient Etruscan life and mysterious rituals in Tarquinia. For example, let's consider one of these rituals, which we can see in something which has been misnamed, but it's called the Tomb of the Augurs. The Tomb of the Augurs shows us what appears to be a strange and bloody funerary ritual, or even maybe a blood sacrifice for the dead. The Etruscans loved the art and religious stories of the Greeks, and even fused, or what we say, syncretized, many of their myths into their own religion. Stories about Erclu or Hercules or Heracles were particularly popular, and in this tomb we may actually have one of Heracles' 12 labors depicted. To atone for his sins, Heracles was sent to perform many tasks, among them capturing the Hound of Hell, known as Cerberus, the guardian of the underworld. And here we see a sacrificial victim, perhaps a criminal or a captured enemy, enacting Heracles' famous labor. The man is forced to wear a bag over his head as wild black dogs attack him. A strange masked man, labeled a Phirsu and dressed in an old-fashioned full-head mask, entwines the hapless man with rope, thus making his attempt to cope with his situation all the more difficult and unpleasant. The man bleeds profusely from the dogs biting at his legs. This is apparently a funerary game or blood sacrifice, a practice also known to the later Romans. In the same tomb, we meet mourners bidding farewell to the deceased by touching their hair and gesturing goodbye. This tomb dates to what we call the Archaic period. It's the time after the Orientalizing period, and it falls between 600 and 500 BCE, when stylistic advances, strongly fed from Greek centers such as Athens and Corinth, have contributed to the look of the figures. This can be seen well in Tarquinia's Tomb of the Lionesses. The dancing figures, while still stiff and lacking knowledge of weight shift or actual stances or posture, have advanced technically. They have large almond eyes, thick thighs, distinctive hair braids, at least much of the time, and carefully rendered faces now. And it is better to leave today's lecture, then, on a positive note, with dancing and joy, rather than with the dark human sacrifices of the Tomb of the Augurs. And yet, strangely, both extremes seem to have been a part of Etruscan culture. You know, the Etruscans were Rome's neighbors to the north, as we've established, and the Romans were sometimes friendly with some of the Etruscan city-states, such as Cerveteri, but more often rivals or enemies of city-states such as Veii. However, Greek culture and art were popular in Etruria. Some of the most famous Greek vases were found in Etruria in Etruscan tombs. One of these was the so-called François vase, the most famous vase in the entire Archaeological Museum of Florence. I had a chance not too long ago to ask the assistant director of the museum, Dr. Mario Iozzo, to take me for an exclusive personal look at this famous Greek vase found in Tuscany near the modern town of Canciano Terme. I was, by the way, almost hit by a motorcycle trying to make this video for you as I entered the Florence Archaeological Museum, so take a look. But Etruscans nonetheless wanted the elegant culture of ancient Greece in their tombs.
The Etruscans had an enormous fondness for Greek art and developed their own imitations of Greek temples. They also imported Greek pottery, which could be proudly displayed and could accompany the dead to the afterworld.
The vase bears the name of Alessandro François, an Italian quote-unquote archaeologist of French origin, who was at that time the war commissar for the Grand Dukes of Tuscany. And he asked the Grand Duke the permission to dig in an area around Chiusi, where he found the vase in 1844. The François vase is very important because it is one of the largest symposium vase made in Athens, which means a big mixing bowl for wine and water. It is painted and potted by two men of whose we know the names, Ergotimos, the potter, and Cleitias, the painter. And they were so aware of what they were doing that they have signed the vase twice on each side. And it has 270 figures of the Greek mythology painted on it, and 130 inscriptions, Greek inscriptions, by which, of course, they also taught the Etruscans some words and some mythology. This is the main frieze of the vase, the most important one, the only one who goes all around the vase, while the rest of the myths are represented one on one side and one on this side. It is the wedding procession for Peleus and Thetis' marriage, Achilles' parents. And this is the place where the potter and the painter have signed their vase. Here, under Peleus' hand, who shakes Charon's hands, Charon's the center, he welcomes the first of the row. There is the inscription Cleitias megrafsen, Cleitias painted me. And here, after Dionysos, the most important god, who is right in the center of the vase, and it is the largest figure of all friezes. There is under the nozzle of this white horse, once white horse, there is the other inscription, Ergotimos me poiesen, Ergotimos potted me. So it is the vase that speaks in first person, not the two men, because this would have been not possible. Risking to make some blasphemy, it is popularly called the Holy Bible of mythology because it has several myths painted on it related to the figure of Achilles, Theseus, and mainly the wedding Pompeii, the wedding procession for Peleus and Thetis, Achilles' parents. That was a very important mythological subject for the first half of the 6th century BC, because we have it painted on a few large vases made in Athens and sent to Etruria.
From mainland Greece and South Italy, the Etruscans could learn about Greek temples and how they could be constructed, admiring the beautiful marble and fine stone and the attention to detail that the Greek temple provided.
The richest Etruscans loved to surround themselves with Greek art. They often took the Greek myths and embellished them with their own religious beliefs, which included many fierce demons that blocked one's passage or transition from this world to the next. Their love of Greek myth and monsters is shown by a famous work of art in the Florence Archaeological Museum, probably made in the Etruscan community of Arezzo. It shows a monstrous creature, the Chimera, who was killed by the royal Greek hero of Corinth named Bellerophon. The chimera breathed fire and was a mixture of snaky tail, goat's body, and lion's head, and Bellerophon, who was atoning for a sin against the gods, was forced to ride his magical horse Pegasus and slay the creature. The most famous of all the Etruscan monsters that have come down to us is the chimera of Arezzo.
Dunque, questa è la chimera d'Arezzo. D'Arezzo è a tutti gli effetti il numero 1 del Museo Archeologico di Firenze. Uno dei motivi è anche perché è l'unico grande bronzo così antico conservatosi integro fino a noi, grande bronzo etrusco naturalmente, completamente etrusco. Siamo alla fine del V, inizi del IV secolo a.C. e il donario doveva essere completato dalla figura di Bellerofonte che, cavalcando Pegaso, volteggiava intorno, sopra la chimera e la colpiva a morte. La testa di capra è già completamente reclinata, quindi è una parte dell'animale che è già morto ed ha una grande ferita appunto che spilla sangue sul collo e ci sono altre ferite sulle gambe. Quindi questo ruggito con cui la chimera si rivolge verso il suo aggressore probabilmente è l'ultima difesa verso chi la stava uccidendo. L'iscrizione è sulla gamba destra, Tinixville, che appunto è dedicato, oggetto sacro, a Tinia, con ogni probabilità questa è la lettura più corrente.
The most popular image that is found on Etruscan sarcophagi, cinerary urns, and wall painting, and sometimes on pottery, is actually the journey to the underworld. And there is evidence that there was actually a multi-stage journey to the underworld that started with a banquet, and then the demon would meet the deceased, take them to the underworld. They would maybe travel on a boat, maybe fight off a sea monster or some other demon that's scary, and then they would meet their ancestors at the gates to the city of the dead, where they would have another banquet with their ancestors.
We are in front of one of the late sarcophagi from the territory of Orvieto. This comes from Torre San Severo, and it has a series of very interesting images carved on this type of volcanic stone, which is the material that it is made out of. On both sides of this sarcophagus, we have a winged figure of a female demon. She's holding in one hand a bearded snake, and we can call her maybe a Vant or a Laza. And she's approaching, both of them are tending to the center of the sarcophagus, where we have a very well-built scene, which is not as Etruscan as the demoness that are on both sides. This is more Greek connected because it is the sacrifice of the prisoners from Troy in honor of the deceased Patroclus, who was the cousin and lover of Achilles, who is performing the sacrifice right here in the middle. And the scene is very familiar with other things that we've seen also in Etruria, like the very famous Francois tomb, where we have exactly the same painting, and where the artist of the Etruscans added what? 2 demons on the back. So there was some kind of things that they could follow, the main theme, and then they were adding pieces that were more similar to what was their idea of the general integration of the scene. And as you see here, he is basically cutting the throat of this first prisoner, and Patroclus is on the back with a bandage that keeps his jaw in place. He is already dead. And on the same sarcophagus, but on the other side, we have, again, 2 demons on the far ends, male in this case, probably it's Tukulka or Kerun, while in the middle we have another scene of sacrifice. It's probably Iphigenia that's been sacrificed this time, And Charon here is shown as usually as a bearded demon, pointed ears, big huge nose, and again a snake in his hand, but also his very regular weapon, which is usually the hammer. It is with this hammer that basically he is sure that the souls, the deceased, are really souls, so they must be dead before he brings them to the underworld.
A penchant for menacing monsters threatening the afterlife. As Rome grew in power and defeated the Etruscan city-states one by one in the 4th and 3rd centuries BCE, the Etruscan religion became, well, gloomier, and in their tombs and on their pottery, the imagery became darker and more frightening. The necropolis near the Tuscan town of Sarteano has produced a remarkable tomb that shows the darkly religious practices of the Etruscans. Around 400 BCE, after the Etruscans were beginning to be defeated, one city-state after another, by the imperialistic Romans, we see the Etruscans just failing to unite into one massive army. The Romans are slowly picking them apart until by the 1st century BC, one city after another had fallen, and Etruria was largely just a memory. The Etruscans, while they were flourishing, were known for being one of the most deeply religious and even fatalistic peoples of the Mediterranean. Each Etruscan community had its own collection of spirits, but they also shared many divinities and often fused them with divinities from Greece, changing around the Greek stories and embellishing the attributes of the divinities. They had a particular fondness for gods or divinities with monstrous and frightening aspects, often resorting to depicting them with snaky legs or snaky hair or even wings. The tomb of the infernal quadriga of Sarteano, excavated by Dr. Alessandra Minetti, shows the Etruscan obsession with hideous monsters and demons that got in the way of one's passage to the afterlife. A happy afterlife often involved scenes of dining at some sort of a divine banquet, but getting to that joyful state wasn't easy. There might be a hideous demon driving a chariot, or snaky monsters to deter you from your goal. Come with me and have a closer look as Dottoressa Minetti explains this tomb especially for us.
Questa tomba è stata scoperta l'11 ottobre del 2003 nel corso delle annuali campagne di scavo che il Museo Archeologico di Sarteano conduce dall'estate del 2000 con il gruppo archeologico Etruria in concessione di scavo dal Ministero. Questa tomba è particolarmente importante perché si tratta di una delle poche tombe dipinte rinvenute nel territorio chiusino e poi perché è una tomba di IV secolo, infatti si data intorno al 330-320 a.C., quindi molto più rara delle tombe dipinte arcaiche che sono molto più diffuse, e poi la sua eccezionalità consiste nella conservazione straordinaria dei colori e nelle scene che sono praticamente delle scene uniche con una iconografia che è attestata soltanto all'interno di questa tomba. Nella prima scena che troviamo subito dopo l'ingresso alla tomba c'è questa straordinaria figura di demone raffigurato con una zanna ferina che gli fuoriesce dal labbro in una veste rossa alla guida di un carro rappresentato in maniera molto realistica con il parapetto e la ruota. Si tratta di una figura unica di demone, sicuramente rappresenta il Charon etrusco corrispondente del Caronte greco, cioè il demone che accompagna accompagnava le anime nell'aldilà. E la nostra rappresentazione trova dei contatti con l'iconografia di Caronte di ambito orvietano. La figura del demone si inserisce all'interno di una scena più ampia, caratterizzata dalla rappresentazione di 4 animali, 2 leoni e 2 grifoni. Questi animali sono chiaramente animali fantastici, quindi non appartengono a una quadriga reale, ma a una quadriga appunto dell'oltretomba, una quadriga fantastica, e sono tutti inseriti all'interno di questa grande nuvola nera che caratterizza nel IV secolo le figure appartenenti al mondo dell'oltretomba. Al di sotto di questa frattura che noi vediamo, fatta sicuramente da scavatori clandestini recenti, si dipana questa scena complessa con queste sovrapporsi di corpi e zampe che danno la dimensione anche della grande capacità artistica del nostro pittore. Questa invece è la seconda scena della tomba e rappresenta un banchetto funebre con i 2 defunti rappresentati appunto distesi sopra una cline, cioè il letto triclinare, sopra dei cuscini e con un tipico atteggiamento di saluto. La figura di destra è sicuramente il padre che accoglie il figlio giovane, rappresentato con una carnagione più scura perché il giovane è colui che fa i giochi atletici all'aperto. Si tratta quindi probabilmente del pater familias, cioè il proprietario della tomba, che accoglie il figlio morto prematuramente nell'aldilà. Qui invece siamo nella parte più profonda e più interna della camera tombale e su questa parete è rappresentato un enorme serpente a 3 teste, che significa la rappresentazione di un mostro che popola l'oltretomba. Infatti il serpente è l'animale ctonio per eccellenza e rappresenta agli occhi degli Etruschi la possibilità di un incontro mostruoso durante il loro viaggio verso l'aldilà. Questo serpente trova dei confronti molto stringenti con delle ceramiche orvietane della seconda metà del IV e questa e la provenienza dell'iconografia di Caronte ci danno la certezza che i pittori che hanno dipinto questa tomba siano orvietani. Sulla parete di fondo invece si sviluppa questo grande ippocampo, un animale fantastico metà cavallo e metà pesce, un animale marino simbolico del viaggio verso l'oltretomba, perché il passaggio fra lo stato terreno e lo stato marino per gli Etruschi era il simbolo del tuffo e del passaggio fra la vita e la morte. Questo sarcofago posto sulla parete di fondo accoglieva il corpo dell'inumato del proprietario della tomba, quindi del pater familias, colui che aveva fatto costruire e dipingere questo ipogeo. L'elemento straordinario di questo sarcofago è che è fatto in alabastro volterrano, importato dalla città di Volterra ma lavorato sul posto da maestranze chiusine, e rappresenta così il capostipite di tutta la produzione dei sarcofagi chiusini, in quanto è l'unico databile con certezza in base alle ceramiche e alle pitture che lo inseriscono fra il 330 e il 320 a.C.
The Etruscan tombs were, at least at first, primarily constructed with the aristocracy in mind. But the movement toward democracy in Greece had an influence too into Etruria. More egalitarian necropolis, or cities of the dead, began to spring up, such as we may see at the Crocefisso cemetery in Umbria, Italy, about an hour's car ride north of Rome, in the beautiful town of Orvieto. It's perched high on a cliff that was a prime piece of real estate in Etruscan times, until the Romans came in just after the middle of the 3rd century BC and destroyed it.
At Cerveteri, the wealthy Etruscan ruling class could have magnificent tombs, but not every Etruscan was super rich, as we see in the Crocefisso cemetery at Orvieto.
Right now we are looking at one of the small sections of the entire annular necropolis of Orvieto, which means that the tombs went all around the bottom of the cliff, the base of the big volcanic rock on which the city has been growing since at least the 6th century BC. And one portion, like the one here called Crocifisso del Tufo, because there's a small church on top that has a crucifix carved into the rock, it gives you the possibility of understanding several aspects connected with the urban look, the way that the tombs are organized, and also some of the social information that we can get out of the layout of the tombs themselves. First of all, as you see, the tombs are very similar one to another, so there's not that much differences that run between one family and another family. That are not, maybe they were not allowed to have these differences clearly shown, as we see in other necropolises, like think about Cerveteri, for example, where you have huge tumuli. Here everything is organized in what we would describe as an isonomic or egalitarian way. So everybody has the same probably social weight, but also economical means. So everybody has a chance to build their own tombs. They're still private tombs, but following a pattern, especially for what concerns the urban layout of this, which is a real necropolis. It's really a city of the dead. Just like on top of the cliff, we had a city of the living people. Aveles, so Aulos, Flusenas. So I'm the tomb of Aulus of the Flusenas family. This would be the message, for whoever would be walking here, they know who was the owner of this single tomb. On this other side, though, we have a very different type of situation. The length of the inscription is much, much shorter. The letters are bigger in general, and there is just one name. We're missing the MI part here, not because it's been erased, but it's because it was never here. And it says Aesias, ice, and the term itself, it's connected with the root god or divinity. So this entire monument has probably been dedicated to the gods, because the owner did something that the city didn't, in fact, accept, so it had to be erased. It was more or less what we described in the Roman times as a damnatio memoriae. Or maybe the building, the structure, the monument has been hit, let's say, by a lightning, which means that it is then to be connected only with a sacred space. In that case, it would be like a fulgor conditum, again, using a Roman word for it. The idea of burying or dedicating to the god the object that the god has so clearly asked for, like in this case, the monument itself. And in fact, as you can see, the inscription itself would have gone down to this point, and then it was erased. So we have a different elevation here on the rock, and then we have the last inscription dedicating it again.
Orvieto è stata un'importante città etrusca. Il suo nome era Velsna, Volsini in lingua latina. È sorta come le altre città etrusche nel IX secolo a.C., è divenuta una città più importante a partire dalla seconda metà del VI secolo a.C. e ha concluso la sua fase nel 264 a.C., quando i Romani fecero un intervento molto duro. La città venne distrutta e gli abitanti trasferiti su delle alture vicino al lago di Bolsena.
Dr. Alba Frascarelli has been program coordinator for the Study Abroad program of the University of Arizona in Orvieto, Italy. Alba Frascarelli has been program coordinator for the Study Abroad program of the University of Arizona in Orvieto, Italy. And we've been colleagues and archaeologists together for more than 20 years now. Dr. Frascarelli is taking part in an extraordinary excavation of the Etruscan homeland and the center of Etruscan civilization, actually, at a place which we call now Campo della Fiera. It's the place where all the Etruscans, all the city-states, seem to have come together to worship a god named Voltumnus and to have meetings and festivals annually. Dr. Frascarelli has been excavating this with the University of Perugia for quite a long time, the University of Macerata. It's been under the direction of Simonetta Stopponi of the University of Perugia now. And the results have been amazing.
I'm Alba Frascarelli. and I'm the program manager for the Arizona in Italy program, study abroad program. The archaeological research at Campo della Fiera, nearby Orvieto, began in year 2000, so it's been 16 years that the University of Macerata first and the University of Perugia then have been working on this site under the direction of Professor Simonetta Stopponi. And that has been an extraordinary adventure for us and for the hundreds of students that from Italian and American universities have been working with us. I think that the most important result that we had in these years is that we now finally can say that what we've been uncovering is the Fanum Voltumne, that is the legendary federal sanctuary for the Etruscan Confederation. That site had been searched for centuries. Even in the Renaissance, they were asking themselves where the Fanum Voltumne was to be located. And at this point, the number and the importance of the finds that we have makes us think that this is what we have. We started finding two big, large Etruscan and then Roman paved roads, which of course were necessary in a sanctuary like that had to host hundreds and hundreds of people from all the different Etruscan cities joining for the annual festivals at the Fanum. And then we discovered at least 3 Etruscan temples. One of them in particular is the smallest one, but has the longest life, so to say, because it was renovated in the 3rd century BC after Orvieto, the Etruscan Velsna, was conquered by the Romans. And then even Augustus himself restored the temple, the floor of the temple, and we know that in that area there was a cult during the Roman times, because we were lucky enough to find next to an Etruscan altar a Roman thesaurus, that is a container for coins that were given to the temple. There were still over 220 Roman silver and bronze coins in the thesaurus, and they date from the 2nd century BC till 7 BC. So it covers the late Republican and the early Augustan times. And that is pretty unusual, because usually Etruscan sanctuaries were abandoned in the Roman times. So this is one of the pieces of evidence that makes us think that this was an extraordinarily important site for the Etruscans, and hence the Romans decided to keep it alive. A couple of years ago, I was digging very close to this altar where the thesaurus was also found, actually under it, because we had to lift it to restore it, and we took advantage of this to dig underneath. And after just a few hours of digging under the altar, I started finding some terracotta curls, part of a head, and it ended up being a perfectly preserved bust of an Etruscan god, we believe, in terracotta, that was set on a molded base. That the moldings of this base recall exactly the same moldings that we have on a votive monument nearby, also found in the area. And we believe that the head, this male head, that has this very complex hairstyle and is a bearded figure, might well be Voltumna himself. It doesn't look like a worshipper. It's most probably the image of a god. And it looks a little bit like the Voltumna, like the Veltune that is represented on an Etruscan mirror from Tuscania. We know that Voltumna, that for the Etruscans was Veltune, was called the princeps of the Etruscan gods during the Roman time. So it was to be considered the most important, the most relevant of the Etruscan gods. It is a pretty puzzling figure, because the descriptions that we have from the Latin sources tell us about an ever-changing figure, so even the iconography is a little hard to define, but it was probably tied to Tinia, meaning that it could be one of the aspects of Tinia that was the Etruscan version, so to say, of Zeus. Well, this summer, for example, we were digging there. It was over 100 degrees. We were dying because of the heat, but still there was no other place in the world I wanted to be. I mean, I feel perfectly happy to be there, and I'm so concentrated on what I'm doing. It's the fact that you digging up that dirt, you are able to reconstruct what happened over 25, maybe 25 centuries ago. It's a big responsibility, of course. So that's why I'm always feeling so concentrated and I'm completely absorbed by it. But it's also such a rewarding experience. And it's not only what you find. Of course, if you find a perfectly preserved bust, it's nice, it's exciting. But the process in itself, it's what is most rewarding. And so even the days in which we're not finding anything too exciting, but the process, the technique, the research that we're doing is what we really love, what I really love. If someone wants to go and try participating into an archaeological dig, he or she should be ready for some really hard physical work. Sometimes it's really challenging to be under the sun working. You don't have to imagine an archaeologist being with a brush in his hands. It's a lot of picking, shoveling, wheelbarrow. So you have to try it, and then you might either love it or hate it. Most often it's either love or hate. If you love it, be aware that it might be something that you'll never heal from.
Like the Villanovans before them, the Etruscans were superb metal workers, but the processing of the iron in northwestern Tuscany, in the metal-rich area of Populonia, was difficult, and it took a toll on the workers. D.H. Lawrence, that famous writer of the earlier 20th century, wrote in his book Etruscan Places about how much the Etruscans enjoyed life and living based on the tomb paintings that he had viewed at sites such as Tarquinia. But at Populonia, we get a different view of these same Etruscans. Watch.
The Etruscans developed a reputation for being the most mysterious of ancient Mediterranean peoples, partly, of course, because we cannot read their language very well, and also because they had elaborate religious rituals. The emotional, sensual D.H. Lawrence wrote in his Etruscan Places in 1929, "Death to the Etruscans was a pleasant continuance of life, with jewels and wine and flutes playing for the dance. It was just a natural continuance of the fullness of life. Everything was in terms of life and of living." That's what Lawrence said. He disliked big museums and scholarly scientific investigation of the Etruscans, preferring instead to value his own emotional response to them. But were they really always so full of love and life? To answer that question, we must visit Populonia in northwestern Tuscany.
Mining and metallurgy in the ancient world is fairly uniform throughout the Greek Roman and Etruscan civilizations. Mining is done in two primary ways. If it's a valuable metal, and it's worth doing what's called deep vein mining, which means you dig far into the ground, and deep shafts into the ground. And those are usually no more than a meter high. But that's fairly rare, especially because metals like iron occur so commonly and so close to the surface that what's called open cast mines, which are just large pits in the earth, can be worked in, and metals can be extracted from fairly close to the surface. We know this is what happens with the Etruscans, especially around Populonia, which from a very early period is a center of metal production in the Mediterranean. The area around the Etruscan center of Populonia is blessed with a mountain of metals. In fact, that's actually the name of the range of hills near Populonia. They're called the Colline Metallifera, the metal-bearing hills, because they're just so rich and dense with metals. We know that Populonia was a metallurgical production center from a very early time in the Mediterranean, and produced metals like iron, but also lead and silver, some gold, and even some tin, which is actually really rare for the Mediterranean to have a tin production.
The work was made principally by slaves because were hard, and there was lots of pollution in the air in the industry of this job. The owner of the manufacture was a free man, but the people who work in the process were principally slaves. To make iron, they need oven where cooking iron, making a not too big generally circular oven, and put inside it a layer of urn called hematite, in this case for Populonia, and charcoal, hematite and charcoal. Then, during the process of firing, the hematite was divided, and on the bottom of the oven came the iron, and outside the iron slag. Every time they have to broken the oven to take the iron to be sold, and we archaeologists find as traces of iron smelting the iron slag, so the trash of the work. Populonia is wonderful because it is the only Etruscan city built on the sea. And if you come and you want to visit the remains of Etruscan civilization of Populonia, you can visit their necropolis, built starting from the 7th century BCE until the beginning of Romanization, so until 4th and 3rd century BCE.
By the time that the 7th century BCE was done, the Etruscans were already in Rome and in control. The Etruscan king, Tarquinius Priscus, is credited with undertaking an enormous task, draining the constantly flooding Roman Forum and bringing a drainage system to improve it so it would be possible to construct buildings in it. Nicola Terrinato of the University of Michigan is a world-recognized authority on early Rome and its collision with the Etruscans.
They build it up from about 6 meters above sea level to maybe 9 to 10 meters above sea level. Then they are at least looking at more like exceptional flooding rather than, routine seasonal flooding.
Now here we are in the Roman Forum, and this place gets pretty crowded with tourists. And maybe with all these rocks and stones around that have fallen into ruin, it's pretty hard to reconstruct what it was like 2,000 years ago. And I hope with a little bit of imagination, maybe we can bring it to life for you.
Rome was a late bloomer. If we could go back in time to the Rome of about 1000 BC, we would find little to rival the great Near Eastern civilizations of the 4th millennium, that is, the period between 4000 and 3000 BC or BCE. Rome had a great location to become a major center for trade and communication. Italy looks like a long boot, and running down its spine are the Apennine Mountains, which can rise up as high as 10,000 feet in the north-central part of the country. Much of the eastern coast can be inhospitable to ships, and therefore also to trade, due to the rocky and mountainous areas. You have to go up to Ancona and Venice in the northeast arc of Italy, or down to Bari further south, to find good eastern harbors. And that's one of the reasons why these areas became so important. In southern Italy, the Apennines split into two mountain ranges, one giving out in the heel of Italy, and the other ending near the toe. So a great deal of trade and urban development was forced by the configuration of the land to center around western Italy. The period of time when a cultural group known as the Villanovans were arriving from Central Europe, when Greeks were colonizing the southern part of Italy, and when Rome was beginning to grow, is known as the geometric period, and it lasted from approximately 1000 BCE to around 675 BCE. The Romans belonged to a group of people who had made settlements around the area of Rome at a number of sites. They were known as the Latins, or the Latial culture, L-A-T-I-A-L, Latial culture, to archaeologists. And the general area of their tribal affiliation is known as Latium. North of the Romans, well north of them, and the broader area of Latium, there were also vast resources of metal that became increasingly exploited after 1000 BCE. And south of Rome, there were good harbors and fertile lands which could allow settlers. This southern area, including Sicily, became increasingly settled by Greeks who were emigrating from their native lands for a variety of reasons: warfare, famines, trade, or just high adventure. The southern part of Italy eventually became referred to as Greater Greece, what they called Magna Graecia. So populous were its new settlers. Now, north of Rome, there were settlers coming down from Central Europe to find fertile lands and to exploit the metal resources of those sites in northwestern Tuscany. Some of these groups cremated their dead and buried them in ash urns, giving rise to the name Urnfield cultures. One such group, we mentioned briefly, was called the Villanovans, so named from their type site Villanova, which was discovered by the archaeologist Pericles Ducati. The urns that contain the ashes of the deceased are known as biconical urns because they look like two ice cream cones that you'd place against one another. They were made of a ceramic ware that was kind of rough to the touch and was handmade by what we call the coiling technique, very simple technique of wrapping coils of ceramic around in a circle and piling them on top of one another and then smoothing them into a pot shape. The pot was then fired in a reducing atmosphere with limited exposure to oxygen, to the air, and so usually emerged from the kiln black in color. And this pottery has come to be known as impasto ware. Since these Villanovans, as they've become known, had moved into northern Italy seeking the available iron, copper, and tin of northwestern Tuscany, they became known for the precision and delicacy of their metalwork, of which much can be found in locations such as the National Archaeological Museums of Bologna or Florence. The Villanovans were fond of making helmets and pottery with a special kind of S-curve known as an ogee, O-G-E-E, which is basically a concave arc flowing into a convex arc. This is also characteristic of a good deal of pottery found in early Iron Age cultures in Central Europe, where our Villanovans appear to have come from. This particular helmet has projecting circular metal tubes on it, which probably were intended to hold plumes. Among the Villanovan sculptures of Florence is this, well, curious piece, possibly one of the first examples we have in the Iron Age Italy of a storytelling scene, or possibly even a scene from myth, or it might be simply what we call an apotropaic, something that's used to ward off evil spirits. It consists of two beast-headed figures, a male and a female, about to have intercourse. They are chained together, but it's not clear if the chain is a functional part of whatever these figures belong to, or if it had actual significance as part of the group. The figures are simple, even primitive, in that they are reduced to geometric abstract forms without a detailed anatomy. Such sculptures sometimes have legs that look like a two-pronged dinner fork. The female anatomy is simply rendered. The faces have little detail, have only gashes for eyes and mouths. Torsos are geometric, and the treatment of the arms is often undisciplined and sometimes wild. The Villanovan culture is also known for burying its dead in two types of tombs. The simplest is commonly referred to as a pozzo tomb, which is shaped like a well, pozzo in Italian. But sometimes the dead are buried in more elaborate stone chests that have coverings or lids to them. In Latium, various Latin tribes had settled. The greatly rolling hills of Rome and the adjacent Tiber River provided an excellent attraction for Latin tribes. Recent excavations on the Capitoline Hill have shown occupants who made bronze artifacts and built simple homes from as early as 2000 BC. But close to 1000 BC, a group of Latins may have arrived and begun to settle in the hills. Remains of simple, oval huts have been found on the Palatine Hill in Rome. And these huts were actually venerated by later Romans as the home of their alleged founder, Romulus. This culture, which usually cremated their dead instead of burying them intact, often interred the ashes in little houses, similar in appearance to the ones in which they lived. These hut urns, as they're called, might be placed in a large jar, called a dolium, along with other objects such as miniature vases, and these would provide essentials that one would need for domestic life in the afterworld. The hut urns show that the early Iron Age Romans lived in hip-roofed houses with a central ridgepole. They had hearths within some of the little houses. And some of these areas could reach 8 to 10 meters across. That might be one house. Some of the Palatine cuttings suggest that there may have been animal pens around the huts, and even verandas or front porches.
But let us not get ahead of ourselves. At a time when the great civilizations of Egypt and Mesopotamia were already building monumental pyramids and ziggurats, the early inhabitants of Rome were simple settlers. living on the hills. There was the Capitoline, the Palatine, the Esquiline hills, and in between a valley where the nearby Tiber River would often flood, and where hillside streams and springs flowed. That area would later become the Roman Forum. How bad was the Tiber flooding? This is the church facade of Santa Maria sopra Minerva, which has been here in Rome since the 16th century. On it are recorded levels that the Tiber River actually reached in floods just in the 16th and 17th centuries. The early settlers on the hills of Rome gradually became a mix of locals and new peoples, of people burying their dead intact in long chamber tombs, in the practice we call inhumation, and those newer arrivals from Central Europe who were cremating their dead and putting them into little urns or huts, which resembled their simple homes.
In the valley below the Capitoline Hill, the Palatine Hill, and the Esquiline Hill in Rome, was a marshy, swampy, gooey area that flooded periodically from the Tiber River. It wasn't usable for anything other than a cemetery, maybe, during the 10th and 9th centuries BCE. At least the occupants of the tombs didn't complain about the marshiness. It was called the Sepulchratum, the place of the tombs, and it was first systematically excavated around the year 1900 by the innovative Italian archaeologist Giacomo Boni. The Sepolcreto was a necropolis, or a city of the dead, built right in the midst of the area that would later become drained and filled in and would become what we call the Roman Forum.
It would seem that the bodies of really prominent male members of the society would be burned and cremated and put into urns that were often shaped like huts, and other lesser members and women would be instead inhumated and put alongside these highlighted cremation burials. And there's grave goods. And the necropolis is used from about the 10th century into the 9th century BCE. After that, they moved the necropolis away further east. And that is probably one of the earliest signs that somebody has an idea that the forum can serve for something else. And the only reason why you stop burying in a place is because the dead, carry a certain impurity. They're dangerous beings to a certain extent, and so you don't want to have them where you're doing something else. You don't want to have them where you're having some religious ritual. You don't want to have them where you live. And so the pushing away of the Forum Necropolis, the so-called Sepulchratum, is probably the first step towards reclaiming that piece of real estate and making it into something else. And it happens as early as the 9th century.
This simple cultural level in the 9th and 8th centuries BCE was the way Rome actually looked. It was a series of villages on the hills, tribal groups just beginning to get together, a world of simple carts and draft animals, sheep pens and round huts. Here in the Umbrian community of Blera, Angelo Bartoli and his group diligently reconstruct the early Iron Age on his 6-acre ranch. He runs a camp for those hardy souls who want to learn how to make things in the ancient way.
Allora, noi qui abbiamo creato un centro di archeologia sperimentale e studiamo forme di vita dell'uomo che ci ha preceduto, dell'uomo dell'antichità in prevalenza. Abbiamo due percorsi. Uno è un percorso didattico che usufruiscono bambini dalle scuole elementari fino alle università. Questi pali che reggevano così.
Angelo Bartoli is rebuilding huts in the style of the time of the first rulers of Iron Age Rome.
Later Romans would come to honor their mythical founders Romulus and Remus by showing their hut village right here on the Palatine Hill in Rome. If Romulus and Remus really existed, their world was simple. And modest. But the legend of Romulus over the years has, of course, well, expanded.
This is the dawn of history, a world emerging from the catastrophe of earthquakes and the fury of the elements. And here, 750 years before the advent of Christianity, a mighty legend is born. Romulus and Remus, twin boys abandoned on the banks of the ancient Tiber, found and suckled by a she-wolf. Their destiny to found the city of Rome. Land possessed by the pagan Sabines, a tribe addicted to strange orgiastic fertility rites.
But the people who made Rome rise from its simple origins may not have been the Latins at all. Ancient Italy had many groups before Rome became great. And there were Greeks settling in the south of Italy and on Sicily, bringing their technology with them and constructing enormous temples like those found at Paestum near modern Naples. North of the Latins in Rome, there was another group. Italian archaeologist Pericle Ducati named them after ruins discovered near the town of Villanova. Arriving in north-central Italy before 1000 BCE, they exploited the metal-rich areas of the region, and they developed key towns such as Cerveteri and Tarquinia. Trading and mingling with Greeks, Phoenicians of ancient Carthage in North Africa, and even the Latins, they developed into the people north of Rome whom we call the Etruscans.
And she's become internationally renowned for her studies of these Etruscans and their predecessors, going back to the Bronze Age and the early Iron Age in Italy, and trying to figure out, using her own special social network theory systems, how this all occurred. Let's take a listen to what Emma seems to be uncovering, because it's quite remarkable.
I'm Dr. Emma Blake, and I'm an associate professor in the School of Anthropology here at the University of Arizona, and I'm an archaeologist. My work focuses on the regional groups who occupied the peninsula of Italy in the period before the Roman takeover of Italy. When the Romans conquered Italy, it was a very impressive feat, but it was made a lot easier by the fact that the Italian peninsula was entirely fragmented into different regional groups, and these groups couldn't coordinate and build a unified front against the threat of this one city of Rome. And so the Romans were able to go in and pick off these groups in one at a time. This question of where these regional groups came from and how they arose has been a very ongoing interest to classical historians studying early Italy, and the job of identifying the origins of these groups is not an easy one. These groups had names that had been given to them by the Greek colonists who had come and settled in the Western Mediterranean several centuries earlier. And some of them had their own languages and they had their own sort of identities. We know of the big successful ones like the Etruscans, the Latins, the Veneti are well recorded. But there were other smaller groups as well that probably weren't even really ethnic groups. They were just tribal groups and little clans who managed to remain independent up until the time of the Roman conquest. So I've been very interested in this question of how did these groups come about? Because if you go back far enough in time, you cannot see them in the archaeological record. The artifacts that people used, the pottery that they made, the houses that they built several hundred years before the Roman conquest, all looks very homogeneous across the entire peninsula. And so there has been a tendency in the scholarship recently to say that these groups are artificial constructions, that they came about. The Greeks gave these people's names, and the Romans helped cement their separate identity, really just in opposition to the threat of the Romans. I'm taking a different tack in my research, which is to say there has to be some core of truth in the sense there must be more to these groups than just an artificial construction imposed by outsiders. They must have had a sense of self-identity. So I'm looking for those groups far back in the archaeological record, that is far back in the past, 1,000 years before Rome conquers them and effectively wipes them out. And I'm looking for them in just using the materials that they left behind, because there are no texts in this period that I look for them in, which is the Bronze Age. So to do this, to do my study, I recorded all these what I'm calling exotica, these foreign objects that have entered Italy in this critical period of a few hundred years in the late Bronze Age, and I map out their distributions. I was able, using social network analysis, to reconstruct, based on these distributions of these luxury goods, regional groupings that you cannot see in any other aspect of the archaeology, but you can see it in the movement of these goods. And so on the maps, I've identified these regional groups, which, when placed against the later named ethnic groups at the time of the Roman conquest, some can be matched up very neatly indeed. So my argument is that 1,000 years before the Roman conquest, there were already in Italy communities of people who felt that they belonged together and recognized each other as such. And it's out of those communities in certain regions that come the named ethnic groups that the Romans faced much later. It's a process that is called path dependence, where you feel a connection to a particular group of people, so you keep interacting with them over and over again, and that intensifies your sense of affiliation and connection, and eventually we're talking about an ethnic group. A group that people always are curious about is the Etruscans, because their origins remain a great mystery to a lot of scholars. But I think that I can see, at least back in the late Bronze Age, the presence of towards the end of the Bronze Age, in 1200 to 1000 BCE, the emergence of a group in the region that will become the heartland of the Etruscans. And when I'm detecting it, I would not call it an ethnic group. I'm seeing a network of interaction in place in southern Italy that doesn't encompass what later will be the entire Etruscan homeland, but I think is the kernel of what will eventually become the Etruscans. So where does that group come from? I think it's indigenous. It's locally derived, but it is heavily influenced by groups in the north that had existed in the centuries just prior to that. And there was a very big, powerful group in the 1300s in northern Italy that broke apart quite dramatically around 1200 BC, and we're not exactly sure why, but maybe environmental reasons or overpopulation. And that what we're seeing in Etruria in the final Bronze Age is the sort of the vestiges of some of those either the northern populations or the vestiges of a larger network that had existed before and breaks apart and remains intact in Etruria. In the territory along the banks of the Po River in northern Italy, there was a group in the Middle Bronze Age and what's called in Italy the Recent Bronze Age, so the middle part of the second millennium BCE, there was a group called the Terramare culture. They didn't call themselves that. That's what we as archaeologists call them. And they were pretty remarkable for their time. They had very organized settlements. Quite large settlements for that time in Italy, and they traded extensively and engaged in a lot of craft production. And they were sort of the economic powerhouse of pretty much all of Italy for several centuries. And beyond simply the core of the Terramare culture was what I identify as a sort of a halo of groups that were participating on the margins of this very powerful economic nexus. And my claim is that I can see in those early centuries that Etruria, some groups in Etruria are participating in these much larger networks, and then something terrible happens to the Terramare peoples, and that's another question that I'm not going to tackle today, but it's probably some sort of environmental collapse brought on by overpopulation. Whatever it was, they disintegrate quite dramatically. But the groups that had been on the margins of that economic sort of whirlwind, they actually they survive, they withstand this collapse of the center and seem to become independent at that point and pick up maintain their own local ties that they had established with the Terramare group, and carry on independently. And I think it's out of that, what had already become a habit of trade and interaction on the margins of that group in Etruria, that we see the rise of a unique, distinct group that will become the Etruscans many centuries later. Back in the Recent Bronze Age, when the Terramare group is flourishing in 1350 to 1200 or so BCE, you can see on a map, when I placed the networks that I was able to construct using my methodology onto a map, you can see that there are many, many sites packed up in northern Italy, and then a string of sites, smaller groupings that extend down the peninsula, actually as far as the heel of the boot, but then also into, for what I'm talking about now, particularly interesting, into what is west central Italy, and where later the Etruscans will arise. And it's in that tail of that extending into west central Italy that I recognize the earliest traces of a group in what will become Etruria. That's in the Recent Bronze Age. Skip ahead a couple centuries to what's called the Final Bronze Age. The Terramare culture is is gone. That network has disappeared because, as I mentioned, it had been destroyed. And in its place, we see through the peninsula a whole series of smaller groupings down in southern Italy, up in the north in the Veneto, in the east coast of Italy, bordering the Adriatic, and then in the west as well, in Etruria, we see sites, we see networks there as well. And it's at that point that we can really look and identify from those regional groupings the ethnic groups that are visible and will be named and will be actively fighting against Rome in the 4th and 3rd centuries BCE. So the kinds of artifacts that I used in my study include things like Mycenaean pottery. This is pottery made by the Mycenaean Greeks on the Greek mainland that was shipped in considerable quantities all around the Eastern Mediterranean, and in lesser quantities, but still notable amounts, to as far as Italy, and even a few pieces have gone as far as Spain. But for our purposes, what's interesting is where those Mycenaean pots end up in Italy, because the Greeks who brought them would almost certainly have just left them along the coast. They would have come by boat and deposited them there. So any pieces that reach inland or have traveled overland almost certainly by local Italians, not by Greeks. Other objects I'm interested in that I used in my study is amber. Amber can be traced to the Balkans and would have been brought down through very complex routes of trade all through the Bronze Age. Amber was a prized material, and it turns up on sites in Italy in the form of beads. Many of these beads cannot be dated because they're so plain, but there are certain kinds of beads that are very distinct in form that we can say very precisely when they date to. Likewise, bronze as the material, the most desired material for weapons and tools in the Bronze Age, hence the name for the age, circulated. We have brooches, knives, daggers, all kinds of equipment that was being produced probably elsewhere in Europe, and in some cases in Italy, but in limited quantities that was circulating. A prerequisite for a group to form and be cohesive is interaction with each other. That is a necessary component of any group, is that you interact with each other. Whether the group is a church group or an ethnic group or a national identity, you need to interact with each other to maintain that group's integrity. And so scholars have increasingly recognized that and realize that there's a lot to be learned from. Sometimes we can get at these groups through the patterns of interaction more effectively than we can identify them in other ways. So for archaeologists, looking at the degree of intensity of interactions between villages, for example, can tell us whether those groups had a common ethnic bond.
To sum up, the world of the early Iron Age in Italy consisted of cultures moving into northern and central Italy from the north, a little before 1000 BC, and mixing with earlier Bronze Age cultures already present. Groups such as the Villanovans exploited metal resources, while the Latins settled in diverse towns to the south of them. Later, Greek traders and colonists began to arrive along the coasts in western Italy and Sicily, which helped to begin to raise the cultural level throughout the Italian peninsula. In 509 BCE, the generally accepted date, the Etruscans were driven out of Rome, and the Roman Republic is said to have been established under the leadership of two consuls, with the checks and balances provided by a senate and various comitia, or assemblies. Although the influences from Etruscans and Greeks remained strong, Rome was now on its own, seeking to establish its own stamp on the peninsula of Italy. The early Romans were largely farmers, living in a small community. The Etruscans, when they conquered, brought a great deal of sophistication to Rome, since they were hydraulic engineers and great temple builders, even though they lacked access to the fine materials that one would find in Greece. By the time the Etruscan rulers were overthrown and forced out, around the traditional date of 509 BCE, the marshy area nestled below and among the Capitoline, Esquiline, and Palatine hills had been drained and filled in, and it became what we call the Roman Forum. The early leaders of this farming community became the nobility, traditionally referred to as the patricians, while those with lesser means and influence became known as plebeians. And these are terms we still use in our society today. In the Roman Forum that grew up in the 6th century BCE and after, the northwest area became the government center. There were two major structures, the comitium, where the assemblies of Rome often met, and the curia, where the senators met. Representation in these assemblies could be determined by tribes, of which there were originally only a couple, but as population increased, the number of tribes expanded to 35. The different popular assemblies were dominated by the wealthier families, who provided the principal support for the military. These assemblies had the power to declare war and peace, to put people to death, and to elect city officials. The major officials were the consuls, 2 of them, elected every year. They responded to the legislation brought out in the Senate and the assemblies, which functioned much as our own Senate and House of Representatives. Maybe they functioned even better. The number of senators grew to 300 in the Republic, so that the building needed to be large. There were 3 steps running lengthwise on either side of the front door, on which the senators were positioned inside, with a raised area at the back of the hall for the princeps, or the chief of the Senate, to preside and give the first opinion on the matters of state. Senators needed to be at least 25 years old, which seems kind of young to us, but life expectancy was considerably shorter than it is today. They also had to have sufficient property to be of significant standing in the community, a requirement that varied a bit over time. Among the important elected officials was the aedile, A-E-D-I-L-E, whose name derives from the word aides, which means a temple or shrine. With the population boom, the aediles had to keep pace and erect all the public buildings necessary. Well, in the Roman Forum, that quickly became quite a task. With the overthrow of the last Etruscan kings, Tarquinius Superbus, believed to have occurred around, as we said, 509 BCE, and the gradual conquest of Rome's Latin and Etruscan enemies in the surrounding countryside, Rome began to grow significantly. The installation of drainage in the Forum and the principal sewer, or what's called the Cloaca Maxima, made a big difference in allowing the construction of the major structures. To honor their most important gods and goddesses, the Romans, of course, erected shrines and temples. The Temple of Saturn was erected in 498 BC to honor not the car, but a Latin fertility divinity who brought the blessings of agriculture to the Roman people. It was located near the Capitoline Hill, which had been an early town center. Like the other buildings of the Forum, once established, the sacred area had to remain where it was, and it could not be moved. That is why the Forum retained its integrity for over 1,000 years, and visitors to it in 400 BCE would be visiting the very same areas where each cult building would still be standing in the 7th century CE. Saturn, as a special protector of the Roman people, looked after their wealth in the state treasury. Another small shrine, or fonum, was built to honor Castor and Pollux, special twins, twin heroes, in fact, to the Roman people, and they were believed to have saved the Roman army in their resistance to the Etruscans and other Latin tribes trying to conquer Rome. Castor and Pollux were sons of Zeus, fierce fighters, horsemen, patrons of the Roman soldiery, and especially of the Roman equites, that group of Roman cavalry, that corps that was drawn from well-connected and valorous families. This group celebrated every July 15th with a dress parade on horseback to honor the twins. Over in the east side of the Forum was the House of the Vestal Virgins. And that was the place where these young ladies who were in service of the cult of Vesta were chosen, sometimes from as young as 6 years of age. They'd served for 30 years, 10 years to learn their trade. I guess they were slow learners. 10 years to practice it, 10 years to be instructors. They were chosen from the best families. They were very well respected and admired in ancient Rome, but they had to remain pure. They could not marry during this period of time. Well, now that we've had a bit of background about the Roman Forum and some of the buildings in there, why don't we come on over to Italy, come with me, and let's take a brief visit to the Forum and some of the buildings in it. Watch.
Now the valley nestled among the Palatine, Capitoline, and Esquiline hills became the public nerve center of Rome. For the modern tourist, the Roman Forum seems a hopeless complex of ruins. But to understand it, we can break it up into its different areas to bring it to life. The view over the Forum here allows you to see just about everything, the whole history of downtown Rome, right in front of your eyes. On the northwest side was the great government center with the Curia, the Senate building of Rome, and originally the Comitium, the place of the assembly, right in front of it. And as you look further away, you see on the south side there was a huge basilica, a covered hall that was built in the Hellenistic period. And further away you can see the ruins of the Temple of Vesta from here, which was the patron goddess, a very important goddess to the Roman people of hearth and home. And just beyond that, the House of the Vestal Virgins. And even further, way in the background, the Arch of Titus, which was put up after the campaigns in Jerusalem and in Judea in the late 60s. And in front of us here, one of the last monuments of the Forum, the Column of Focus, put up in the 7th century AD, just in front of what was the ancient speaker's platform. So you have all these different periods of time all jumbled up together in an amazing combination. And it just makes you think back and look over the history phase by phase and step by step. The whole history of Rome from the earliest times all the way down to the very last monument in the Forum. In the northwest corner, for example, were government buildings where the Senate of Rome and the popular assemblies met. The Curia was the Senate, and the Comitium the assembly. The Curia was a huge space box where senators conducted the affairs of state. And the final rebuilding of the Curia in 283 CE was preserved by the conversion of the structure into a significant church. In the Middle Ages, when the level of the Forum had risen considerably, a new entry was made higher up in the building, and the thick walls of the lower building were reused for tombs, which were emptied and filled in with concrete in modern times. Over the centuries, foreign missions to Rome might be housed here while waiting to address the Senate, and a government business complex was known as the Forum of Julius Caesar, offering meeting rooms and lovely promenades, reception areas, and even bathrooms, of course, for officials. The people who hung around the northwest part of the Forum were called subrostrani, or those who hung around the rostrum, the speaker's platform. Here in the center of the Forum were given public feasts and were held gladiator fights, death games that might be part of funeral ceremonies for a noted person. Influenced by Greek covered halls, the Romans added basilicas, so-called royal halls, which were like modern malls and featured meeting areas, art shows, and of course shelter from the rain and sun. People who hung around these places to see what was going on were called basilicani. A sundial in the northwest corner of the Forum helped to tell people the time in an age without wristwatches. Starting times were then rather approximate, and come to think of it, starting times for events in Italy now still are approximate.
The eastern part of the Roman Forum was not only a religious center for old Latin cults, such as that of Vesta and the Atrium Vestae, or House of the Vestals. It was the headquarters of the main priest of Rome, the Pontifex Maximus, whose task it was to supervise religious rituals, but also to keep a close eye on the Vestal Virgins. His office was called the Regia, located in a small building with several rooms, and it had an irregularly shaped courtyard. It was just northwest of the Atrium Vestae, and in it were many of the sacred objects precious to all Romans. The Regia contained small shrines, what they called in Latin sacraria, dedicated particularly to Mars, the special protector of the Roman people and the troops, and to Ops, O-P-S, Ops Consiva, or Consiva, perhaps the wife of Saturn, and one of those ancient Italic goddesses who protected the harvest. In the open air of this area was a shrine to Mars, and there was a magic lance that allegedly quivered to alert the Roman people to the threat of war. The Roman Forum had several speakers' platforms in it, so that all kinds of events could be held here, from military triumphs to public feasts to special expositions to performances. Many of these things could be held simultaneously. But how did the Roman Forum function on a day-to-day basis? As the city continued to grow in the early years of the Republic, the Forum remained the major meeting place for all of the citizens. Well, as you can imagine, it grew increasingly crowded by the 4th century BCE because the area also served as a marketplace for cattle and fish and vegetables, and still contained a number of sizable private homes belonging to important individuals. The northwest area of the Forum, just east of the Curia and the Velabrum, or sacred spring, the babbling brook that came into the Forum, was a major food shopping area. It even included butcher shops, and nearby there were money lenders and money changers. It's part of the banking area. It is difficult to imagine the bustle and excitement of the Roman Forum, with its trials going on in the area of the Comitium, its would-be great orators espousing various subjects, prostitutes hanging around the shops looking for potential clients, and people running into each other to share the latest political or social gossip. There were also elderly citizens coming to take water from the sacred springs, that's where I'd probably be, such as that of Juturna, a popular water nymph said to have magic healing properties for the sick. That was found, just east of the temple of Castor and Pollux. That temple had its own speaker's platform with constantly haranguing orators. There were lots of charlatans too, people ready to tell your fortune, others who were just simply hoping to read documents for you for a fee if you didn't know how to read, or if your eyes were bad, which of course happened at a pretty young age, and they didn't have spectacles. So have a brief look at life inside and outside the Roman Forum.
A sacred core of the Forum was the eastern end, all ruined today. It was the Regia, the headquarters of Rome's religious leader, the Pontifex Maximus, whose duties included supervision of the Vestal Virgins, the 6 young girls chosen from Rome's finest families to serve for 30 years under the goddess Vesta. Vesta was the protector of Rome and had her sacred fire and her temple here rebuilt in the early 20th century based on images from Roman coins of about 200 CE. The Forum was the scene of military triumphs, fantastic shows featuring exotic goods and animals, public speakers, philosophers, and also sick people seeking sacred spring water to cure them. The eastern end of the Forum was quieter and offered escape from the bustling crowds that still show up today.
Outside of the Forum, middle class and poor people lived in apartment buildings, up to 5 stories in height, and they shopped in vegetable and spice and meat markets. Water was supplied by aqueducts, and the very best neighborhoods had water brought in from the finest springs located outside the city.
Tourists are always either overwhelmed or confused by the ruins of ancient Rome. But Italians have learned to live with ruins in their backyards, parks, and even restaurants, as we discover so often when we travel around Italy.
Well, Lana decided there was an awful lot of reading in this particular lecture that we're doing, so she wanted to come up and see what was going on. So, Lana, do you want to say hello to everybody? You want to say hi? Yeah. I keep Lana with me, but I find that lately I've been getting really addled and confused. Last night I kissed Lana goodnight and I put my wife outside, so it's really... You want to go down? Okay. Well, let's go back to where we are. Well, we've had a look at the Forum, and the Romans were really putting up some wonderful buildings now in the Roman Forum. From the Greeks in the mainland of Greece, on the west coast of Anatolia, what is now Turkey, and in southern Italy, the Etruscans and the Romans learned how to build temples. That's where they got the ideas from. There were 3 main types of temples that the Greeks built: Doric, Ionic, and Corinthian. But the latter didn't gain popularity in Rome until the early 1st century BCE. It was mainly Doric and Ionic. The typical Greek temple of the mainland of Greece, in places such as Athens, was this Doric type. The famous temple of Athena the Maiden, or as it is now become better known, the Parthenon in Athens, is a really good example, the most famous example of the Doric style. Let's take a look at the individual parts of a Doric temple, one at a time, to see what distinguishes each style. The Doric column is made up of drums held together by interior rods or poured lead clamps which join them. The columns are fitted together and they taper slightly from bottom to top. This tapering is called diminution. Diminution, it diminishes, as the column diminishes from bottom to top. The column also is vertically scored on the side for decoration, and this is called fluting. And the Doric column has no base. Continuing upward, we see the capital, or top of the column. It has two parts, a round member called the echinus, E-C-H-I-N-U-S, and a flat plinth called the abacus, A-B-A-C-U-S. Note that the column has no base. That's very important. Above the column is the architrave, a beam that runs along the front and side of the temple. Above that, note the triglyphs, which are vertically grooved slabs, originally in terracotta and originally designed to fit over wooden beams that were coming through the temple. When the temples started to be built in stone in the 7th century BCE in Greece, these attachments were no longer needed, but were kept on for ritual, traditional reasons. It was considered sacrilegious to change too much of the arrangement of the temple. Now, between the triglyphs above the architrave were little slabs inserted to fill in that space. They are known as metopes. M-E-T-O-P-E is one of them. And they were usually carved with sculptures pertaining to the theme of the temple. And above this came the pediment in the front of the temple, with the back of the pediment known as the tympanum, T-Y-M-P-A-N-U-M. So these are the typical parts of a Greek Doric temple. If we look again at the Parthenon, we can see the metopes and also see how the upper part of the temple was painted, rather garishly in fact, so that these buildings were not all simply white, as they are often depicted in movies that you'll see like Gladiator, Sign of the Cross, Cleopatra, or even movies as bad as 2008's really awful movie set in the time of early imperial Rome called Cyclops. Watch if you dare. In the Doric temple, such as the Parthenon, there were two contradictory rules. Every other triglyph had to be placed over the center of each column below it. And yet, each architrave had to end with a triglyph at the corner or at the right angle turn of the temple, so that the triglyphs on the front and the side would touch each other. This is called the angle triglyph problem. How can you make it work? You might want to go back over that, play that again, and so you understand it exactly what I'm saying to you. Because in order to make it work out, the Greeks had to gradually shift the triglyphs that were closer to the corners of the temple a little more over, until by the time the triglyphs were placed at the corner of the temple, they had eaten up enough space to fit right at the corner, do you see? This meant that each triglyph and metope had to be cut to a slightly different size in order to cheat those triglyphs over towards the corner of the temple. Well, the Doric style, being so firm and heavy and sturdy, was often used to make academic buildings, even on campuses as remote as the southwestern United States, such as the University of Arizona. Take a look with us now at the engineering building, for example, of the University of Arizona, constructed during a classical revival period in America in 1918, right after World War I. As we pan over, see how many Doric characteristics you can find. When we get up close to the building, we can see that there are two triglyphs between each column, and the triglyphs are in fact centered over each column. But what happens when we get to the corner of the structure? And this is the big question, the angle triglyph problem. Will the architect of 1919 know that he is supposed to have a triglyph on the end of his building, meeting with another triglyph coming around the corner at right angles? Will he let those two triglyphs fit snugly together at right angles? Let's look. In fact, quite disgracefully, the Tucson architect has failed us. He has left a little bit of metope at the corner, an act which would have evoked disapproval, indeed disgust, from an ancient Greek architect. I have always believed that the architect of the University of Arizona's 1918 building, realizing too late what he had done, planted those mammoth cypress trees that you see right in front of this spot, so that his blatant error could not be seen by those walking by. He may have feared that someone such as each of you would know that he had violated the angle triglyph problem, and his shame would endure through generations. What has made it all the worse is that he did it to the engineering building. Another type of Greek column which the Romans borrowed, beginning in the Middle Republican period, was the Ionic, which had come from Asia Minor, that is, from the west coast of what we now call Turkey. It had similarities to the Doric, but also fundamental differences. Its column had a base, was more slender than the Doric, had flutes with rounded ends, and rose to an echinus that was ornately decorated. There was still a flat but now ornate abacus at the very top of the capital, but in between the echinus and the abacus was a volute member that gave the Ionic its distinctive look, like it's wearing a little voluted hat. This volute could be turned at a 45-degree angle at the corner of the temple to adjust to the right-angle turn of the building. Just as the Doric, the Ionic had an architrave, but it was more decorative and had bands on it, known in Latin as fasciae, F-A-S-C-I-A-E. Above this came a plain frieze course, which was often decorated with sculptures, and which had the advantage of no triglyphs and no metopes, and therefore no angle triglyph problem to worry about, as we had with Doric. The column bases of the Ionic, when they were used in Rome, tended to have a profile that had a projecting, rounded molding called a torus, and a hollowed-out area called a scotia, followed at the bottom by another torus, which projected a little further out. The pediment, tympanum, and framing cornices, or borders, to the pediment were the same as with Doric. The Temple of Portunus in Rome is a perfect example of our Ionic style, dating to the later 2nd century BCE. On the University of Arizona campus, the Forbes building, built in 1915, is in part, a good example of the Ionic style. Now, can you describe the Ionic characteristics of this building as we pan up it? And can you note the main thing that is wrong or missing from this example of Tucson Ionic? The Etruscans preferred to simplify and adapt the Greek styles. Oh, they lacked fine stone, but under Greek influence they developed their own approach to temple building. This came early on to be known as the Tuscan temple type. The Tuscan column looked like a simplified version of the Doric. It could have a base, often simple and sometimes just a plinth, and a simple molding. The columns were often left unfluted. There was an architrave, but no frieze above, nor triglyphs and metopes. One advanced directly up right into the pediment, which was open, no tympanum, and fitted with decorative plaques protecting the upper beam ends. Tuscan temples were often squarish in form, with steps only in the front. They were normally then raised up on a podium rather than featuring steps all around, as a Greek temple had. Tuscan columns, as well as Greek columns, often swelled out slightly at the center, in addition to tapering in as they went up. Originally, this swelling out at the center was done to correct the optical illusion that columns that were actually straight up and down were sagging in the middle. The swelling out of the center of the columns is known as entasis, E-N-T-A-S-I-S, and it might sometimes be exaggerated. You see it in Doric, particularly in early Doric, or we see it in Tuscan column forms, and we also even see it a little bit in Ionic. Because these early temples were largely built of wood, and the Tuscan style was largely of wood, it was necessary to provide wide overhangs and an abundant terracotta use for plaques to protect the temple from exposure to weather. Thus, a high and detailed kind of cresting occurs around the pediment. On the Arizona campus, Herring Hall, built in 1901, is an example of what we might call the later Tuscan style. Now, how many typical Tuscan characteristics can you name when you look at Herring Hall? The most famous Tuscan-style temple in ancient Rome was the temple of Jupiter Capitolinus on the Capitoline Hill, built about 509 BC by the last Etruscan king of Rome, Tarquinius Superbus, shortly before he was deposed. It was one of the biggest temples in the entire Mediterranean, and it was intended to put Rome on the map as a major city. Oh, it lacked the beautiful marble of the Greek temples, but it was still enormously impressive. Some of its ruins have recently been incorporated into the Capitoline Museum's complex on Rome's Capitoline Hill, and nearby was found a bronze sculpture of the symbol of Rome, a life-sized she-wolf. Come and have a look at it.
By the 2nd century BCE, Rome was the rising power throughout the Mediterranean, beyond Italy. But the glory of Rome was only beginning. There was much more that lay ahead. To imitate the huge temples of the Greek world, the Etruscan rulers of Rome built their own large temple in about 509 BCE on the Capitoline Hill, the Temple of Jupiter. Now enclosed within the newly remodeled Capitoline Museums, its foundations and basement, built in large rectangular blocks, still survive. Here we are on the Capitoline Hill, walking past these statues of the heroes Castor and Pollux, and moving toward the statue of Roman Emperor Marcus Aurelius. Here in this Renaissance complex, we're going to go into the Capitoline Museum and see one of the most controversial sculptures in the entire Roman world. In front of the temple complex was found a remarkable ancient bronze, a she-wolf, which for a long time has been thought to date to about 500 BCE and be one of the earliest large bronzes from ancient Rome. Recently, this famous symbol of early Rome, whose alleged founders, Romulus and Remus, were suckled by a she-wolf, has been called into question and has been thought to be possibly of medieval date and not even ancient Roman or Etruscan at all.
Well, the Capitoline she-wolf is going to be controversial, I think. And the most interesting aspect of it is not just whether it's medieval or whether it's 5th century BC. The most interesting aspect, I think, is really where it could be anywhere in between those places, those times. And my inclination is to think that, yeah, it could be later, but before we move something that makes a lot of sense in the 5th century as an archaic Etruscan piece, we need to see some concrete evidence. It's not a huge piece, so at an archaic date, why couldn't it have been cast in a single throw, in a single casting? We just don't know enough about early Etruscan bronze working to say, yes, this fits or this doesn't. And in fact, one of the problems is we don't even have enough to compare it to in terms of just monumental Etruscan sculpture in general. To move it to the medieval period, I think, is just well, just like downright daffy, I think, at this point.
The Etruscans ruled Rome from about 615 BCE down to the establishment of the Roman Republic in 509 BCE. Once the Latins returned to power in Rome, they gradually built up the city. There were setbacks such as the devastating attack of Gauls in 390 BCE or so, when they pelted the city with gallstones. No. But by the later part of the 4th century BCE, the Romans were advancing. They were moving north. They were conquering to the south. And pretty soon, these Romans, by the end of the 4th century into the 3rd century BC, they were going to become the masters of all of Italy. Well, here we are back again for Chapter 6, and we're going to be talking about Rome in the revolutionary 1st century BCE. You know, the 1st century BCE was a landmark period in the Roman Republic, which saw the Republic in turmoil and eventually ending due to the rivalries among powerful individual leaders and factions within Rome. By this period, Rome was the major force in the entire Mediterranean world. But there was trouble throughout Italy as non-citizens sought the same kinds of rights and privileges that Roman citizens held. A conflict within Rome itself between rich and poor, military leaders far afield, city leaders, charismatic individuals, all of these conflicts played a part. Well, I've gone into it a bit more in my textbook, but to be sure, the 1st century BCE in politics was extremely complicated in Rome. For example, Julius Caesar was considered a supporter of the lower classes, the populares, lower group. But he was from one of Rome's most renowned upper-class families. So he was by birth and wealth one of what we would call the optimates, or the chosen ones, the prominent ones. Cicero, the statesman, lawyer, and the writer, was lower class, but he became one of Rome's major leaders in the upper class. And so he reached optimates status. So you see, it's not all just cut and dried. For sure, powerful individuals developed enormous followings, though, among their particular groups. And this just led to open hostility and warfare within Rome itself. And this spread across the Mediterranean. An alliance of Julius Caesar and Pompey the Great, fueled by Crassus and funded by him, he was the wealthiest man in Rome, in 59 BCE, failed to last, and it ended with Caesar in the field being threatened with removal from office by Pompey, who was the leader in Rome at the time. Well, this led Caesar to cross the Rubicon River in northern Italy, leaving Pompey with no option but to flee Rome and to try and wage a war with Caesar that ran all across the Mediterranean. Eventually, Pompey, Caesar's great rival, was sabotaged, and he was assassinated. He was killed in Alexandria, Egypt. Caesar, too, was eventually assassinated in 44 BCE after going too far with his newfound power, claiming to be dictator in perpetuo, perpetually. Caesar dallied with an Egyptian queen, Cleopatra, even having a son with her and bringing her to Rome as his mistress when he already had a faithful wife named Calpurnia. After Caesar's death, it appeared that Mark Antony would become the new darling of the Roman people. A tough general with years of service to his state, he amazingly also dallied with Cleopatra and had offspring with her as well, 3. Cleopatra has been celebrated in plays and movies for decades now, and just what her special hold was over these Roman dynamos isn't known to this day. She was more than a sexual partner. She spoke many languages and was a cunning political manipulator. But she was forced to commit suicide, as did Antony, once again in Alexandria in Egypt, when the Roman people decided they had had enough, and the Romans just united under this new leader, Octavian. He was very effective at rallying Rome and spreading propaganda. Octavian is better known today under the title that the Senate conferred upon him in 27 BC. He's known as Augustus, the revered one. Well, during this age of individualism and the rise of such powerful figures as Lucius Cornelius Sulla in the early part of the 1st century BC, the dictator of Rome from 82 to 79 BC, Pompey the Great, whom we've mentioned, and Julius Caesar, and wealthy Crassus, and Antony, and Octavian, and a host of other nabobs. These were all big leaders of the early and middle and later 1st century BC, and they forced significant and dynamic changes in Rome. And also, this resulted in significant changes in Roman art and architecture. In architecture during the 2nd century BCE and into the 1st century BCE, the Romans developed works that began to establish their own identity. Instead of having the rich marbles of the Greeks, they had to rely on concrete, arches, and vaults primarily. Oh, they were able to import marbles and other stones as veneers for their buildings, but they really didn't have an abundance of superb native materials, and they began to build up structures relatively quickly using the concrete, the arches, and the vaults. They also improved the flexibility of the kinds of structures that they were creating, and they were able to use them for a wide variety of purposes. The concrete could be mixed up from lime and sand and fitted with a stone aggregate that was strong and could even set up if poured under water. Sand from the area of Pozzuoli, near Pompeii, south of Rome, was especially valued. In walls, the Romans learned to replace simple rubble or cut stone masonry with the opus incurtum masonry described in my earlier lecture, Lecture 5. Around 80 BCE, this masonry facing was replaced with more regular wall facing of cubilia, or cut pyramidal stones, that were laid out in diagonal rows and known as opus reticulatum. In the 1st century AD, this opus reticulatum continued to be used, but often in conjunction with actual bricks, which became popular from the 30s CE. In vaulting, the Romans developed a number of different possibilities, which were all framed out with wooden forms and then poured by gangs of laborers specially organized into guilds, and also using slaves and lower-class workers. They used barrel vaults, which could cover a corridor. If the barrel vault went up a staircase, it was called a ramping vault. And if it went around in a circle, it was what we call an annular vault. Specially built-up vaults, known as pavilion vaults, were able to span single rooms effectively. As the Romans developed their own ritual identity and displayed it through architecture, theater temples of considerable size developed as sanctuaries. One of these combinations of theater and temple was at a place called Praeneste, southeast of Rome. It was a pilgrimage center where you would go if you wanted to pay homage to the goddess Fortuna Primigenia, the goddess patron of your firstborn child. In fact, instead of babbling about it here, why don't we just go there right now and have a look?
Beginning in the 2nd century BCE, the Romans began to explore, in a trial and error manner, the possibilities of using concrete instead of fine stone, because the stone was in short supply. The concrete could be shaped into arches and vaults of all sorts by fashioning wood shuttering in the desired form, pouring in the mortar and adding in the stone aggregate. The place to see all of this firsthand is the amazing sanctuary of Fortuna Primigenia, Fortune of the Firstborn, at Praeneste, south of Rome. It was a major sanctuary that included a theater and a temple, and in order to experience it, you had to go up some 7 different terraces from the forum area below in the town. And if you were working your way up, you'd probably have a chance to rest down below. There'd be a lovely little stoa or recess where you could have a seat for a while if you're an old person like I am. And then you work your way up one of 2 ramps. Here's a big ramp that goes all the way up this complex. And when you got to the top of it, you would look out and you'd have a remarkable view out practically halfway to the Mediterranean Sea. On the next terrace, we can see that the Romans are using a lot of technological innovation in the early 1st century BCE. If you look here, you see an annular vault, which is like a barrel vault going around in a curve, and it's got recessed coffers in it. They've used traditional Greek Ionic style columns, and up above it they have a curved architrave, and they have an opus incurtum facing, a stone facing of a regular shape with a concrete core to it. And then they have a decorative column with no capitals or bases. This is very Baroque stuff. This sanctuary just goes up terrace after terrace, and you climb and you have this experience of going through almost an initiation with a guide, no doubt, who take you on each terrace step by step so that you get closer to the true experience of being with the goddess Fortuna Primigenia, the firstborn. We're almost at the top of the sanctuary now, and when you got near the top, there was a beautiful area, a big, broad area. You can still see it indicated here, where you could have pageantry and display all kinds of performances in honor of the goddess. Up at the top of the sanctuary, there was a natural spring and a little round temple, which was replaced in the Renaissance by the Barberini Palace. Today, the spot houses the Archaeological Museum of the site. And from here, you could sit and look out, watch all the performances in front of you, and actually, you could look beyond them to this absolutely incredible vista and view. In the bustling forum area of Praeneste, we can see how they've integrated the past with the present. Behind us are the traces of public buildings and the Basilica of Praeneste, which once had 2 rows of columns in it, and now these have been integrated into a series of modern offices and the Tourist Information Center. In an Italian town like Praeneste, it's not at all uncommon to have the main church or cathedral, the Duomo of the town, to be plunked right directly on an ancient Roman temple. And that's exactly what we have here in Praeneste.
In Roman houses of the time, one often followed a particular path. From the entry or fauces, the jaws of the house, which might be guarded by a dog or watchman in a more elaborate home. Once inside, you came to the atrium or the central area, which was open to the sky, letting in light, air, and water, which could be stored in a cistern below the sunken central portion of the floor. Beyond it was a room used for entertaining or transitioning into the garden beyond. This room was called the tablinum, T-A-B-L-I-N-U-M. There would also be at least one dining room or triclinium, T-R-I-C-L-I-N-I-U-M, with couches to recline on and have cut-up food, scissored food, to select with your fingers. There were cubicula, C-U-B-I-C-U-L-A, or bedrooms for the family, a culina, C-U-L-I-N-A, or kitchen, and a bathroom or a latrinum, L-A-T-R-I-N-U-M area, which might have necessitated the use of chamber pots, which were quite popular in Rome. Formal latrines with flowing water were available publicly, usually in areas where there were public baths nearby. The houses were decorated with paintings, which had advanced from that first style of simply decorated walls to the more illusionistic, so-called second style, where the wall opened up more considerably into smaller or larger vistas, or sometimes even into a virtual stage. One such example is the so-called Villa of the Mysteries in Pompeii, where we see, within a large Roman villa at the edge of Pompeii, a special room, which appears to have belonged to the lady or the domina of the house. It was a special meeting room with walls containing paintings which suggest an initiation ceremony into the cult of Dionysus by a would-be bride of the god. The ceremony is intricately depicted, yet some things are hidden from us. A near-naked child reads the holy word, the hieros logos, while the female priestesses attend and bring cake offerings. Some things are hidden from our eyes, such as perhaps the sacred symbolic phallus of the popular fertility god, which gets unveiled. The purification ceremony continues around the walls of the room and includes ritual whipping, as well as the emergent bride, now purified and ready to take her place with the followers of the god. In the center of the back wall of the room, an apparently inebriated Dionysus reclines in the lap of what may be Ariadne, the bride he once rescued when she had been abandoned by the Greek hero Theseus on the Cycladic island of Naxos. The scene is second style, dates somewhere around 40-30 BCE. The wall has been broken up as a flat surface, and the action now takes place on a stage. The sparse style of the figural detailing suggests artistic influences from the Hellenistic Greek world at the end of the 2nd and into the 1st century BCE. Well, of course, Romans didn't always stay home. Although family life was very important to them, entertainment in the 1st century BCE often consisted of going to see performances in a theater, sometimes classic comedies and tragedies of the Greek world by Sophocles or Aeschylus or Euripides, but the Romans also had their own playwrights and classics from writers such as Terence and Plautus, comedy writers. There were also mime comedies with low-life characters speaking what was off-color dialogue, doing slapstick, singing, dancing, engaging in satire or farce, and not wearing masks, as the Greek actors did. There were also pantomimes, which featured a chorus and dancers who performed interpretations of religious or historical subjects, and these were often spectacles with elaborate set design as well. For a long time in Rome, theaters were considered too Greek, too effeminate, too decadent. But over time, the Roman thirst for entertainment won out, and large theaters were built in the Greek fashion. In the Greek theater, the orchestra, where the chorus performed, was a full circle, and the stage building, or skene, S-K-E-N-E, was an area that was set back from it, with a small proskenion, P-R-O-S-K-E-N-I-O-N, or stage, in front of the backdrop. So skene in the back, and in front of it the proskenion. The theatron, or seating area, was a little wider than a circle. In the Roman theater, this arrangement was, well, tightened up. The size of the orchestra was cut down, not so much used for performances. The theatron was made into a semicircle called the cavea and integrated with the stage area. The stage itself was lowered and broadened out into what is now, or what was called then, a pulpitum, but which resembles our modern stage. Pulpitum is P-U-L-P-I-T-U-M, and it's a long, broad area. In Rome, the first major permanent stone theater was the Theater of Pompey. Let's take a really brief look at what that Theater of Pompey must have looked like. In Rome, the Theater of Pompey the Great was the major entertainment center for plays and pantomimes. As the centuries passed to our modern era, the curve of the cavea, the seating area of the theater, remained and still remains in the modern apartment building there now. And you can go to the Ristorante Costanza, which is located right here in the concrete and barrel-vaulted substructures of the ex-Theater of Pompey, and you can dine on fine seafood. During the 1st century BCE, with all of this rise in individualism and the dominance of major egomaniacal figures in Roman politics, portraiture of individuals became increasingly popular. Julius Caesar was the first to blatantly put his own portrait on coins, an act that was considered extremely hubristic at the time. It became fashionable to make death masks of individuals and to have young people wear masks so that ancestors might be at least symbolically present at family or gens-related events. Super-realistic portraits, often made by immigrant Greek sculptors, became a vogue in Rome. The movement came to be known as Verism, V-E-R-I-S-M, and it featured a warts-and-all approach to portraying an individual. Every blemish and irregularity of the face was permitted in these astonishing portraits, some of them even made from cast death masks. Some individuals had portraits done that looked somewhat like themselves, but were given added attributes, such as belonged to famous statues or to Greek gods. A general, for example, such as Pompey, was, well, after all, let's face it, not the handsomest man in Rome, and he was a rather down-to-earth man when dealing with other people, but even he could not resist flaring up his hair into a mane that seemed borrowed from portraits of Alexander the Great. It was also a time when a wealthy Roman would demonstrate his sophistication by having copies of important or favorite Greek works of art, or adopted copies of them in his home to display to his house guests. One such example was the so-called Idolino, now in the Archaeological Museum of Florence. It was one of many, many copies that you'd expect to find within a Roman home of some wealth. And so let's just take a brief look at it right now.
The thirst for Greek art continued among the Romans. Beautiful copies of originals by Greek artists were all the rage from the 1st century BCE. And the owners of the growing number of villas and lovely homes wanted to display their own Greek originals made by copyists.
This is another masterpiece of the National Archaeological Museum of Florence. It is the so-called Idolino di Pesaro, the little idol from Pesaro, a city, a Roman city on the Adriatic coast of Italy, where it was found in 1530. The most important part of this statue is the head. The body is quite beautiful, well proportioned, but the head is a kind of masterpiece. It is, as a matter of fact, it is a copy of some lost work by the great sculptor Polykleitos from Argo, one of the major artists in Greek sculpture of the 5th century BC. This statue and another copy, exactly the same, that has been very recently found off the shore of northern Turkey, confirm that there was once, maybe in Athens, the original statue by Polykleitos, still standing, from which these two sculptures, one in Turkey and one in Italy, have copied or at least taken inspiration from.
At ARQUEOLOGIA, a teaching laboratory for the traditional making of objects, Angelo Bartoli demonstrates the creation of bronzes in the ancient manner.
Focus.
The Romans of this time lit their homes primarily by using clay lamps. A number of these could provide light for an evening dinner party, but olive oil, which came from North Africa by ship, was very expensive. And generally, Romans would go to bed early and get up with the sun quite early. In North Africa, where olive oil was more abundant, people would stay up later. The oil lamp contained a wick, which could be burned and which would continue until the olive oil was all soaked up. Might be interesting to just spend a moment and see how an ancient lamp worked and how it was made. Let's take a look, shall we? Angelo Bartoli, ethno-archaeologist from Italy's Arqueo believes that the ancients rubbed stones together to start a fire in the highly flammable fungus called Phomos fomentarius, a parasitic mushroom that grows on trees. This smoldering mushroom was used to light a stick of wood made from a ferula plant, a perennial which was then used to light the wick of a Roman oil lamp. The oil lamp was made of ceramic, and it had a discus on top that was decorated, sometimes with a wide variety of scenes. The lamp was filled with olive oil, and the wick made of the dried leaves of the plant Verbascus thapsus, or sometimes braided flax. In the 1st century BCE, glassmaking also came into its own as the Romans made innovations in traditional glass production. To find out about this, we ask an expert glassblower to tell us what the Romans did to change the way glass was produced and appreciated. Watch. In the late Republic, the Romans also made strides in the area of glassmaking. To find out about this, we tracked down one of America's master glassmakers and historians.
The way that we work with glass is very similar to the way the Italians worked in the Renaissance. When they started back 2,000 years ago, they had a really limited palette of color. Lots of turquoise because it was readily available. Because of our modern technology, we have available to us over 300 different colors, both in transparent and opaque colors. The main difference between then and now is the sophistication in terms of the types of materials and tools we have. They had to bundle reeds and different types of wood in order to get certain temperatures. There's a guy in all the glass houses who was known as the bundler or the fireman, and they would know where to go in the forest to get the right kind of wood, some green, some old, and they would bundle it together, and then that's how they kept their temperature, because that guy knew just the right amount of wood and the right type of wood to put in there. Along with our furnace that holds the glass right in the middle there, we have these blast furnaces we call glory holes. They didn't have that capability back then. They had to do everything in and out of the furnace. And they probably had somebody hitting bellows, you know, it was a real team effort. 40 or 50 years BC is when they figured out how to make clay pipes that they could actually gather glass on the end and then inflate. So that was huge development. And then with the spread of the Roman Empire, in Roman times, the Romans were not allowed to work in the trades. They were special. So they farmed out all the glass blowing to Palestine, Lebanon, Israel, Cyprus, like that. All the glass blowing was done in Mesopotamia and Palestine. And around 50 years AD is when they figured out how to blow into molds. Then they were able to pick up the pace. Then glass became like a utilitarian object in most people's homes.
So the 1st century BCE was a time of dynamic developments in art and politics in Rome. It ended with Octavian, now Augustus, firmly in control. And to look at the Rome that he made, you'll have to join us for the next lecture. Let us stop for just a moment and review our chronology for what we've done so far in this online course. We've seen Rome emerge from a simple village of huts on the hills of Rome in the period between 1000 and 675 BCE. And what would later become the Roman Forum was in the 10th and 9th centuries BCE a cemetery known as the Sepulchratum. There were no temples, no large public buildings, and a limited trade network which slowly grew with Greeks in Greece and in the south of Italy. This time is known as the geometric period, or what we've called Archaic I, between 1000 and 750 BCE, and Archaic II, 750 and 675 BCE. In Archaic III, the Orientalizing period, 675 to 600 BCE, the Etruscan civilization developed out of the Villanovans north of Rome and eventually conquered Rome itself. Greek colonies developed in South Italy, and the period is marked by increased trade internationally and the spread of more sophisticated art from Greece and Phoenicia. In Etruria, wealthy noble families emerged and built gigantic tumuli, or dynastic mound tombs. in archaic form between 600 and 500 BCE, as we have seen. The Romans, after a lengthy period of Etruscan rule, restored Latin rule, set up the Roman Republic, and began to develop the Roman Forum and all of its important buildings once the Forum area had been drained and the Cloaca Maxima built. Latin cults such as that of Vesta and Janus, or Janus, the god of beginnings, emerged strongly at this time. In the so-called classical period between 500 and 300 BCE, Athens in Greece became the dominant force early on in the Mediterranean world, but was defeated by Sparta in the Peloponnesian Wars, ending in 404 BCE. And meanwhile, the Latin rulers of Rome developed the Roman Forum, and it took its traditional shape, featuring temples to Saturn, Castor and Pollux, the cult center to Vesta, the Regia, or office of the Pontifex Maximus, and the government buildings we've seen, including the Curia and the Comitium in the northwest corner. And this brings us to what is known as the Hellenistic period, the middle and later days of the Roman Republic, between 300 and 100 BC, when the Republic began to fall into hard times and end up in rivalries and controversies that would eventually bring it to an end. In this lecture, we're dealing then with the period between 300 and 100 BCE, the time when Rome expanded both north and south and even internationally, becoming the most powerful force in the entire Mediterranean and defeating every enemy in its path, including Greeks, Etruscans, the city-state of Carthage in northeastern Tunisia, in a series of what were termed the Punic Wars, but we'll have more about Carthage in the next lecture. The period of this Middle Republic was a time of nearly constant warfare and expansion, during which time the Romans became the masters of all of Italy, as well as areas as far away as western Anatolia, Numidia in Africa, and Spain. It also witnessed the extraordinary influence of Hellenic and Etruscan culture on Roman art and architecture. During this time came the development of a particularly Roman iconography, but with images based largely on Greek models. This period also saw the construction of temples that fused together ideas from Greeks and Etruscans, the establishment of colonies in far-flung regions, and the development of elegant, profitable villas run by the use of slaves for the benefit of the elites in areas outside of Rome. Once the Romans conquered an area, they would establish settlements of colonies to keep an eye on the potentially rebellious people of the area. A typical example of a Latin colonia, or colony, is Ancedonia, commonly called Cosa, C-O-S-A, located near the Etruscan city-state of Vulci. Founded in 273 BCE to watch out for the recently subjugated Etruscans of the region, it was a fine example of Roman urban planning. The main north streets of it were called Cardines, or Accardo is one of them, C-A-R-D-O. The east-west streets were called Decumani, or a Decumanus, D-U-E-C-U-M-A-N-U-S, for one of them. In the middle of the 2nd century BCE, the Forum of Cosa was, brought up to date. It became trendy and hip. And a look at Cosa tells us what was hot in architecture among Romans at the time. For example, a large 2-story public hall, or basilica, a covered hall, was constructed, which gave shelter from the rain, hosted public feasts known as epulae, and featured artistic displays. Plus, it had a viewing balcony on its upper story that allowed folks to look out over all the activity in the forum below. The basilica idea had been developed from covered halls used by the Greeks in their agoras, or public meeting places. Another indication of the increasing sophistication of the Romans in architecture was the development of building materials that could get around the Romans' lack of fine marbles and good stone. The Romans developed the use of concrete, mixing lime and sand and water together to fashion a strong mix, even capable of setting up and becoming firm under water, so that it could be used in the harbor of Cosa for breakwaters. The volcanic sand around Pompeii, or the town of Puteoli nearby, was particularly valuable and is known today as pozzolana. Construction took the form of making walls which had a concrete core and a facing of pyramidal-shaped stones known as cubilia. The walls were built by first of all laying down vertical wooden pieces, usually some 55 centimeters apart, and then placing a concrete fill inside. A facing of the pyramidal stones was made within the concrete. The flat side of the pyramidal stones was placed up against the vertical wooden sheeting, thus ensuring a flat and uniform facade, while the concrete was allowed to ooze around the pyramidal stones, holding them in place firmly. These pyramidal-shaped stones tapered to a point at the rear, and that allowed them a really good purchase to get into the concrete that was placed within the center of the wall and which was oozing around them. In building structures like this, the cubilia, or the pyramidal-shaped stones, were laid in a regular fashion with concrete around them. And this kind of facing was known as opus incertum, literally irregular or unsure work. And these structures of concrete could actually be built up to even several stories in height. In the early 1st century BCE, the cubilia began to face the walls in a more regular manner and became known as opus reticulatum, which faced the walls in a diagonal arrangement. This started to be used from about 60 BCE on. Until the use of bricks became more widespread early in the 1st century CE, these techniques, in combination with big ashlar blocks of masonry, often used to make corners or major stress points, these were the main construction techniques employed in the Middle and later Republic. Outside of Rome in this period, the rest of the Mediterranean increasingly fell under Rome's control, especially Greece, Spain, North Africa, Western Anatolia. Temples in the Greek tradition continued to be built under the Roman masters. At Klaros, for example, in Western Anatolia, plans were made to build a new temple complex and upgrade the sanctuary to Apollo. It required an elaborate system of quarrying stone far off in the Black Sea, cutting and preparing the stone, and shipping it to the desired site in Western Anatolia so that the temple could be constructed. Shipping by sea could be dangerous, as a Hellenistic crew of the later 2nd century BCE was to learn off of Kizilburun, Turkey. All of the pieces being shipped to build the temple complex foundered, perhaps in a storm, and sunk to the bottom of the sea. In order to investigate offshore disasters, the new field of underwater archaeology, pioneered by scholars such as George Bass at Texas A&M University, was developed. Bass's successor, Deborah Carlson, was once my student, I'm proud to say, and now she's come a long way on her own, and she directs the Institute for Nautical Archaeology and the Kizilburun excavations. Ethnoarchaeology has led modern anthropologists to discover fascinating details about ancient daily life. But until fairly recently, only the land could be investigated thoroughly. Now, through the emerging science of underwater archaeology, it is possible to study aspects of Roman life scarcely dreamed of before. And one example is the fascinating shipwreck of Kizilburun. Around 100 BCE, a ship set out from Proconnesus Island with column drums and a Doric capital for the Temple of Apollo at Claros. Off the coast of Kizilburun in Turkey, it sunk. Over 2,000 years later, underwater archaeologist Deborah Carlson arrives to investigate.
The conditions at Kizilburun, both I think for the ancient sailors on the ship that was wrecked there in the 1st century BC, and also for us working there today, can be very hazardous. And the greatest hazard is posed by the Lodos storm, which comes from the south. And these are storms that can erupt very quickly without really any warning and create really very hazardous conditions. So it wasn't uncommon during the INA excavations between 2005 and 2011 when such a storm came up that we would actually have to evacuate. And because we're diving at depths of 150 feet, we need to keep the team together and keep the team close to our recompression chamber. So we would load everybody on the research vessel, and the research vessel would have to leave camp. So I think those sudden storms, very heavy winds coming from the south, may, in fact, I mean, we'll probably never know for sure what happened to this vessel, but I definitely think the sea conditions must have played a significant part. We were fortunate to find a very interesting assemblage of Hellenistic ceramics, which I think will help us date the wreck. We also have some small fragments of glass. We had a bronze coin. These are all small finds within the cargo, but in addition to the 8 column drums and Doric capital, there were a number of marble blocks, newly quarried items, blocks, pillars, pedestals, probably steps, and then a handful of grave stelae, a lovely small unfinished mortar or basin. So it looks to be a cargo of newly quarried marble objects en route to a final destination. Working at a site like Kizilburun is challenging for a number of reasons, but I think foremost among those is because the site is so remote. We are dependent upon ourselves for all the equipment that we need for summer excavation season. There is, of course, the inherent risks of diving, decompression diving, so we're diving 20 minutes for each dive twice a day to depths of 150 feet. We then decompress on pure oxygen. We have a recompression chamber on site, so there are the hazards of both just logistically being there, also the diving, and then of course the weather, which is always a mitigating factor working at a site where many ships have been wrecked. When you're diving down to depths of 150 feet, it almost feels like you're going back centuries with every foot or 10 feet. Once you take on a little bit more responsibility, you worry more and more and more. And so my favorite part of the day is when the last dive is up and I know that everyone is accounted for and everyone is safe. That being said, there's still a tremendous thrill that for me comes in the years that follow the excavation, because there's so many artifacts coming up on any given day. You can't really digest them all, and you can't necessarily appreciate what it is you're looking at until those artifacts have been cleaned and conserved. So it's the study seasons, I think, quite honestly, after the excavation when you really begin to appreciate the artifacts and the assemblage that you have and contextualize that and make those connections that we've managed to make between the site of Kizilburun and the Temple of Apollo at Claros to show how terrestrial and maritime archaeology really can inform one another as disciplines, and how you really need that interface for a meaningful interpretation.
As the Romans conquered their many rivals in the Mediterranean through their effective military organization, Macedonians, Carthaginians, Spaniards, Numidian African Berbers, and so on, all fell in their wake, and they celebrated with great triumphs in Rome. Winning the battle was one thing, but being able to commemorate the victory with monuments, celebrations, and a formal triumph was another. In a time before television networks existed or the internet, statues, monuments, and commemorative paintings had to do the job of spreading the Gloria Exercitus, the glory of the Roman troops. Usually these military paintings do not survive, of course. But during the excavations of Rome's Esquiline Hill necropolis in 1875, near the city gate in the Servian wall known as the Porta Esquilina, an amazing discovery was made in a chamber of a tomb belonging to an important Roman family. Most of the painting had degraded and disappeared, but a small section survived, enough to suggest that there were at least 4 superposed registers featuring scenes from some great war. We still don't know for sure which. The scenes were part of a great narrative story, no doubt celebrating the famous family interred here, and they date to the 3rd or 2nd centuries BCE. Luckily, the Romans often labeled their images, and here we are given the names of 2 men, Quintus Fabius and Marcus Fannius. How were the images to be read? Presumably the viewer proceeded left to right, but the painting may have also been intended to be seen sequentially from top to bottom. In addition, there is a tantalizing red panel that suggests further divisions were made in the work, so that exactly how the scheme was organized, how we were to read it, well, we just don't know for sure. Fannius at the left and Fabius appearing at the right seem to be negotiating. The figure on the left wears a helmet and greaves or shin armor and a short kilt. He reaches out to another warrior carrying a spear that has been set on the ground. In the next panel down, the 2 men appear to be shaking hands while warriors clash to the left, and what may be a group of onlookers in tunics appear stacked in tiers at the right. Below this is an intense battle scene, which is very poorly preserved. So, what is depicted here? It could be the tomb of a famous family. The Fabii are the better-known gens, or family of the 2. But the small size of the tomb and the mediocre quality of the painting may point to the Fanii. Unfortunately, we don't know for sure what battle or war is being depicted. Although the work is not of high quality, the subject matter is for once, though, entirely Roman, and not simply a recycling of Greek or Etruscan imagery. Besides triumphal painting, painting in general in Rome was very popular. Instead of just stuccoing their home interiors white, Romans with any pretense of sophistication covered their interiors with all sorts of elaborate decoration. It started fairly simply in the 2nd century BCE, with home interiors imitating Greek painting in Greece itself or in Alexandria, Egypt, which had been under Greek dynastic control since the time of the Ptolemies. The last Ptolemy, by the way, was Cleopatra. The wall was divided into 3 parts: a dado or socle at the base, a large middle course, and an upper course that imitated drafted masonry. This tripartite or 3-part wall division was bordered at each stage by a stucco molding. The idea was to make the wall appear to be covered with sumptuous materials, while in fact it was simply stuccoed and painted, and almost everyone could afford it. This was called the masonry style, or first style, and it can be found in abundance, particularly at Pompeii. During this period of time, the Romans began to develop their own sculptural iconography. By the way, when we use the term iconography in art history, we are referring to the way in which images are made, how they look, what they are, how they are detailed. And it is in this period that Roman themes, particularly Roman themes, begin to be depicted, still using the traditional techniques inherited from the Greeks, But now, in this period between 300 and 100 BC, now beginning to add their own Roman approach. That is, they began to take the inherited themes from the mainland, from the South Italian Greeks, from the Etruscans, and use them to depict things that were of particular interest to them, their iconography. One example of this is a pediment that has recently been put together and displayed in the Capitoline museums in Rome. This rare discovery was found in Rome during drainage works on Rome's Via San Gregorio on the Capitoline Hill in 1878. And it took a while to put together. They didn't finally get it all together and exhibit it until 2002. It is often identified as coming from a temple to Mars, known to have been built in 132 BCE in this part of Rome. Now, in Etruscan temples, the central pediment was normally closed. Tympanum was there. But here in the Greek style, it is open and filled with sculptures. Unlike temple sculptures in Greece, which were usually of stone, this work, which didn't have such great stone available to it, was done in cheaper terracotta and painted in the Etruscan tradition. It is the earliest example of a closed pediment, Roman sculptural assemblage known. The figures are arranged in a stately and kind of static fashion, and they don't interrelate dramatically. The style is typically Greek of the mid to later 2nd century BC, but the key thing to note is that the scene is uniquely Roman. It's something called a suovetoralia, the sacrifice of a sheep, a goat, and a pig. Surrounding Mars in the center are two goddesses. The goddesses, one seated, one standing next to Mars, probably represent Venus, Mars's consort, and Victory, but it is unsure which is which. The seated goddess sits in a rather stiff pose that imitates work in Greece in the 460s BCE, but her thin or attenuated form and her cloak or chiton, cinched below the breasts, is late Hellenistic in date. Dates vary, 150 to 100 BCE for this controversial work, but the date of 132 BCE and the assignation to a temple of Mars, not unreasonable. The whole pediment was gaily painted. Although primitive, it represents a major first step towards a genuinely Roman art. Now, the Romans were known for erecting statues of their own statesmen and the Greek heroes in their government center within the Roman Forum. Were these statues, however, actually lifelike portraits or just stylized impressions of these individuals? When did real portraiture begin, and when did the Romans begin to use it? One piece of Roman sculpture has triggered more scholarly discussion over the past century and a half than any other: the so-called Capitoline Brutus. The disagreement has not only been over the date of this piece, but also over the nationality of the bronze caster who made it, and its identification as Lucius Junius Brutus, the founder of the Roman Republic. Known since the mid-16th century, the head sits in a base made during the Renaissance. It is the earliest Roman portrait in bronze that exists, and it bears a striking resemblance to images of Lucius Junius Brutus found on silver denarii, those Roman coins of 54 BCE. Some scholars believe it dates to the later 4th century BCE, a time when Greek sculptors did realistic portraits of individuals, while others place it closer in date to the denarius coin in the mid-1st century BCE. The stately look, the light beard, the thin hair strands seem to be Greek characteristics, but the resemblance to the Roman coin and the ultra-realistic appearance tend towards Roman portraiture of the 1st century BCE. The face has the suppleness and what is called plasticity of form of Greek portraits, but viewed in a certain light it appears angular, with simple geometric treatment of the neck and even the facial structure. The historical Brutus lived in the later 6th century BCE and was a hero of early Rome. And so this work would have to be a fantasy creation in any case, a suggestion of what the early hero of the Roman Republic should have looked like rather than actually did. Did a later member of Brutus's gens or family pose for the portrait, or is it a pure invention, just as the Romans created for their alleged founder hero Aeneas, who was made to look like a bearded Zeus during the Augustan period? A Capitoline Brutus has not yet given up all its secrets. Its deep-set ivory eyes inlaid with dusky blue glass, the diagonal brows, the sharp mouth with its drawn-out faucettes, give the piece a strange rustic charm that contrasts with the smooth and carefully done hair. Some scholars are convinced that it should be dated just this side of 300 BCE, but this opinion can change depending on the light shining on this piece and the angle at which it is viewed. It remains one of art history's most fascinating enigmas. What do I think? I think it's time to end Lecture 5. During the middle years of the Roman Republic in the 3rd and 2nd centuries BCE, the Romans fought against the city-state of Carthage. But who were the Carthaginians, and what kind of society and culture did they have? Well, for the next 26 minutes or so in this special presentation that I filmed on location in Tunisia, you can have an opportunity to visit with me once again this remarkable ancient civilization that was headquartered in what is now the country of Tunisia. We will survey this beautiful land and examine how Carthaginian civilization flourished as a result of invading Phoenicians. We will see what happened when these Phoenician settlers built up their own empire that rivaled that of Rome, and we will observe the bloody result of that collision. So let's do it right now. The shores of Carthage lured many great cultures. Some came searching for trade, others to expand empires. In North Africa, overlooking the Mediterranean, Carthage held a strategic location in the ancient world. A Phoenician queen sailed into this harbor and built an empire. Later, the Romans would build their own dazzling city. It was home to Hannibal, the brilliant Carthaginian general, and to Berber chieftains and their followers. What were once great buildings are ruins today, and their meager outlines tell only part of the story of Carthage. But in the last 2 decades, new discoveries have been made, unlocking some of the mysteries of the past. The story that unfolds is one of power, romance, and cruelty. A fascinating picture of what life was like in and around one of the greatest empires in the history of Western civilization. Stories of Carthage have a legendary aura, leaving a gap between myth and reality. In his account, the French romanticist Gustave Flaubert called Carthage a mirage of antiquity.
Flaubert walked the same landscape in the 19th century and formed his own impressions about Carthage. They were a combination of the facts as he was able to gather them at the time and his own romantic impressions about the splendors and the horrors that occurred on this spot.
He knew that the Romans had destroyed Carthage in 146 BC, but he didn't know many of the facts that we know today. Recent excavations have given us new insight about Carthage.
Some of these findings are Roman floor mosaics. The largest collection is housed here at the Bardo Museum in Tunis, Tunisia's capital. They're like picture postcards of the past, a vivid account of what Carthage was like under Roman rule. To the Romans, Carthage was a great conquest, the prize of what has been called the Punic Wars. But why did the Romans and other civilizations find Carthage so desirable, so important that they engaged in prolonged power struggles for its control? The realm controlled by ancient Carthage is today known as Tunisia, North Africa's smallest country. On the shores of the Mediterranean, it is close to the coasts of Sicily and Italy. Its natural harbors not only housed a great naval fleet, but also witnessed the trading of a never-ending wealth of resources from Africa's interior. Cutting through Tunisia is the Majerta River, nourishing abundant fields of wheat and countless rows of olive trees. Once, these fields were the breadbaskets of Rome, providing more than 2/3 of the grain needed by Rome's hungry and growing population. Olives and olive oil were used by the ancients for fuel as well as food. They are still a major staple in Tunisia's trade. Marble quarries are common here. Tunisia was especially known for its yellow-veined marble, known today as giallo antico. The Romans used it for mosaics and cut stone floors like these, found in this former Roman residence at Utica, outside of Carthage. They also used it for wall revetments and statuary. Other products particularly prized by the Romans were the wild animals. Shipped from the interior, these hapless creatures were used in Roman amphitheaters throughout the empire. The natural resources of ancient Tunisia were exploited by both the Phoenicians and the Romans and made the landowners incredibly wealthy. This varied and fertile landscape was their gold mine. It was also the backdrop for 3 major cultures that helped shape the history of Carthage: the Berbers, the Phoenicians, and the Romans. This was the stage for their epic struggles for supremacy across North Africa. The Berbers, known as the indigenous ones, were in Tunisia long before the Punic and Roman settlers. The term Berber is derived from the Greek barbaros, and it's a misnomer since it means any group that is foreign, strange, and savage. Semi-nomads migrating to places for food and warmth, they are descendants of the Libyans and can trace their roots back more than 8,000 years before the birth of Christ. Today, there are few pure Berbers in Tunisia. In fact, they make up only 1% of the country's entire population. Many Berbers are part of mainstream society and speak French and Arabic. Others have a lifestyle that is not much different from what it was in antiquity. This is the remote Berber village of Tamazret. It's packed around several steep slopes and topped by a mosque. From the summit, you can see the whole village. Time stands still in Tamazret. the people and their way of life untouched by progress. Some of these Berbers look a lot like their ancestors. This is a mold of a death mask from the 3rd century AD. Romans made such images of the dead to honor at their household shrines. This man, although a Berber, is preserved for us because of the Roman tradition. It is the only accurate image of an ancient Berber which exists, and is one of the most haunting images of classical antiquity. His squat nose and wide nostrils, along with his high cheekbones and broad forehead, are features that can still be found in Berbers today. Berbers are a fiercely independent people, and in ancient times they sometimes unified under a charismatic and powerful chieftain called a mas. We have a general idea of what a Berber chieftain looked like from this funeral marker or stele. His hair, riding tunic, and powerful horse are all indications of just how regal and impressive these leaders were. There are many sites in Tunisia called Kassour or Bourges, which were once strongholds or forts for the mas and his villagers. One of the great Berber centers was the city of Douga, where in the 2nd century BC, the powerful mas Mikipsa built his sanctuary. A force to be reckoned with in ancient times, today the Berbers are a small and peaceful group. Although some live in the cities, they tend to hold on to the old traditions. This Berber woman is making pottery, using the simple coiling technique her family has known for generations. This functional, low-fired houseware is made from clay, ash, and a little bit of straw. She's following a tradition practiced by her people since the Neolithic period. Finding the old ways among the new is a familiar sight in Tunisia. It's what makes this country unique, a place where the present coexists with the past. Although the Berbers were the indigenous ones, the Phoenicians took control here in the 8th century BC. Master merchants in superior sailing ships, they may have come to North Africa from their home in what is now Lebanon, because they needed a port for the long haul across the Mediterranean. They made Carthage mistress of the seas and a land renowned for its explorers. Their bizarre religion would also make it a land renowned for human sacrifice.
Among the most famous of the ancient Phoenicians was the legendary princess Dido. She left her home in what is now Lebanon and sailed off with her followers to found Carthage. While Dido's new city of Carthage was being constructed, the goddess Juno drove Aeneas, a hero of the Trojan War, to these very shores. According to the Roman writer Virgil, Dido and Aeneas fell in love during a violent thunderstorm. As my Latin teacher used to say, they found themselves huddled together in a tiny cave without even a comma between them. After a time, Aeneas decided to move on and fulfill his destiny as the founder of a great Roman dynasty. And Dido was left behind, heartbroken, to sacrifice herself on a funeral pyre, a practice which was well known in the ancient Punic world, as we shall soon see.
Whether or not Dido existed, or if the stories about her were actually true, we do know by the 6th century BC that Carthage was becoming the largest and richest city in the Western Mediterranean.
The prowess of the Phoenician navy was legendary, and we know from the ancient writer Appian that there were 2 ports constructed in the 4th century BC in Carthage. The first of these, a rectangular port, was used for commerce, and the second, which was located behind it, was circular in shape, and it was a military port.
To win their battles, it was important to win the favor of the gods. Their patron divinities were Baal Hamun, the lord of the furnace, and Tanit, later to be Romanized into Juno.
To these gods, they sacrificed children, sometimes up to 4 years of age, and even as many as 500 at one time. The children were sacrificed by having their throats cut, and they were burned on a funeral pyre.
New American excavations show that the charred remains of these victims were placed in ceramic urns.
The slaughtered infants were buried here in this cemetery, which is known as the Tophet. No other aspect of Carthaginian life has so horrified the modern mind as this. There have been a number of theories put forth as to why these sacrifices were done. It may have been to avoid having too many heirs for landed estates, but I think it's more likely that the reason behind it all may be a need to sacrifice to a bloodthirsty divinity such as Baal Hamun, the lord of the furnace, and to fulfill the religious needs of this Carthaginian society.
The fertility goddess Tanit was the consort of Baal. Her symbol looked like a stylized image of a worshipper. Symbols of Tanit were placed on objects from grave markers to baby bottles. She was also associated with the crescent moon, an image that still appears on the flag of modern Tunisia.
Not every Punic burial was a human sacrifice. There were necropolises, or cities of the dead, with tombs cut in the living rock where the citizens of Carthage or a place like Kirkouan in northeastern Tunisia could be buried. The objects found in these tombs tell us a great deal about Punic daily life.
There were amulets and beads made of imported gold, amber, silver, and glass. Apotropaics, such as bells and cymbals, were buried with the dead to ward off evil spirits. Hatchets were found, which may have been sacred razors.
From the women's tombs came evidence for ancient cosmetics. In life, coloring the face or anointing the body with oils was associated with partying and lovemaking.
The Carthaginians used lead in cosmetics, both for their containers and the makeup itself. Ancient rouge has actually been found in oyster shell containers. While the cosmetic industry was booming, the threat of war still remained a constant part of Punic life. The Romans were expanding southward throughout Italy and into the Mediterranean, but the Carthaginian interests were to the north. The result was a collision in the 3rd and 2nd centuries BC called the Punic Wars. The most famous Carthaginian of all, and perhaps the most brilliant general in history, was Hannibal. His very name struck terror into the hearts of the Romans. Professor Mohammed Fantar, Tunisia's director of antiquities, has his own theory about the threat Hannibal posed to the Romans.
Forced
to react to the Roman danger, he crossed the Alps with his men and elephants, not to destroy Rome, but because he wanted to build a bridge between people and cultures. However, his
Elephants terrorized the Romans, and over the centuries, whenever the Romans faced danger, they would cry out, "Hannibal is at the gates." In the third and final Punic War, the Romans defeated the Carthaginians, but the Romans never forgot this bitter struggle. To many, Carthage was a threat as long as the city existed. In 146, the Romans burned Carthage to the ground. After it was over, hardly a trace was left of the city. The great buildings were gone forever. The Romans even went so far as to plow the ruins over with salt to ensure that they remained barren, and to ensure that Carthage could not rise again. In the 1st century AD, Carthage did rise again, and this time the new and even more dazzling empire would reflect the glory of Roman culture. Roman merchants grabbed up the land and supervised the production of olive oil and wheat. Ancient Tunisia became a colossal assembly line, a granary for Rome. It was an age of leisure for the rich. Landowners had slaves to do the work. Slaves were valuable property and sometimes wore collars around their necks, like dogs. This was probably a collar of a runaway slave from the 4th century AD. It was found still fixed around the neck of a skeleton buried at Bulla Regia. Its Latin inscription urges passers-by to hold on to this filthy adulteress who is a fugitive from Bulla Regia. With the Romanization of Carthage came the symbols of Rome. The amphitheater at El Jem, one of the most impressive monuments in Tunisia, was an arena of death. Hundreds of wild animals shipped from Africa's interior were pitted against each other, gladiators, or unarmed victims in great games for as many as 30,000 people.
In underground chambers like this, the participants of these macabre games were kept. Beasts who were starved and then goaded with hot irons were raised up in their cages and then released into this large sandy area known as the arena. These bloody sports were enormously popular in antiquity, even more popular than football or soccer games today, and each individual team had its own special symbol.
Not all the Romans enjoyed the games. Some had finer tastes and preferred the theater. At this ancient theater at Duga, the Romans watched comedies and tragedies, and actors wore masks like this to portray different characters. Another symbol of Rome was the baths. On the seafront at Carthage are the ruins of a complex called the Antonine Baths. It looked more like a small town than a simple building.
There were 3 different ways to go through the baths, and you could do it all surrounded by beautiful walls, sumptuous mosaics, beautiful statuary. The whole thing reminds me of a motion picture palace of the 1920s, say maybe the Roxy Theater in New York. Beautiful and self-contained world of pleasure.
Water for the baths and other uses came from the aqueducts, an amazing feat of Roman engineering. This aqueduct carried the natural spring water of Jbel Zagwan across Tunisia to Carthage. It ran for hundreds of miles. Fishing was a favorite pastime of the Romans, as well as a major industry. The sea was filled with a variety of fish, the most common being tuna, red mullet, and mackerel. Today, fishing is still an important part of Tunisia's economy. During the Romanization of Carthage, local divinities became assimilated to the Roman gods. The bloodthirsty Baal Hamun evolved into Saturn, the god of agriculture. A favorite hero of the times was Hercules. Although he was often a symbol of man's struggle to reach the realm of the gods, he liked to drink. Here he is, exhibiting some of his less divine aspects. Also popular was Dionysus, the god of wine. Here he holds his rhyton, an animal-shaped drinking vessel. Among his enthusiastic followers were ecstatic female worshippers called Maenads, who ran to the mountaintops dancing and tearing apart wild animals. The Bardo, Tunisia's national museum, houses a most impressive collection of art, including the African Roman mosaics.
But what we have here is our collection of mosaics. We have the best collection mosaics. It's the first museum in the world for mosaics.
Today, mosaic experts sort through bits of marble and limestone, restoring these ancient masterpieces. It's a laborious and painstaking process, but the results are a beautiful visual record of an extraordinary civilization. The African mosaics have their own distinct multicolored style, very different from the black and white mosaics of Italy. The Romans used these floor mosaics to decorate their private homes and public buildings. Hunting scenes were enormously popular, and Africa's exotic animals were a common theme. Roman hunters loved their dogs and trained them to track wild boar and other prey. They wore studded collars and chest protectors, and they had names like Thorny and Polyphemus. The gods were depicted too. Here Apollo is charming the animals with his lyre. The ferocious tiger and even the lion have their ears turned toward the heavenly sound. Most of the mosaics are a vivid account of daily life, reflecting the glory of the Roman era when Carthage perhaps reached its greatest heights. But the story of Carthage did not end with the Romans. Many others would come here, and the political and religious fabric of Carthage would constantly change. By the 7th century AD, the might of Islam put its permanent stamp on Carthage. Today, tourists come to Tunisia to shop and relax, and what was once a land of human sacrifices has now become a place of fashionable resorts, shops, and boutiques. Archaeologists are still busy piecing together the past, learning more about the great legacy left by the ancients, so that for us, Carthage is less of a mystery, and what was once a mirage is now becoming a more complete picture of what life was like in one of the greatest empires in the history of Western civilization.
Welcome back. Here we are at Lecture 7 already, and we're going to talk a little bit today about the age of the first Roman Emperor, Augustus. As the Roman Republic came to an end, the Roman Empire was just beginning. although it may not have seemed so to the average Roman of the time. Octavian had conquered Antony and Cleopatra, his greatest rivals, and went on, with his trusted personal naval commander, Marcus Vipsanius Agrippa, to pacify and quiet down a vast area that had been filled with unrest for decades. The Pax Augusta, the Augustan peace, was a major accomplishment of this skilled administrator. And he did it all by projecting the illusion that he was saving the Republic. For you see, Octavian was a master of propaganda. Oh, you can see this by simply viewing a remarkable statue of him that was found at Prima Porta, just north of Rome, where Octavian's wife Livia had a villa, the Villa of the Hens. It contained the laurel grove where Roman emperors later on would get the plants for their official garland. Here was found the famous Prima Porta Augustus, which is really based on an even more famous Greek work of art, the Doryphorus, or spear-bearer of Polykleitos, that sculptor from Argos, who in the mid-5th century BCE set the standard for Greek athletic statuary. His original figure, his original sculpture, it's lost to us, although copies survived, because it was the sort of thing that athletically minded Romans would want in their homes, or their baths, or their gymnasium. The original figure began to show a knowledge of weight shift and to introduce this increased tension and relaxation of muscles and sinews in the vocabulary of Greek sculpture. It seemed to be striding forward and to rest on one leg while tensing the other. Its body was powerful, and it had a slight twist to it, liberating it from the block. The Prima Porta Augustus is modeled after this figure, with the same stride, the same weight shift and tensions, the same clear strands of hair, and smooth, wrinkle-free face of the athlete. But something is new here. The Roman sculptor has fused the Greek sculpture with a portrait of Augustus. The emaciated, gaunt Augustus is gone, as if he has been bicycle pumped into a more powerful version of himself. The big ears and the long aquiline nose are still there, and the special parting of the bangs and the narrowed chin. But it is Augustus all the same. It's just that it's Augustus Superman. Augustus also developed the theme of his time as the Golden Age, the Aetas Aureus, drawing on the idea that the Etruscans, the predecessors of the Romans, were simply running out their time as masters of Italy. They themselves had predicted their own demise and the taking over of Italy by new forces. And Rome now seized this prophecy, now seized this opportunity, and sought to fulfill what the Etruscans had predicted. The heavens, earth, water, and air all now blessed Rome. This was a message that was depicted throughout Augustus's reign. He was no longer just Octavian. The Senate had conferred upon him the title of Augustus, the sacred and revered one, the restorer of traditional values, the city's new religious leader, the restorer of temples. But this was just one of Augustus's themes. He also sought to beautify Rome and make it into a new Athens, and to dispel frequent criticisms of Rome by visitors, that it was disorganized and ugly. The Prima Porta Augustus contains imagery of the sky, Kailos, of Mother Earth, Tellus, of lucky twins, Gemelli, and of pacified provinces, now blissfully under Roman rule. It is a golden age Augustus seeks to impart here, an age of milk and honey, a new dawn, Aurora, who comes to sprinkle dew to this new world order. Augustus is the new Apollo, and it is Apollo with Sister Artemis who also appear on the Prima Porta Augustus. One of the greatest military triumphs of Augustus's reign was the return of the military standards that had been lost way back in 54 BCE by Crassus when he was campaigning in the east against the Parthians. And he had gotten himself killed, too. Although no battle was fought, the Parthians agreed to return the standards during the reign of Augustus. And he celebrated this on the Prima Porta Augustus, on the chest plate in the center, and he also celebrated it as if he were a triumphator, a triumphing general or leader. Augustus had also another agenda, perhaps his most important: self-promotion and self-perpetuation. While giving the illusion of modesty and pretending to rule in a diarchy or two-part rule between himself and the Roman government, the Senate, the Comitia, but he was really pulling the strings and packing the government with his own supporters. He was a great communicator, manipulator, propaganda master. This is particularly evident in his forum, where we see again this combination of the Greek and the Roman. His forum took some 35 years to complete, and it was placed at right angles to the forum of his predecessor, Julius Caesar. His assassinated great-uncle, by finishing Caesar's forum, he provided a link to himself and also to the divine, for the main temple of the Forum of Caesar was dedicated to nurturing Venus, the patron goddess of the gens, or family line of the Julio-Claudians, the family line of Augustus. Augustus then made his own forum in close proximity to that of Caesar. Caesar's forum became a supplemental government center for the Curia, or Senate House, in the northwest corner of the old forum. Augustus made his own forum, a center for trials and special events. And it was also the place where you could get a major history lesson given to young people and designed for them to experience. There they could see, for example, statues in niches of the porticos of the Forum which celebrated the great ancestors of the Julio-Claudian gens, as well as the great heroes of ancient Rome, real and maybe even imagined. In one niche, a major niche, was Aeneas, the founder figure of the Roman city-state, who first arrived allegedly in Italy and started his dynamic succession, leading all the way down through time to Caesar and Augustus. In the central niche across the courtyard area from it was an image of Romulus, the believed founder of the city of Rome. In the upper or attic stories of the porticos of the Forum were images of the caryatids, who appeared to be supporting the architrave, but were there to give a feeling of the Acropolis of Athens. For there on the south porch of the most sacred monument of the Acropolis, or high city of Athens, were the original caryatids, or women of Carii, the female supports for the structure known as the Erechtheum, the most sacred monument on the Acropolis of Athens. Augustus was quoting then this famous example of Greek architecture from Athens, showing that he was bringing Greece, bringing Athens to Rome. Between the caryatids, he displayed what looked like Greek military shields, and on these shields were images of Zeus Ammon, who was a popular god with the Roman troops. The temple itself honored Mars and Venus, the patron god of the Roman war machine, and the particular goddess and alleged ancestor of the Julio-Claudian gens. Lest you missed the main point of all this careful planning, one would find at the end of the left side portico a colossal statue of Augustus himself, perhaps some 30 feet high. We have surviving a little bit of the toe of it. Well, for the wealthy in Rome, this was a time of great prosperity. Romans of merit might have villas in the countryside, such as Horace had, the famous Roman poet of the Augustan period. One villa recently studied was built in Umbria, a little more than a day's journey north of Rome, and right on the Tiber River. Such villas could be used to generate crops to sell and ship downriver to Rome, or to other areas along this great waterway, the Tiber, which was bustling with little ports and barges, stevedores, and large rafts. The villa near Lugnano in Teverina featured all of the essentials for comfortable living. It had slave quarters run by a villicus, V-I-L-I-C-U-S, or freedman foreman. The dominus, or master, D-O-M-I-N-U-S, the dominus, lived in the elegant part of the villa. Men and women entertained in the villa in elegant rooms, usually separately. In this particular villa, there were the typical wall paintings of the third style, found in many upper-class and even middle-class homes as well. The popular Augustan style has come to be known as third style, and often featured lacy, frilly, reedy patterns of vegetal ornament, large flat surfaces of wall, and fantastic arrangements of architecture. It reached a crescendo of elegance around the end of the 1st century BCE, the time of this villa. Also popular were mosaic decorations for the floors and sometimes even for basins or walls. These were made by laying down a statumen or base of stones. Then about a 6-inch layer of sandy mortar, which was leveled off and known as a rudis. And then above that came a hard, firm layer of lime and sand that was usually cream-colored. Sometimes it contained crushed-up pottery or tile bits. This was called the nucleus. And on top of this, one could sketch out the decorative design of the floor to be laid out in little cubes or tesserae, T-E-S-S-E-R-A-E, of cut stones, limestone or marble or even occasionally glass. These patterns were drawn out in red ochre, and then the cubes began to be placed in a very thin layer of lime and perhaps marble dust, which held them firmly to the carefully flattened, tamped, and leveled nucleus. And then a grout was applied and the floor was ready to use. Black and white would remain popular in Rome for floor decoration up until late antiquity, while in other areas under Roman control, but outside of Italy, more colorful floors and a variety of polychromy were popular by the later 1st century CE. The Lugnano villa featured a showcase room to entertain visitors to the villa. Most villas had a special area to delight and astonish guests. Here, the owner decided to shoot the works and create a triclinium or a dining room that was also a colonnaded hall known as a Corinthian ecus, O-E-C-U-S. In the center was a rare colored floor made up of pieces of leftover marble and limestone from the various cut pieces used in the making of mosaics and stone wall paneling, which had been known as crustae, C-R-U-S-T-A-E. These pieces of cut stone junk were beautiful and attractive and comprised a floor known as opus scutellatum, S-C-U-T-U-L-A-T-U-M, or little shields work, since the resulting flashy pieces looked like little shields. But the owner wasn't done yet. The room was fitted out with side corridors that were barrel vaulted and painted with coffers or little panels which appeared to be recessed. It was all done illusionistically, only with paint. In the center of the room, the central ceiling was in the form of a pyramid, with the whole central part of it not coming up to a point, but rather flattened out to make the central ceiling of the room. When I excavated this site back in the 1990s, I could hardly believe the splashes and flashes of color and the architectural innovation that went into this dining area. And the desire to impress others and to live in a sumptuous, eye-pleasing lifestyle was just all-consuming when you walked around this villa in antiquity. But the villa owner made a big mistake. This villa was not founded on solid stone, but actually on rather loose earth. And the architectural innovations that he put into his villa required huge concrete vaults, which had to be supported by flimsy columns. Not a good idea. Within a generation, the pressure from the slumping hillside was too much, and the villa's floors and walls began to crack. Soon it became a ruin, suitable only for squatters to build fires in. The owner had sought to do something exciting and innovative to keep up with or surpass his neighbors, but in this case, he overreached. Well, Augustus lived into his upper 70s, in fact, outliving all of his choices to succeed him in the dynasty he had been carefully setting up for the rule of Rome. The Roman Empire would continue under Tiberius, the brooding antisocial stepson of Augustus, who was his very last choice. But all others suitable for rule had died young. In his reign, Augustus established many of the formulae for rule that would keep the empire going for hundreds and hundreds of years. One of his most enduring ideas, building on older myths and stories, was the connection of his own family and of the Romans with ancient Troy and the Trojan War. He popularized that old notion that the Roman people were Trojans originally, and that after the fall of Troy, the Trojan leader Aeneas left Troy with his aged father on his shoulder and his son Iulus, eventually coming to fulfill their destiny in Italy, where little Iulus would perpetuate the Julio-Claudian dynasty. Throughout the reign of Augustus, we see imagery of the Trojan War abounding, especially in the poetry of the Golden Age. The poets of Augustus's time, poets like Horace and Virgil, celebrated this particularly. But what was this Trojan War that was so much in the popular mind in the Augustan period? Who fought in it? What was it about? Well, the story goes way, way back in time, maybe as far back as 1200 BC or even earlier. Some years ago, I decided to explore stories such as this, trying to find out, for example, if the Trojan War really ever happened, or if it was just an invention by later Greeks like Homer, who told about it, and it got picked up and used by other Greeks and written down maybe in the 6th century BCE, and then used by Romans, and especially it was popular in the Augustan period. I decided to create a series called Forgotten Lives, in which I investigated stories such as this. I would offer students $1,000 each to go and find out the truth, and they could use this as coursework for themselves. They could go wherever they wanted to, so long as the money covered it. I wasn't going to give them more than $1,000. But they had to try to find answers to questions such as this. Was the Trojan War real? And in order to find these answers out, we would send a videographer along with the student. And the videographer could also be a chaperone, but also he was someone who was documenting visually what had happened. I sent one student off to find out about the historicity of the Trojan War. Well, I thought it might be fun for you to come along with me and watch what happened when I gave him $1,000 and sent him off to solve the question, did the Trojan War really happen?
We know about a lot of famous people today. Some of them are so famous that just knowing their initials is enough to know all about them. FDR, JFK, J-Lo. But there are a lot of people who were once famous and very important for what they contributed to the history of civilization. And I'd like for my students to know all about them, too. Our second story deals with the discovery of the ancient city of Troy, and we've asked graduate student Rob Bullard to investigate. There have been many movies, old and new, celebrating the saga of Troy and its rivalries with the Greeks of Mycenae. Some of these movies were pretty good.
and some of them were not so good. These old movies were fun, but they don't tell the real story of Troy, and that's why we need Rob Bullard. Rob is a classics major, which means he studies ancient Greek and Latin. Rob is finishing a master's degree before pursuing a career as a prosecuting attorney back in North Carolina, and here's Rob's unique assignment. Troy was really an ancient city-state in what is now northwestern Turkey. Troy came into contact and then battle with the city-states of ancient Greece. Troy was destroyed and forgotten by the Middle Ages, and no one knew if it ever existed. And yet, in these days of struggle and tension between the U.S. and Iraq, Iran, Russia, North Korea, and China, the Trojan War stands out as the first great conflict between East and West. And it was the first site where archaeology solved ancient puzzles, and the first site to produce an archaeological superstar. But who discovered these long-lost ruins? That's what we've asked Rob to investigate.
I found out it is not an easy question to answer. The poet Homer told the story of two great empires. One was Troy, and the other was the land of the Mycenaeans in Greece.
Mycenae had a warrior aristocracy and an alliance of independent city-states. In Greece lived the most beautiful woman in the world, Helen, who was taken to Troy by Paris, the son of the Trojan king, thus starting the Great Trojan War. The war, if it really happened, occurred around 1200 BC. Homer's tale was perhaps composed in the 8th century BC, and the story was finally written down even later to become the great epic poems of Homer, known as the Iliad and the Odyssey. Troy flourished perhaps around 1300 BC, controlling the Dardanelles at the fringe of the Hittite Empire. It had a royal palace and massive city walls, and was a center for international trade. The Mycenaean Greeks, under their king Agamemnon, sailed to Troy and besieged the city with their great warrior Achilles. Eventually, the Greeks pretended to leave and offered a parting gift, a huge Trojan horse. Hiding inside, the Mycenaean soldiers crept out, opened the gates, and let in their troops, who burned and sacked the city. But was the Trojan War just poet Homer's invention? Or was it actual history? Or a bit of both? Scholars searched for Troy for years, and the man who became famous for finding it was Heinrich Schliemann in 1868. He claimed he'd been obsessed since boyhood with discovering the lost city of Troy and proving that it existed, that he had a shady past and a history of lying, swindling, and stealing. How could our own Rob Bullard find out if Schliemann really had discovered historical Troy?
I used my $1,000 from Forgotten Lives to go to Chicago. My reason for visiting was not to go sightseeing, which of course I spent some university money doing. Chicago was where the greatest archaeologists from all over the world were having their annual meeting of the Archaeological Institute of America. There, I would try to talk with experts of Troy, including Brian Rose, AIA president and the latest excavator of Troy. When I arrived at the convention, I began asking people about Troy.
I can tell you a little bit about the ancient city of Troy.
Sure, fire away.
That it was the home of the Trojans who fought the Greeks for Helen, and that it's located in modern-day Turkey?
I'm a publisher. Don't ask me about Troy. You want a classicist.
What do I know about Troy?
That Brad Pitt was the worst Achilles ever.
The movie or the site? The site. I don't know anything about the site.
I've never been there. Love to go someday.
Wait, isn't there a team, football team called the Trojans?
I think there are a million of them out there.
Yeah, okay.
And a few soccer teams and a few other
baseball teams.
Heinrich Schliemann went out with his copy of Homer and basically dug a huge trench and managed to find the city, but destroyed a lot in the process.
In 1822, a Scottish newspaper writer and topographer named Charles McLaren wrote a book, The Plain of Troy Described, claiming Troy existed and was located under a mound known as Hisarlik. But McLaren was an armchair archaeologist and never really excavated. In 1847, young Frank Calvert, a British teenager whose family owned land in the Hisarlik area, dug in the mound and became convinced that the mound of Hisarlik was really ancient Troy. But the family had little money to dig on a large scale. Enter onto the scene wealthy German embezzler, self-made business tycoon in the Russian indigo trade, and wheeler dealer Heinrich Schliemann. After partaking in the California gold rush, he had to flee America under threat of being lynched for bank fraud. Arriving in Turkey, he met Calvert, forming a partnership in which Schliemann agreed to pay for and dig up the area that Calvert owned and thought was the site of Troy. There were numerous layers of occupations of the site, and Schliemann reasoned irrationally that the most important settlement, Homeric Troy, would be at the bottom, and so he dug away the hill, removing the more recent settlements until he came to Troy II, deep in the mound, and pronounced this Homeric Troy. And there he claimed he found great treasure, which his wife Sophia modeled. Unfortunately, as Schliemann was to learn only years later, he had dug down too far, and in his haste, dug through the levels of the famous Troy and destroyed them forever. But was Schliemann's discovery the result of an obsession he claimed to have since he was a boy? Or did he steal Calvert and McLaren's ideas and claim all the credit for himself? In Chicago, I was roaming about among the crowds of experts and interested visitors at the AIA when all of a sudden, I stumbled right onto the actual current excavator of Troy, Brian Rose, the object of my visit.
There is no the Brian Rose. This guy is like a kid from Ohio.
It's like the American Idol of the whole field of archaeology.
How is that? No one told me this.
Dr. Rose very graciously agreed to sit down with me and tell me about the Troy excavations. By 1300 BCE, Troy 6 had reached a high level of civilization, but it was struck by a massive earthquake, giving rise to the famous Troy 7a, the rebuilt city which may have been the community that inspired Homer's poetry. Was Troy 7a Homeric Troy?
When one asks if Schliemann found Homer's Troy in his excavations,
one assumes that there's one settlement that could be linked to the Trojan War as told by Homer, and that's just not correct. There are elements of the late Bronze Age settlements of Troy, Troy 6 and Troy 7, that one can find reflections of in the Iliad. The Iliad was first written down in the late 8th century, and there are elements of Iron Age Troy in the 9th and 8th centuries, that one can also find reflected in the Iliad. But there's no one settlement that one should link, that one can link concretely with Homer's Trojan War.
What had the new archaeology revealed about Troy 6 in 1300 BCE? The sixth city on the site of the mound of Hisarlik that Brian Rose spoke about had a lower and an upper city, the lower featuring a huge ditch to prevent any chariots from attacking. It had huge stone defensive walls and houses with flat roofs for drying fruits and nuts. There was a main street leading to a fabulous palace. Scholars believe a massive earthquake destroyed Troy 6. And Troy 7A was a quick rebuild with smaller houses. But Troy 7A had a few new wrinkles too. There were merlons, or mini crenellations, built atop the massive walls, and stone fetish idols called Beetles, to show the city had special divine protection. But who discovered Troy? Charles McLaren, Frank Calvert, or Heinrich Schliemann? I was able to talk to Brian Rose's protege at Troy, Dr. William Aylward.
Troy was, beyond doubt, Calvert's discovery. How do we know this? We know it because the documents, the diaries, the correspondence between Calvert and Schliemann and others tells us this was the case. And we know it in three ways. We know that Calvert had been working at Hisarlik as many as 5 years prior to Schliemann's arrival on the site in August of 1868. We know that Calvert had unrivaled knowledge of the region and Hisarlik and the secrets of Hisarlik, and that he shared that knowledge openly, perhaps naively, with Heinrich Schliemann. And we know that Schliemann, in his publications and in his diary, inflated his own insights about Hisarlik and minimized Calvert's contribution.
I met other experts at AIA who had written important books about Troy and who were eager to weigh in on the controversy.
Frank Calvert, in his correspondence with Schliemann, mentioned the fact that he had been looking for Homeric Troy, and he owned the land of Troy. He bought it with the intent of excavating it and proving that Homer's Troy lay on the spot of Hisarlik.
Oh, I think Frank Calvert was very trustworthy. In fact, if anything, he was a very cautious person who didn't want to make claims that he couldn't absolutely document. So that made him drag his feet about proclaiming himself as the discoverer of Troy. He should have done it earlier, but he didn't. He held back. And that meant that Schliemann could kind of push him out on the side. So he was very, very trustworthy. His defect was also his virtue.
Would anyone defend Schliemann?
Schliemann was important because he was the first archaeologist to popularize archaeology, and he was successful in popularizing it because Troy was known to every child who'd gone to school because everybody read the classics.
It's important not to condemn Heinrich Schliemann. As with everything in life, there were extenuating circumstances on Frank Calvert's side and on Heinrich Schliemann's side. He was a businessman. He had made his fortune in cutthroat exchanges and interactions in the California gold rush, in the Russian fur trade. These were winner-take-all transactions. So for Hisarlik and for the fame regarding the discovery of Keserlik? Were there going to be winners and losers? You bet there were.
The excavations have continued after Schliemann and Calvert, but their legacy is a great one.
Frank Calvert and Heinrich Schliemann have made monumental contributions to the discipline of archaeology, which was in its infancy in the 1870s, if that. Heinrich Schliemann's use of test trenches for probing archaeological sites, the weight that he gave to pottery for dating archaeological sites, and his multidisciplinary approach. His publications are replete with information about botany, geography, geology, ethnology, all of these surrounding the archaeological minutiae and the finds themselves. Heinrich Schliemann was a foundational force in crafting this methodology for archaeologists.
People often ask me what I think of when I'm digging at Troy, and do the events of the past ever intrude on the events of the present? If you can look at the wars that occurred at Troy in antiquity, so often it's a war between East and West. So if you look at Troy on the west coast of Asia Minor in the Bronze Age, you find conflict between the Greeks in mainland Greece and the Hittites in central Turkey. If you will, a conflict between East and West. If you look at Troy during the late 6th and 5th centuries BC, you can find a war between the Greeks and the Persians. Again, a war between East and West. What do I think of when I'm digging at Troy? I think of the current warfare between East and West, the military intervention in Iraq, and I think about the extent to which the events of the present are really not so different from those of the past.
I learned a lot about the archaeology and the importance of Troy. But I'd have to say that Frank Calvert was the man who truly discovered Troy.
Thanks, Rob, for finding answers to our question. But I have to tell you that I really don't care for Heinrich Schliemann. So often in our world, the visionaries who do the actual work are pushed aside and people steal their work. In this case, Schliemann, a treacherous but brilliant businessman, could have shared his discoveries and his fame with the shy Mr. Calvert. Instead, Schliemann stole Calvert's dream and kept the power and glory for himself. Technology is such an important thing now for the study of Roman archaeology. We need to have accurate maps and reconstructions of buildings. One of the most important works that's been done in recent years was the reproduction of a map, an entire map that's plotted out the Rome in the time of the Emperor Augustus. And the person who's been doing that and so many other creative things using the new technology is archaeologist David Romano of the University of Arizona. And we invited David to say a few words to us as well.
So my name is David Romano. I am the Karabatz Professor of Greek Archaeology at the University of Arizona School of Anthropology. One of my main interests over the past 25 years has been the study of ancient cities and sanctuaries, specifically looking at them by means of making new kinds of maps of the cities and sanctuaries and using some of the new high-tech methodologies, for instance, GIS, remote sensing of various kinds, together with digital cartography, in order to study very specific aspects of a number of well-known cities and sanctuaries. One of the reasons why these new technologies are important to be familiar with and to utilize is because they create a whole series of new kinds of information about the subject matter. So by means of measuring very specifically, measuring very accurately the sizes of roads, the sizes of buildings, the sizes of gardens, you become familiar with a kind of information that does not exist previously about these aspects of an ancient city, for instance. So you're creating new kinds of information that then can aid you in your study of the city or the sanctuary that you would do in the more orthodox manner. Yeah, I've been interested in the city of Rome for many years, but there was a specific focus of attention when I was at the University of Pennsylvania. It was led by my colleague, Professor Lothar Hasselberger, who initiated a course called Mapping Augustan Rome. And this was in the fall of 1998. We had 11 graduate students and 1 undergraduate student. We initiated a new study of the city of Augustan Rome by means of making a map and by means of cataloging all the buildings and monuments and structures that we knew about from the Augustan period, making a high-quality, attractive map, writing the entries for each one of the buildings and monuments, and creating a period plan of Augustan Rome that really didn't exist previously. We've made a catalog of all the buildings and monuments and structures that were in existence in Augustan Rome, something in the order of 353 of these. We also have a catalog of 52 buildings and monuments that we were not able to place onto a map. And so altogether we have more than 400 different structures, buildings, monuments, and structures of the Augustan city that we refer to in the book and on the website, and that we also can visually see on the map. So we can see where they are, what they're in relation to. What roads are they near? What aqueducts are they near? How far are they from the Forum? How far are they from the Mausoleum of Augustus, for instance? Where are the rest of the tombs of the city? So it's a visual picture of Augustan Rome, the likes of which had not been created previously in this kind of a format. A question might be, was there something unusual that came as a result of the map, something that was immediately obvious to us? And I guess I would say there wasn't any one thing that was immediately obvious, but what was striking was the nature of the map itself, the attractiveness of the map, and the whole idea of being able to talk about and look at the Augustan city all together, which is something that's very difficult to do when you look at a map that is based on all the different buildings and monuments for the entire history of the city of Rome, which incorporates 7-8 centuries of architecture all on top of one another. Very difficult to discriminate the Augustan city. So what was most striking to me was the fact that here in front of us was the Augustan city, just the Augustan city up to the year 14. And so that in itself was something new. By means of using GIS and remote sensing and digital cartography, you're given the tools in order to make very specific observations about a building, a monument, or a landscape by means of drawing, by means of making a new figure or a new illustration, and embedding the illustration with data, embedding the illustration with mathematics, embedding the illustration with orientation information in degrees, minutes, and seconds, by means of embedding in the illustration distances between one building and another building, by means of embedding in the illustration all of these things at the same time, so that you suddenly have a wealth of information about a particular temple that you had not had previously. One of the more exciting new developments in the archaeological world is the use of LiDAR for mapping landscapes, for mapping buildings, for use in many different fields of archaeology. What this means is that typically an airplane will fly above a landscape with a camera which emits LiDAR beams, these infrared beams, which essentially cover the landscape and come back to the unit on the plane. So you get a point field with millions and millions of points, which give you very specific information about the landscape. And by means of LiDAR, you'll be able to map a landscape very quickly. The LiDAR, because it has different levels and different fields and different layers, you can manipulate different layers of the LiDAR in order to remove, for instance, foliage, or remove the tree cover from a landscape, in part, so that you can see what's below a forest, for instance, on the land. And so for those who are doing vast mapping projects or covering large distances, this will become extremely important because it will save time and money, and it will give you very sensitive, down to a few inches, a very high resolution topographical elevation and topographical digital terrain model of the landscape. So this is really something that's going to be extremely useful. The price is coming down, and it'll be used by many. The same can be done for facades of buildings using LiDAR. So you can get a very highly precise map, essentially, of a building facade or of a whole building by this technology, which will save time and effort in the future. Well, in order to become an archaeologist these days, you need to become familiar with many things. You still need to study the languages. You still need to study history and art history. You need to study the archaeological evidence. But there's a growing sense today that to be an archaeologist going forward in the 21st century, you need to be embracing scientific methods every possible way you can, because the new revelations, the new exciting developments in archaeology are going to be coming more and more from the result of scientific inquiry of various kinds. And by that I mean by means of utilizing new scientific techniques that can inform the archaeologist of things that they would never have been able to know about previously. So for instance, using dendrochronology, or using carbon-14 results, or using airborne or land-based remote sensing, or using GIS studies. These various scientific methodologies give you more information, more data, and scientific data that is not disputed. It cannot be disputed. So it's no longer a matter of one person's opinion or another person's opinion or a rebuttal and so on, but in fact you've got scientific information in front of you, which makes the study of archaeology much more exciting and revealing.
If we want to find out more information about the role of women in ancient Rome, what it was like for wealthy women, poor women, to get by in society, how prominent could they be? I can't think of anyone better to turn to than Dr. Marilyn Skinner, Professor Emerita of the Department of Classics of the University of Arizona. Any time you spend with her is well worth the visit, and you'll learn a lot.
My name is Marilyn Skinner. I'm Professor of Classics Emerita at the University of Arizona. Assuming power after a century of civil war, Augustus in 27 BCE, the first emperor of Rome, undertook a mission to restore public trust, reform the morals of upper-class society, and bring back the piety of an earlier, happier time. Promotion of domesticity was central to this project. Through legislation put forth in 18 BCE and again in 9 CE, he encouraged the practice of child-rearing. He also negatively imposed sanctions on those of the upper classes who were celibate and those who committed adultery. Now, on the positive side, ideological messages were communicated through literature and through the visual arts. One of the familiar iconographic and literary themes of art of this period is the idea of a golden age, a coming golden age of peace and prosperity. Images of prosperity may be balanced by the warning that it will take constant struggle. In fact, Virgil in the Georgics warns that relentless labor has overcome all. But nevertheless, the idea of a promised golden age permeates contemporary Roman art. One of the most representative monuments of the time is the Areopagus, built between 13 and 9 BCE, commissioned by the Senate in order to celebrate Augustus' return home after triumphant victories abroad. The Areopagus is the most representative monument of the period. With its decorative motifs of garlands and bucrania, symbols of sacrifice, and its luxuriant vegetative imagery of vines, tendrils, branches, and flowers, the altar complex is itself a testimonial to the productivity of the land and its people under the imperial order. Emblematic of this promise of future blessings is the richly allegorical panel of Peace or Mother Earth, the identity of the figure is disputed, on the southeast side of the precinct wall. A mature deity sits on a rocky throne embracing two chubby infants who reach up towards her breasts. Fruits lie in her lap, grain, poppies, and reeds grow beside her. At her feet are an ox and a sheep, and personifications of favoring breezes, their garments billowing in the wind, surround her. Whoever this mother goddess is, it is noteworthy that she is depicted with the sensual qualities of Venus, the Roman goddess of love. Her garment slips from one shoulder in the same way that the garment of Aphrodite on the Parthenon slips from hers. This is a classic representation, then, a signal that she is to be viewed in part with the attributes of Venus. And her breasts, which are prominent, are outlined by her very transparent dress. One nipple is just vaguely visible, and the same drapery is drawn very tightly across her abdomen. This is adult female sexuality. It is openly being celebrated, but it is celebrated because it is being put to good use in procreation and fertility. Augustus had no sons and only one daughter, Julia. His female kin were consequently called upon to provide him with male heirs. Being crucial to the legitimate transmission of his legacy, Augustus's wife, sister, and daughter assumed great significance in the political sphere. Livia, his wife, became the key figure linking Augustus' Julian family and the eminent Claudian clan when in 4 CE the ruler adopted his stepson Tiberius, her son by a previous marriage to Tiberius Claudius Nero, as his own son and ultimate successor. Livia had already been the recipient of earlier public honors and had played a key part in sponsoring religious cults for married women, thus assuming the informal role of mother of the Roman state. Because of her dynastic position as sole link between her husband and her son, she now had to be included in all monuments to the imperial family. When Tiberius became emperor in 14 CE, representations of Livia multiplied, showing her in sacerdotal dress as the priestess of the newly deified Augustus, and investing her with the tokens of human divinities, particularly Ceres, the Roman goddess of agriculture. That association continued the theme of prosperity and abundance, first sounded under Augustus' reign, and also accentuated her maternal honors, assuring the propriety of Tiberius' accession. Public recognition of her dynastic consequence set the pattern, then, for the subsequent use of female members of the imperial household in statuary and reliefs, and especially on coins, as markers of the vitality of the ruling house and the domestic program of the emperor. Conservative qualms about showing women, who were traditionally identified with the private sphere, in state-sponsored art were alleviated not only by stressing their domestic roles, but also by assimilating them to personifications such as Concordia or Harmony, and divinities who oversee the performance of female duties. Thus, the imperial woman is a presence in official Roman art, not as an individual historical subject, but as a sign of familial and reproductive concerns. How did Augustus feel about women? If they conformed to his expectations of what a Roman matron should be, then he probably approved of them wholeheartedly. Unfortunately, his daughter Julia rebelled against all of this domesticity and allegedly became notorious for her adulteries. This ultimately led to Augustus exiling her to an island. Augustus frequently said that he had two wayward daughters, Rome and Julia. As a modern woman, I can't help but feel sorry for Julia, because she was so much the poster child of the imperial succession and of the imperial family. She was married 3 times, not of her own choice. Her first husband died, her second husband also died, and the third husband was Tiberius, whom she did not get along with at all. In fact, the two of them were totally incompatible. So Julia's private life, as opposed to her public life, but her private life was really disastrous. What opportunities were there for women under the Roman Empire? If you were a wealthy woman, a woman of means, and a widow, for example, there was a great deal that women could do. Women could promote the careers of their sons, and they could do this, for example, by constructing public buildings like Eumachia of Pompeii did. Women could be very, very prominent in religion and in the domestic sphere, and even in business, insofar as they administered, very often, they administered the holdings that would pass on to their sons and daughters. But for a woman who was not a member of the wealthy elite, I think that circumstances were usually very, very hard. So when we talk about the important and highly visible women of Rome, we must keep in mind that we are not talking about ordinary middle-class, working-class women, or about slaves. We are talking just about a few very fortunate women. I would like to see research continue, especially in gender roles, because we're finding out that gender roles were actually very, very nuanced and very differentiated for different classes of women and for different ethnicities, different ethnic groups of women. The other thing I would like to see is much more work on Roman sexuality as it applied to women, because we are beginning to understand Roman male conceptions of women's sexuality, but since we don't have women themselves giving us any testimony, we need to be very careful in handling the evidence. And when we see these media representations of oversexed and bold and imperious and ruthless women of the upper classes, such as, for example, HBO's Rome, we have to keep in mind that that stereotype is derived from propaganda against the menfolk of these women. If you could not keep your womenfolk in line, you were not suited to govern Rome. So that is why a lot of these slanders arose, and the perpetuation of that stereotype is really doing a disservice to the very positive qualities of Roman women.
Finally died. The Roman Empire continued under the Julio-Claudians for, well, another half-century or so, but it would not again reach the heights and fame that it achieved under the amazing Emperor Augustus, the creator of the Roman Empire. Welcome back. We're going to be talking today about the Flavian emperors who ruled from 69 to 96 CE. And Lana, why don't you go out and get us some lunch? Would you mind going for a few minutes? Do you want to go down to the store and buy some lunch for us? Would that be okay? I'm not sure she's going to do it, but we'll put her down. If you remember last time, we were talking about the Julio-Claudians, and the death of Nero plunged Rome into more than a year of civil unrest from 68 to 69 CE. During this time, troop commanders in far-flung areas of the empire were vying for the control of Rome. The governor of Spain, a man named Servius Sulpicius Galba, was proclaimed emperor in Hispania and Gallia. He had connections to Augustus's family, and he was an old-fashioned Roman who hoped to bring back the glory days of the Roman Republic. But there was one problem. Galba was already 73 years of age, which was very, very old for a Roman at that time. Galba had rivals who also saw an opportunity in the dangerous power vacuum and the chaos that was going on in Rome. Aulus Vitellius was the commander of the troops in Germany, and he headed towards Rome with his troops, who were more loyal to him than to the state. The Praetorian Guard of Marcus Otho, O-T-H-O, was also interested in taking over, and it was not difficult for his supporters, charged with protecting the new Emperor Galba, to murder Galba. But now Otho faced the onrushing troops of Vitellius, who swarmed over Rome and forced Otho to kill himself. What a mess. The citizens of Rome had to choose up sides in a series of skirmishes and wars, featuring people they really didn't know all that well. Into the chaos of the year of the 4 emperors came the commander of the troops in the east, Vespasian. He had recently managed to suppress a major Jewish revolt in Judea. Supported by numerous other troop contingents in the east and in Egypt, he was proclaimed emperor, and he too headed for Rome. Vespasian was an excellent administrator and troop manager who had been a supporter of Galba in the year of the 4 emperors, but he did not like the arrogance of Vitellius, and he finally decided to take his chances and fight himself to become the emperor of Rome. Vespasian established his own dynasty, the successors to the Julio-Claudians, which consisted of himself and his military-trained son Titus, and his second son, the younger Domitian. The family ruled successively from 69 to 96 CE as the Flavian dynasty, replacing the Julio-Claudians. Now, Vespasian himself was a military man, and he was not born into an elite family. He was a down-to-earth guy, and many felt that he was the perfect heir to Galba's idea of a return to the old Roman Republic. Vespasian, however, had a big problem. Much of the art and architecture of his predecessor Nero had been devoted to self-aggrandizement, and so in the area originally occupied by the huge lake of Nero's Domus Aurea, or Golden House Palace, Vespasian set out to build something that would entertain the masses. Well, in it he put his gigantic Flavian amphitheater, or as we know it today, the Colosseum. Much of Nero's palace area became a large public park, but the Colosseum became the centerpiece. The name Colosseum wasn't really used in Vespasian's time, but much later the building took its name from the colossal statue of the sun god Helios, which the Emperor Nero had set up at the entry to his palace complex, and which was moved later on to the area right in front of the amphitheater. The money to build the complex had come from the Roman victories over the Jews in Judea. The Colosseum consisted of a huge oval, which originally had a wooden floor inside, and down below there were areas for storing the beasts that were to be transferred into the arena from below. The term arena derives from the Latin word arena, which refers to the sand, which was put into the wooden floor, onto the wooden floor, and on which the animal fights and gladiator contests were held. Originally also mock sea battles might be held in the Flavian amphitheater, and these were known as naumachii, in which these famous sea battles that people knew about from history might be reenacted as mini battles right there in the arena. The interior of the Colosseum could be flooded with water, and small ships stocked with fighting sailors might engage one another. By the time of the rule of Vespasian's second son, Domitian, the naumachii were no longer held, and the interior of the Colosseum was filled up with compartments to hold and raise up animal cages into the and to store special displays that could be raised up and revealed right into the arena. These games involved all manner of special contests, especially in October, when the greatest games were held. Prisoners were executed, women fought, men fought animals or one another. A light-armed fighter known as a retiarius, R-E-T-I-A-R-I-U-S, might be armed with a trident and a net, and he might be pursued, be followed by what was called a secutor, S-E-C-U-T-O-R, a slower, more heavily armed man, so that one could have a contest between size and strength, speed and agility. The term gladiator came from the gladius, or the sword, that was used. The Colosseum had 3 rows of engaged columns on the outside, plus a top row of engaged pilasters, 4 stories in all. The lowest column row was Doric, then came Ionic, and finally Corinthian for the upper two rows of the building. Up top were vertically set wooden beams, which formed a brace upon which to suspend an awning that covered over spectators during the hot days of summer. The awning was suspended from huge thick ropes, which were tied to embedded tombstone-like stone anchors that were placed all around the structure. The managing of the awning was in the hands of particular sailors who mainly came from Misenum, down around Pompeii, and who were specialized in the handling of ship sails. The Colosseum was also surrounded by other structures, no longer visible today. There was a training area, a kind of mini Colosseum, part of which has been exposed behind the Colosseum. The structure of the Colosseum itself was a skeleton made largely of light-colored travertine blocks at the key load-bearing areas, with tuff blocks used for the less critical areas and concrete used to make the vaulted foundations for the seating of the spectators. An annular vault, which is a barrel vault on a curve, ran around the seats. Ramping vaults, or barrel vaults, which sloped upwards, were also used, as were groin vaults or cross-barrel vaults, so that the building, which sat some 20,000 people, could empty out quickly and efficiently after a gladiator show. When Vespasian died in 79 CE, he was succeeded by his son Titus, who, despite anticipating a glorious future, died very young in 81. And he was succeeded by his younger brother Domitian, who proved to be much more like Nero than he was like Vespasian. He was not particularly a military man either, although he promoted with great fanfare a trumped-up campaign against the rather peaceful Germanic people known as the Chatti. I'm very upset about Domitian's rule because he attacked the Chatti, and actually my wife's family, my wife's maiden name was Schatten, or Chatti, and she's from Switzerland. This is the very area that Domitian attacked. So actually Domitian, if he'd have been more energetic and a better military man, could have eliminated my wife's family, and I wouldn't be married today. In order to shower glory on his predecessors and bask in it himself, Domitian completed the Colosseum and had erected near it a triumphal arch, or what in Latin we call an arcus, A-R-C-U-S, which has come down through history as the Arch of Titus, even though Domitian actually put it up. It also celebrated the sacking of Jerusalem in the Jewish Wars, which was capped by the destruction of the Jewish temple and the carrying off as booty of the silver trumpets that it called the faithful to celebrate Rosh Hashanah, the table for the displaying of the shewbread, the unleavened 12 loaves of bread that were placed at the altar of Jehovah on the Sabbath by the Hebrew priests, and other temple treasures. The Arcus was thus a huge propaganda billboard announcing the accomplishments and explaining the lineage of the ruling emperor and the dynasty. The Arch of Titus originally had 3 openings, but the monument had been built into a medieval fortification and was finally restored in the early 19th century by, of all people, Napoleon's classically disposed architect Giuseppe Valadier, so that only the central portion of the Arcus may be trusted as authentic. On the inside, those passing beneath along the sacred way to and from the Roman Forum would see 2 major panels containing relief sculptures. On one, the sacking of the temple in Jerusalem was prominently displayed as part of an imperial triumph, marching its way through a triumphal arched gateway. Some of the marchers carried placards on a stick, the so-called tabulae ansatae, or winged tabulae, winged images, which announced the victory and described the troops involved and the booty that was taken out of the temple. On the other panel appeared the emperor in a chariot holding the scepter of Jupiter and a palm branch and wearing a laurel and a neck ornament or bulla, which was used to ward off evil spirits. Unlike the Areopagus Augusti, which we've looked at before, and which kept the emperor separated from the divine figures or personifications, this panel shows Titus in the company of the personification of the Senate as an older toga-clad man. And also he's in the company of the genius of the people of Rome, who's shown as a muscular, long-haired youth. The lictors also appear, carrying the beechwood rods symbolizing the power of the emperor. The rods almost form a radiant crown over the heads of the horses that are pulling the imperial chariot. Well, the burning of the Jewish temple, the establishment of a poll tax in Jerusalem, the abolition of the Council of Jewish Leaders, the scattering, or what is known as the diaspora, of the Jews, and the institution of the formal worship of Jupiter on the Temple Mount in Jerusalem were considered major accomplishments of the Flavian regime, described by the historian Flavius Josephus. Around the outside of the arch, in carving of lesser quality, the parade of spoils out of Jerusalem is particularly celebrated. Well, this is a monument to help justify a weak emperor, and a monument that celebrates Roman imperialism at its most blatant. The Flavian style shows a fall-off from the artistic classicism of the Augustan age, whereas Augustus relied on flat, carefully rendered, highly plastic and supple carving. The Flavian sculptors often relied on deep pockets of light and shade to create an immediate sense of flashing highlights. There was less carefulness in the execution. The figures lacked classical proportion. And the sculpture tends, the figures, the heads of the people, tend to be stacked up one above another, rather than to be on the same level and appearing to recede into the background as they did on the Areopagus. These figures are tiered up, they're stiffer, they're stumpier, they lack the catenaries or chains of drapery. So it's a kind of stiffer style, a more cursory style. Visitors to the arch often forget also to look up once they are inside the archway, where one would see the Emperor Titus undergoing an apotheosis and being born up into the realm of the gods. Domitian built an enormous palace for himself, the Flavian Palace, which consisted of an enormous public space, complete with a huge reception hall. So the Arch of Titus wasn't enough for him. He had to have a big palace as well. And in it there was a massive, really enormous public space that he used for his reception hall. And he had a massive dining room surrounded by fountains with gurgling jets of water spewing forth. This was a big palace, a palace for the public, and a palace that he could also live in, because next to this massive complex for public reception and public dining was his personal home, overlooking directly the Circus Maximus, so that he, a great sports enthusiast, could watch the chariot races without having to leave his home at all. It was during the reign of Domitian that the most famous tragedy occurred in the entire history of Rome. It was disastrous back then, but it has become even more famous to us today. I'm talking about the destruction of the town of Pompeii in 79 CE during the brief reign of the Flavian Emperor Titus. Pompeii, a working-class town of about 10,000 people maybe, was located in southern Italy near the coast. It was covered with ash and struck with intense heat from the eruption of nearby Mount Vesuvius. The more trendy, jet-settier town of Herculaneum, located right on the slopes of Vesuvius, possessed a magnificent view over the landscape, but it was particularly vulnerable to the eruption. It was hit with a pyroclastic flow of energy that could boil the blood right in one's veins, and then it was buried under many, many, many feet of lava. It has still been only partly excavated today, since a modern town perches right above the heart of it, and since digging down into it requires prolonged use of a jackhammer. The volcano exploded, carrying ash as far as 40 miles away. Thousands may have been killed in the disaster, although most of the citizens of Pompeii, if they heeded the shaking earth and they watched the sky, had time to flee. At Herculaneum, intensely heated poisonous gas at temperatures beyond 900 degrees Fahrenheit moved rapidly from Vesuvius and struck the town with enormous force. Some 300 people trying to escape were huddled and trapped beneath a cliff at the edge of the waterfront. More victims may yet be found in future excavations. Herculaneum has proved very difficult to excavate, while Pompeii, being buried under thick layers of relatively soft white ash that's easily excavated, could be dug much more efficiently. John Dobbins, professor at the University of Virginia, has been excavating at Pompeii for many years now and is a world-recognized authority on the area. Join me for a short stopover with John in Pompeii as we trace the Roman Empire after Nero and into the Flavian era.
After the death of Augustus, the succeeding Julio-Claudians kept the empire going
until Emperor Nero's mismanagement of the state came to an end in 68 CE. After a full year of chaos, a new dynasty came to rule Rome, the Flavians. Vespasian and his two sons, Titus and Domitian, would rule Rome until almost the end of the 1st century, and they introduced such remarkable buildings as the great Flavian amphitheater, the Colosseum.
It was in the reign of Vespasian's son Titus that one of the greatest disasters befell the Roman Empire. But it didn't come from war.
Pompeii was a city of about 165 acres and a population of 10 to 20,000. That's small by modern standards. Yet Pompeii had everything that an ancient city needed. It had a forum, which was the downtown major civic square, which was a monumentalized urban space with a grand colonnade around it, a major temple at the north end, civic buildings around the south side, a sanctuary nearby. It had everything that you would want in terms of the religious, commercial, and civic part of a Roman town. There were major streets coming into the forum. All the streets in the city were paved. There were 2 theaters, a large open one, a smaller covered theater. There was an amphitheater, and so Pompeii was an entertainment area, a place that attracted people from the areas around it. All the streets were paved, and there were infrastructure systems that we recognize even in modern cities. There were traffic control arrangements that don't survive in any visual way, but based on wear patterns that we see on the streets and the curbstones, we know that traffic moved in certain directions. There were infrastructural systems for water. Water was brought into the city by an aqueduct. It arrived at a certain point. It was distributed throughout the city. They built fountains, water went into private houses, and so there was a high level of sophistication. There were bathing establishments that received the water, and there were hygienic areas with public latrines, and many houses had their own private toilets within them. So Pompeii was many things. It was a place where many wealthy people lived and had their political careers, but it was very much a commercial center. It was strategically located within the region of Campania so that it was at the intersection of trade routes, and from early on it exploited that position. So we should see Pompeii as a commercial center and an entertainment center or venue that attracted people from the areas around.
Already devastated by a series of earthquakes in 62 CE, Pompeii had not yet fully recovered when the main disaster struck. It fell victim to a volcanic eruption that covered the town with ash as thousands fled. The town, since its rediscovery in the 15th century, has inspired novelists, historians, and even makers of horror films.
Volcanic fury of Vesuvius. From the ravaged city of Pompeii, across 2,000 years, comes one of the strangest mysteries of all time. The curse of the faceless man.
Pompeii has been studied by scholars since the 18th century, and one focus of interest has been the Pompeian house, which forms itself into a number of related types, but which generally features certain noteworthy features. So let's take a moment and look at where these folks typically would have lived. Well, middle-class homes lined the streets of Pompeii and often had small shops, little mom-and-pop businesses in the front of the house. To reach the family quarters, one went through a little corridor called the Falces, F-A-U-C-E-S, or the jaws of the house, and thus you entered into the main area known as the atrium, A-T-R-I-U-M. Now, the atrium was normally open to the sky to allow rainwater to come in and be stored within a cistern below a central sunken little pool, which caught and stored the water coming in the roof. The open part of the atrium was known as the compluvium, where the water would come in, and the little catch basin was the impluvium. The cisterna was below it. One then progressed back in the house to a tablinum, T-A-B-L-I-N-U-M, which might function as a reception area, and then you go beyond it. One would continue to a colonnaded backyard or a peristelium, a peristyle area, or an open-air garden, which was called a hortus, H-O-R-T-U-S. Now, within the house would be at least one dining room or triclinium, T-R-I-C-L-I-N-I-U-M, triclinium, as well as sleeping quarters or a cubicula. The cubiculum would be C-U-B-I-C-U-L-U-M. There could also be a kitchen, and chamber pots were also used in place of actual toilet facilities with plumbing. There would be a lararium, L-A-R-A-R-I-U-M, or a place of worship for the divinities of the house, which would also be the site of appropriate veneration of ancestors of the family. And this was located often near to the atrium. Pompeian houses are currently being studied with the aid of computers. In fact, why don't we pause for a moment and take a look.
In the mid-19th century, Giuseppe Fiorelli became director of excavations in Pompeii and fought to bring methodology and scientific technique there. Facing stiff opposition from king and clergy, he was considered too radical, too aggressive, and was even thrown into jail for a year and his work destroyed. But when Italy was liberated by Garibaldi in 1870, Fiorelli became director of excavations at Pompeii. And now today, modern scientists are following in his footsteps, learning all kinds of new things about Pompeii and what it was like to live in that doomed community before the end came.
One of the questions I asked myself when I started really focusing on research on ancient cities, Ostia and especially Pompeii, was how would I convey the experience of these environments to my students? And of course there's PowerPoint, which is still basically a 2D, more or less static experience of the space. You can you can film the space and show that film, but that doesn't immerse the students. They don't have any choices to make about where they go, so it's not really immersive. So when I thought about that, I was really drawn to games because I knew, in a sense, that's become even more powerful for them. For most of these kids, it's more powerful than film. They invest more time and money in game playing experiences than they do in going to movies, for instance. And so I thought that could provide a really useful avenue and for getting them interested in the environments. The part two of that was, what if I could get them to build those environments? That would be the most immersive way of getting them engaged with how Pompeian houses work, how their decorative codes make sense. And so it proved to be quite challenging in terms of their engagement with the technology, but it's extremely emotional to them. They get very attached to the houses that they work on. This is a long-range project, but one of the questions you face is, what is it telling us, and how fast can it deliver meaningful contributions to our understanding of Pompeian wall painting? And I think it delivers those results almost every time I teach this class. They will notice, because they're so deeply immersed in these paintings, they will see, oh, this painting is actually looking directly across the atrium to this other painting. And if you look at that painting, it's looking through this window at this other painting. So these three paintings, for instance, are having a dialogue with each other. And it's very common that that type of recognition has not happened in the literature. And you can spend a long time in these houses and not necessarily deduce those relationships. Okay, so what we're looking at now is the House of the Prince of Naples, a house in Pompeii, which we're looking at now obviously from the top down. And one of the things we wanted to do with this game engine technology was allow free movement and exploration of the model, not just from a first-person perspective, but from what we might call a godlike perspective, from outside the house, where we can rotate it around and also drop the walls if we wish and see the inside space. Turn the walls back on, drop the roof, drop the roof, and then look at the space from that angle. In addition to this mode of exploring the model, we'll turn the roof back on. It can also be explored in first-person perspective in real time, just as if you were playing a game. And it's this possibility of exploring the model this way that I think makes it really powerful for teaching students about Roman domestic space. And so you have free movement around the model, and it's really especially powerful if you go to this spot in the house. You can see that you're now making a choice in terms of where you want to go in space, and the Romans seem to have marked that choice with a wall painting in this barrel vault of a hippocamp, a view through the window that you can see a domestic shrine. And then down this particular axis, you can see they've used the doorways to frame a painting of Dionysus.
Within the Pompeian house, the walls were decorated gaily in one of the 4 styles, and the floors were usually covered with mosaics, sometimes even specially made ones, which could be themselves the focus of discussion and admiration by visitors. One of the biggest and most elaborate houses at Pompeii is the House of the Faun, which contained the famous Alexander mosaic, which showed the Macedonian general defeating his Persian foe, in this case King Darius, and forcing his men to retreat. The mosaic was possibly made in the early 1st century BCE, and it features a technique of ultra-small mosaic cubes. It's known as opus vermiculatum, literally mosaic patterns so small, so tiny, that they look like little worm tracks. Ver is the word for worm in Latin. The mosaic was probably copied from a now lost Greek painting of perhaps the 4th century BCE. It was then revised by the copyist, and in getting rendered for the floor in the House of the Faun, the mosaicist got confused about some of the details of the painting. A horse's leg is rendered as a human one near the center of the painting. In the background, a soldier's helmet and the rendering of his ear are not well understood, and Darius's chariot is led by horses whose legs form a confusion of black and white colors when looked at closely. So this is a flawed masterpiece, but one which at first impression seems an extremely striking piece. How was this mosaic intended to be viewed within the House of the Faun? Well, I asked John Dobbins that very question.
One of the most famous buildings in Pompeii is the House of the Faun, an upper-class house which featured elegant mosaics that were the pride of the owner.
One of the grandest atrium houses in Pompeii is the so-called House of the Faun. And the major work of art that came from it, discovered in the 1850s, was the Alexander mosaic, a large, detailed mosaic that shows in polychrome technique the battle between Alexander, who rides his horse and carries his long Macedonian sarissa, or lance, in his right hand, and Darius III of Persia. Alexander has just run through with his sarissa a member of the close entourage of Darius, and his chariot driver wheels that chariot around and drives the king out of danger. The question that we're asking is, how did the ancients see the mosaic in its location in the House of the Faun? And there are three aspects to this question. The two most important ones are, first, how did the room in which it is located present itself? Because it's located in a large rectangular room called an exedra. This is a large, important room. The room is flanked by pilasters on both sides, and it is screened by two Corinthian columns in the center. Then the second important question is, how did one see the mosaic in terms of the lighting situation? Because the mosaic has such detail in it that one can reasonably assume that it was intended to be seen. And so we have asked those two questions. And the third interesting question is, how was the mosaic approached? Because it was located on the far side of a peristyle in the House of the Faun. And so you had a choice of going up the left branch or up the right branch of the portico. So which was preferred, or didn't it matter? What we've discovered is that it is very difficult to reconstruct in one's mind's eye the viewing and lighting conditions that may have existed. So we have used a 3D model, and the 3D model has been critical in our research. And Ethan built the model, and the result of the model was that we now know that it would have been nearly impossible to see the Alexander exedra because the columns of the peristyle intervened. This is the first problem. Important Roman spaces are usually visible. They announce themselves. They present themselves so that they will call attention to their importance. Ethan was able to introduce into the 3D model a sophisticated lighting package that allowed us to set the time for 100 BC, the traditional date of the mosaic, and use the summer solstice and the winter solstice so that we could test the lighting quality when the sun was at its highest in June or lowest in December. And the results were extraordinary. At the summer solstice, the sun was so high that it did not penetrate the Alexander exedra at all, but light only filtered from the garden through the portico and into the space where the mosaic was. The mosaic, consequently, was extremely dark. Then we thought the solution will be the winter solstice, when the sun is low. And indeed, the sun streamed into the Alexander mosaic. The problem was that 4 columns of the peristyle and the 2 Corinthian columns of the Alexander exedra cast 6 long, dark shadows across the mosaic. And the resulting intense light-dark chiaroscuro effect was so intense that the mosaic was essentially illegible. This brings us to the third question, the preferred approach to the Alexander exedra. And what we find is the same condition in one of the columns in the left or west peristyle that was removed, and the same footing modification took place. And that indicates that the architect and mosaicist wanted the viewer passing along the west portico to have an unobscured view to the Alexander exedra, which contained the mosaic. And so just at the critical point where one would see it from the best oblique angle to the right, the column is gone. This research exercise, and we hope these discoveries, reveal the importance of 3D computer modeling in archaeological research. And I underscore research. Models are wonderful for presentation, but we want to use them at a level that goes beyond presentation of information, but rather at a research level to ask questions. So the model created for us the 2 problems that seemed inconsistent with the way in which the mosaic should have been seen by its patron and his friends. And so it allowed us to address the ruins with new insights, with new questions, and it allowed us to view these modifications to the columns in a way that we had never before, and no one else had ever before, comprehended. And if we're right, then this shows not only the importance of the mosaic to the ancient Pompeians, but also the importance of advanced technology in current archaeological research.
In 79 CE, Pompeii was destroyed. Titus had just become Roman emperor, and soon Domitian would once again subvert the power of the emperor. He was paranoid about being killed, as one would be considering how many of his predecessors were done away with. But his precautions, such as filling his private palace with a rabbit warren of tiny rooms that made storming it very difficult, were to no avail. He was murdered in his own bedroom. See you next time. Well, here we are at Lecture 8, and we're going to be talking about the period after the Roman Emperor Augustus a little bit, and some of the things that were going on in the 1st century AD. Lana is sitting in again today with me, aren't you? And she's going to be doing her own version. She's preparing a version for Dog of this online lecture series. It'll be just like mine, but there'll be a lot more barking and sit-ups apparently involved in it. So, Lana, would you like to go and listen? And I'll talk a little bit about what happened after Augustus. Because, you know, when Augustus died in 14 CE at the age of 77, he had gone through a host of choices for his heir. His last choice, very last choice, was his stepson Tiberius, and he proved to be a less than spectacular emperor. But he continued at least the line of the Julio-Claudian family dynasts, for he ruled from 14 to 37 CE. Tiberius never quite fit into his role as the new Augustus. In fact, he left Rome pretty quickly after taking over, and he never returned, staying in his sumptuous villas on the Isle of Capri or at beachfront Sperlonga, some 66 miles south of Rome. In his place, the Praetorian prefect Sejanus was left to rule in Rome, which he did with an iron hand. One of Tiberius's great getaway spots was the villa he took over from his mother's family land at Sperlonga, and there one found spectacular cliffs overlooking the Mediterranean Sea, in which caves had formed. Tiberius made over the complex into a fish breeding area, and he added a dining room and even a private back room where one doesn't even know what went on. There were sculptures added throughout, many of them coming from the island of Rhodes, which was famous for its tradition of highly theatrical Baroque sculptors. Tiberius's concept was that he could entertain and dine in his own private cave here at Sperlonga, which had been fitted out with water fountains or nymphaea and sculptural groups, many of them from the Trojan War, using this as a kind of theme. There was an over-life-sized spectacular scene of the blinding of the one-eyed monster Polyphemus, for example, which was straight out of Homer's Odyssey. There was also a gigantic sculpture of the monster Scylla, Scylla, the creature that allegedly created whirlpools and dangerous zones of water to wreck ships and kill and devour sailors. Once this Scylla statue was smashed into hundreds of pieces, but it's now been partially restored. And we can see that she had a woman's face, which is now largely missing, and coiling lethal serpentine tails, as well as additional ravenous dog heads. Now, these sculptures that were found were the work of famous Greek sculptors of the end of the 1st century BCE and the beginning of the 1st century CE. Their names were Agisandros, Athenodorus, and Apollodorus, all of Rhodes. They worked in this later Hellenistic Baroque style, which Tiberius apparently admired, featuring powerful bodies, snaky twisting tails, and dramatically expressive and deeply cut faces with sunken and distorted eye areas. In the post-Augustan Julio-Claudian period, the sculpture found, and especially the relief sculpture, shows much less plasticity of carving and less general carefulness than does the best work of the Augustan period. In Augustus's time, monuments such as the Aura Pacis Augustae, the altar of Augustan peace, revealed a close approximation of classical art, particularly of the 5th century BCE in Athens. This Augustan work, for example, shows figures with good body proportion and careful, delicate, shallow carving. The faces on the Augustan work are idealized in togas draped down with supple catenaries or chains of drapery that form gentle curves and are very precise. In the Julio-Claudian period, however, this classicism after Augustus begins to stiffen up and stylize, and the quality of workmanship begins to fall off a little bit. Look, for example, at the sacrificial relief known commonly as the Paris Suovitorelia, found in Rome in the 16th century. It shows the sacrificing of a sheep, a pig, and a bull by sacrificial attendants. There are 2 similar slabs showing a procession, each advancing towards 2 altars with 2 laurel trees nearby. Lictors appear carrying bunches of beechwood rods. These are the sort of officials who would normally accompany an emperor. But in this case, we don't know for sure which Julio-Claudian emperor it may be. After Augustus, of course, there was Tiberius, and then Caligula, and Claudius, and finally Nero. But in this case, we also don't even know the nature of the kind of sacrifice being offered on the Paris Suovitorelia. One suggestion is that it might be a lustrum, Lustrum, a ceremony honoring the closing of the census. And that went on every 5 years. But 2 emperors depicted on the slabs. What does that mean? Who are these 2 emperors? Or 2 high officials? Well, it's thought that it might be Augustus and Tiberius who are depicted, in which case it should be something that occurred near the end of Augustus's life, perhaps around 14 CE. The quality of the relief sculpture is not so high as one would find on the earlier Areopagus. In the Augustan piece, if you look carefully, you can see that the figures actually seem to recede into the background in 3 different planes, and there are also 3/4 views of faces of people. And there are those catenaries or drapery chains that I spoke of before. Well, on the later work, there is much less careful modeling of the bodies and their proportions. The catenaries are less carefully done. The figures, if you notice, don't really recede in depth in 3 parts, and the 3/4 face views have become kind of flattened out. Such tendencies are typical of the post-Augustan period of the Julio-Claudians. But the quality of work can vary from sculptor to sculptor, and so it isn't always easy to pinpoint a date for a work such as this, and dates offered by scholars for the Parassu of Aurelia range from the time of Tiberius all the way down to as late as even 70 CE. Now, during the time of Tiberius, it became common practice to use specially made prefabricated bricks for walls in buildings rather than simply taking roof tiles and breaking them up and finding a way to fit them in, which happened a lot in the period before, particularly in the Augustan period. It was in the Augustan period and during the reign of the Julio-Claudians that fine reddish-brown to reddish-orange Roman pottery also began to be made, particularly at Arezzo, imitating wares that were being made in the eastern Mediterranean. Well, this Italian terra sigillata ware, as it was called, was sometimes known as Aretine ware, after the place in which it was made. Let's have a look at some of this with an expert from the University of California, Berkeley, Theodore Pena. Ted, take it away.
In the time of Augustus, the Romans developed into a huge trading empire. And one of the biggest parts of it was their own reddish pottery, produced at a number of sites, including the town of Arezzo, or the ancient Arretium. Aretine pottery became famous for its lovely brownish red glossed surface and the charming and practical shapes that this Italian sigillata featured.
Well, in Italy, there's been great interest to understanding the technology and organization of the terra sigillata industry, if we can call it that grew up in and around Arezzo in the 3rd quarter of the 1st century BC. Some research that I've done recently has, I hope, made something of a contribution to our understanding of that, because I've been able, by the application of chemical analysis of terra sigillata from Arezzo, have been able to demonstrate the specific clay bed that was employed by the potters working there. And what's interesting is that when you look at the clay from this clay bed and compare tiles manufactured from it with Aretine terra sigillata, what you can see is that the potters working at Arezzo were effectively able to use the clay as it came out of the ground. That is, without recourse to the practice of levigation, the fractioning of the clay to remove a coarse component so they'd have a finer-bodied clay that was more appropriate for the manufacture of this very high quality tableware. I was also able to observe that this particular clay deposit was overlain by a deposit of peat that's effectively the only major peat deposit in peninsular Italy. In Northern Europe, where peat is quite abundant, it's regularly used as a fuel for firing pottery. I think it highly likely that, in fact, at Arezzo, the peat was probably also used as a fuel. The availability of an extremely economical fuel source probably created a situation within which producers at Arezzo were able to capitalize on access to major markets like Rome. It's reasonable to suggest that that was significant in the emergence of the terra sigillata industry there.
And early in the 1st century CE, actual prefabricated bricks became popular. The Romans set up human assembly lines for producing bricks and tiles, and by the mid-2nd century CE, the tile production became controlled and owned by the emperors. If Ted Peña studies the pottery of the Romans, Eleni Hassaki is interested in what ancient kilns were like and how pottery was actually fired.
Ancient kilns of like this design, or a Roman or an Etruscan rectangular kiln, would have fired all the vessels that everyone from the poor strata to the elite would have used. Everybody at some point had to go to a potter's workshop and buy either something cheap or something expensive to bring to their homes. They are praying to God Poseidon. This is a basic kiln design that for many kilns that the Romans would have used, the Etruscans would have used, and many other ancient cultures in the Mediterranean. It's a simple design, a cylinder divided into two different parts with a perforated floor. The bottom part is where the fuel goes, then you have the perforated floor, and on top is where you put the pots. There is a lot of complexity in making the perforated floor. This is what actually separates the fuel from the pots, and through the perforations the heat comes up, and the temperature can reach up to 1800 Fahrenheit or 900 degrees Celsius. So although it is a very basic design, it has quite a few of advantages over other types of firing. And one is that you can control the fire, you can stack it better, you can have better fuel use, and most importantly, the fuel doesn't come into direct contact with the pots. So you have a better success rate, which at the end this is what matters to an ancient potter. The firing itself takes almost 18 hours, slowly at the beginning, then more intensely, and then we let it cool down for 2 extra days. So it's a long event, and you cannot suppress time.
The next Roman emperor, Caligula, seemed at first that he would be a wonderful emperor. Why, he was the son of the military commander Germanicus, who unfortunately died very young. But together with the Praetorian prefect Macro, who had replaced the discredited Sejanus, he plotted to take over power, perhaps by even murdering Tiberius. Apparently becoming mentally ill rather rapidly, the new emperor, Caligula, did not last long and proved extremely unpopular with the Roman people with his personal excesses, alleged debaucheries, and squandering of public monies. When he was finally murdered, it left the empire in a quandary. The only dynastic successor capable of taking over was Caligula's uncle Claudius, infirm, club-footed, possessed of a stammer when he spoke. He had been passed over before as an heir to power, But now, suddenly, he was declared emperor by the Praetorian Guard in 41 CE. I guess there really just wasn't much other choice at this point, and Claudius, though, proved rather better than had been first thought. Although physically unattractive, he was at least a learned man. In fact, he'd written some 20 volumes about the Etruscans and 8 volumes about the Roman struggle with Carthage. He also undertook to develop the badly needed harbor facilities at Ostia, where goods were being imported into Rome and shipped out of Rome. Well, it was in the reign of Claudius that a curious architectural style became popular. It's known to us as rustication, and it may be seen at one of the ancient gates of Rome, the so-called Porta Maggiore. In this arrangement, the stone blocks and some of the architectural features of the building are left deliberately unfinished, giving the structures what we have to say is a unique look. It was a way of getting away, of course, with second-rate work, to be sure, but it became a vogue or style that one can associate with the Claudian period, a kind of rustic, wild, unfinished look that became a vogue for a time. The Porta Maggiore was not only a gateway, but it was also a passageway for 2 major aqueducts that brought water into Rome from a distant source, the Aqua Anio Nova and the Aqua Claudia. Such aqueducts would take water from a healthy spring outside the city and carry it at a very slight slope, around 2%, into the city. There it would go into a castellum, kind of rounded structure, a water distribution center, and it'd be organized through pipes, big pipes, and sent along to different sectors of the community. Being a Julio-Claudian emperor wasn't an easy task, as you might imagine. Tiberius and Caligula seem, in fact, to have been murdered. Claudius also was given poisoned mushrooms by his wife Agrippina the Younger in order to allow her 16-year-old son from a previous marriage, a young boy named Lucius Domitius Ahenobarbus, to become emperor of Rome. She was apparently thinking to become herself the queen, or virtual ruler at least, of Rome, but her son, after he took over, did his best to keep her at bay and eventually to have her murdered. Nero, as the young man became known, was unpopular with the Roman people, and eventually he was forced to commit suicide, or at least to have himself run through by a slave, at the age of only 32. His portraits show a corpulent, fleshy, beady-eyed young man who seems a mix of menace and dissipation. Shortly after his death, Nero's memory was condemned by the people of Rome. He had what we call a damnatio memoriae, because of the hatred of him all across the empire, which at that point plunged the Roman world into chaos, with no end and no clear heir in sight. In keeping with his plans for self-aggrandizement, Nero planned a magnificent palace in Rome, and he began building it along with his architects Severus and Caelare. We can translate their names into English as Harshy and Swifty, but Severus and Caelare anyway. However, these plans were interrupted by an enormous fire in 64 CE, in which a good deal of the area around the Circus Maximus, that chariot racing area south of the Palatine Hill, and the Palatine Hill itself were destroyed. It has often been stated that Nero played the fiddle while Rome burned and sang of the sack of Troy. But in fact, that's not very likely, because the fiddle had not been invented until the 16th century, and Nero, who did believe he had a marvelous voice, accompanied himself not on the fiddle, but on the lyre, a stringed instrument. like a mini harp. We have no doubt exaggerated ancient accounts of him giving concerts, which were allegedly terrible, so awful that we hear of people wanting to jump from the top row of the theater he was performing in all the way down to the ground, maybe 3 stories, just to escape Nero and not have to listen to his songs. In the 1955 movie Quo Vadis, the actor Peter Ustinov portrayed Nero and attempted to approximate his singing prowess. Let's give a listen to Peter Ustinov singing as Nero. Philip Waddell is a classicist, but he's also an ancient historian. And he's very interested in ancient writers such as Tacitus and Suetonius and what they have to say about Roman emperors. One of his particular focuses has been on the Emperor Nero and on the image of Nero. Is Nero a goodie or a baddie? We can take a look at that by inviting Dr. Waddell to say a few words for us. Shall we do that, Lana?
My name is Philip Waddell. I'm an assistant professor of classics at the University of Arizona. Now, the best account we have of Nero, we have 2 great ones. We have one by the historian Tacitus and one by the biographer Suetonius. Tacitus weaves the narrative of Nero into his Annales, which is a longer historical work going from the death of Augustus all the way through, we presume, the death of Nero. Nero in this, in all of our sources, really, both Tacitus and Suetonius, comes across as a person who really always wanted to be an artist rather than an emperor. It's as if Andy Warhol became ruler of the entire world. It's a terrifying the kinds of power that person who took over his reign in his late teen years could wield, and was much more interested in looking at architecture, the arts, performing the arts, which for the Romans was very deeply troubling for emperors. This is something that you don't do. That this is had a loss of citizenship involved with these kind of performances. Making a spectacle of yourself and delighting in spectacle was for the Romans deeply problematic, especially for the senatorial historians who give us our histories. Tacitus includes aspersions, not proof, but aspersions that he probably poisoned his stepbrother, definitely killed his mother, in addition to his wife. And so he's just history regards him as a monster. And probably this is unfair. Nero was much more than this, and I think that you can see some of this in what we have left of Nero's Rome, the Domus Aurea. You can get the idea that Nero is much more than a monster, more concerned with his own pleasures than with ruling the empire. But he's more than that. I think he's a visionary in terms of art and performance. The idea that the empire should be a show. That this is something that's great to watch and great to participate in. So yeah, it's brief, but it gives you kind of an idea. So a description of the Golden House, the Domus Aurea. This was, first of all, problematic in its location. There was a great fire in Rome in 64 CE, where most of the city was leveled flat, including the old downtown. And in addition to doing a lot of very popular kind of Red Cross sort of things, Nero actually took a lot of this land for himself to build this gigantic estate. Really is better than a house. It's a villa rustica. This is this gigantic area which Tacitus says is notable not so much for the gemstones engraved in the walls, in which they were there, and the ivory ceilings, but that it encompassed within its borders forests and meadows and lakes, and it's the idea of bringing the country into the city. It's as though a private person leveled massive amounts of New York and put a private Central Park in the center of it. And so this was deeply troubling already. But the lavishness of the Domus Aurea was untold. Suetonius talks about rooms that can rotate, and that there are panels, ivory panels set into the ceilings and the walls that are all push buttons, that you could just push something and then the flowers or perfume would fall, and you could touch something and a personal gift for everybody at the table would show up. And so this automated idea, we unfortunately don't have much of it left. This is for a lot of reasons, you can see, a very problematic building, and the Flavians who took over after Nero's forced suicide tried to obliterate as much as they could of it, very successfully. We do have parts of what's called the Esquiline wing left, and you can see in this, the Romans tend to be very squaric kind of people. They build square rooms with square roofs, and Nero, in one of the rooms we have extant, is really playing with this newfound use of concrete, that you can pour rooms into any shape. There's a large octagonal room with a hole in the ceiling, which kind of prefigures later Roman architecture. But Nero was one of the first people to really give massive amounts of funding and support to very avant-garde, very out there, very, for the Romans, very space-age architects. The difficulty of establishing Nero's perception in antiquity comes back really to our sources, and we have, as Tacitus presents very much of a one-sided view that Nero is the worst of the Julio-Claudians, which fits into his idea of slow degeneration with the emperors, that you have someone like Tiberius, who's a good emperor, who started off good, but the office, this absolute power, corrupts. And with someone like Nero, who takes over so young and has very questionable morals, then this corruption happens much, much faster. And that's kind of Tacitus's point. In Suetonius, we have a little bit different image of Nero. It's much more like something like Star Magazine, where there are rumors in there and there are very over-the-top stories, but there's also positive views of what Nero was doing in terms of Nero knew not to expand the empire. He knew to basically keep it within its boundaries, and so people could always castigate him for this, but in reality, he probably was doing the right thing. This is the same thing that Augustus did. He also knew to pay the armies well. One of the things that shows up in the Year of Four Emperors is that the armies continually demand correct rights for Nero, even after, long after his death. There's sightings of false Neros that show up all over the place, even 15, 20 years after his death, something like Elvis, where he's this amazing, iconic figure. No one can quite believe he's dead, especially when he's so young when he took over, and much of his reign played up this perpetual youth and perpetual entertainer and bon vivant, this party man. And so the idea that person can be dead is very shocking, especially to the legions. The legions loved Nero. We have a later anecdote from the Scriptores Historiae Augustae that Trajan, often regarded as one of the best emperors ever, lamented being born after Nero, saying that basically we could never top that. We could never do what Nero did. Nero has already done it all and done it better, and was a much better performer than any of us could ever be. And so, yes, I think our image of Nero is through the historians especially, very unfairly tampered with. And whereas I think the empire was running great under Nero, the armies were very satisfied, but he did kill a lot of very high-ranking senators, and so in this case, the losers write the history books, and so you have this senatorial elite who's not going to forgive him for that. And Nero's performances were, for one thing, the kinds of performing that he would do were seen as anathema for the Romans. Getting up on stage, dancing, singing. These are things that slaves did, or freed people. These are not things that free citizens, let alone senators, let alone an emperor, would do. He also apparently had a huge desire to drive chariots. He wanted to be a professional charioteer, in addition to a professional singer and a professional actor. One of the things that he would do, actually, with his acting, this is what shows up a lot in Suetonius, that people would make comments about this stuff, is that he would perform as an actor the most un-PC, inappropriate topics. He would enact Hercules Furens, in which Hercules, that part of the myth, kills his wife and children shortly after killing his own wife and child. And so with Nero, I think later on in his reign began to live increasingly in a world of make-believe. Reality is make-believe is reality. Nero infamously also would have guards throughout the audience. And so if you're falling asleep while the emperor is singing, the guards will notice you and you could be arrested or killed for that. So there's the idea which Shadi Barch has made famous in her Actors in the Audience. This is what the Roman people became. They became professional audience goers for this professional performer. And yeah, Rome had never seen anything like it before. There were definitely mutinies during Nero's reign, but he's not unusual in this. Even some of the best, who we regard as the best emperors, have these mutinies. Augustus had mutinies, Tiberius had mutinies. Nero's problem was that he didn't deal with it, that he preferred to believe in a way that it didn't exist. And so I think that might point to a kind of a detachment from reality, which we might consider mental illness. But that was the issue, is not that the soldiers were unhappy. The soldiers in the Roman Empire were generally unhappy. The terms of service were not that great, and so they had to have this idea of firm discipline. And when there was originally a very small mutiny, which was then not dealt with, and Nero didn't dispatch anyone to deal with it, and it kept festering until it became a real problem. Tacitus, I think, is first and foremost a Roman historian, which is very different than a modern historian. A Roman historian is much more like a producer of, say, a modern historical-based miniseries, where he really wants characters, and the characters should be very realistic and true to the major events. But I think Tacitus is very stagey in his portrayal, that he, even at the level of the Latin, will leave a lot up to the reader, and a lot of it's done by innuendo and insinuation. There's a construction in Latin called the ablative absolute, which is a detached part of the sentence entirely, which can be translated as either a when or a since or an although, and the reader has to make that call. Usually in writers, the information put into these constructions is unimportant. With this person, being emperor, this happened. During May of that year, this happened. With Tacitus, it's the other way around. All the important information is loaded into these ablative absolutes, so that the reader has to make these choices about, is it although Nero's emperor that Rome is in trouble, or is it because Nero is emperor that Rome is in trouble? And Tacitus will guide you all the way through, and he'll give you what are called loaded alternatives. It's either that Nero is a wonderful person who never did anything wrong, or it's that he's a horrible monster who's killed members of his own family. Then Tacitus will support the second view. Since he's a horrible monster that killed members of his own family, we can go on and say further things about him. For example, one of the most famous things people think about with Nero is the Great Fire of Rome. So the Fire of 64 happens, most of Rome burns, Nero builds the Domus Aurea at the end of it. But during it, according to Tacitus, Nero is actually out of town. He's at Antium. He's at one of his country estates. And in fact, he hears news about it immediately, comes back to Rome, opens up what's left of his palace as a kind of a hospital, pays for the upkeep of all the people who have been are now refugees out of his own money, does very positive things. But according to Tacitus, he could never, with all this, escape the rumor. And Tacitus points out that it's a rumor and that it's untrue, that he, in the middle of the fire, climbed the great tower of Maecenas and sang the fall of Troy as Rome is burning. And this is given some credence. I think Tacitus is juxtaposing events that didn't happen the same day, but later on, and possibly this is this kind of un-PC bad taste that Nero was infamous for, played the fall of Troy as a stage play, and there's several things. He was kind of interested in fire. He did a play called The Burning House, where he actually on stage burns down a house, and people can carry away whatever's the goods of the house as rewards for showing up. So there are things that Nero did that could have been done at better times. The equivalent I often draw is that this would be something like George W. Bush constructing a gigantic water park over the ruins of New Orleans right after Katrina. This is this horrible lack of tact and this divorce from reality, which turned the reality into the mythical, and Nero as the star of the play. And that, I think, is what Tacitus is trying to show us, absolutely. Tacitus, at the beginning of the Annales, talks about writing sine ira et studio, without anger, or maybe partisanship would be a good way to say that. This is not to say that he's out for the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. He's just saying that he's not motivated by any personal hatreds or personal favors that he owes to his subjects. In fact, his subjects were probably dead before he was born. So we tend to forget that. We think Tacitus is ancient and Nero's ancient, and Tacitus is writing a good 60 years after Nero. So something like someone now writing about JFK and Joe Kennedy and all the possible scandals there, and we know what to expect with certain narratives, so we think. And at a point, the myth becomes more true than reality, and Tacitus, I think, is part of that process.
Nero's greatest construction was his imperial palace, known as the Domus Aurea, or the Golden House of Nero, the masterworks of those architects Severus and Caler. It usurped, for Nero's own pleasure, much of the land east of the Roman Forum, in the valley between the Esquiline and the Caelian hills, and it turned it into a colossal park for the emperor's own pleasure. An enormous statue of Helios, built by the sculptor Zenodorus of Rhodes, was a colossal tribute to the sun god with whom Nero frequently associated himself. Rhodes had long been famous for its giant sculptures to their sun god, going back to the famous Colossus of Rhodes, made by Charis of the Rhodian city Lindos in the later 3rd century BC. Within the huge park that Nero made, wild animals were said to roam, and there were a number of palatial constructions. The emperor even turned a temple, which had been in the process of being dedicated to his predecessor Claudius, into a huge nymphaeum, or fountain, for his own pleasure. Within the Domus Aurea was a palace block, which featured an octagonal-shaped central triclinium. There were side rooms where guests might watch entertainment in the center of the room. The room had a dome over it, complete with its own oculus, a kind of opening at the top to let the sunlight in. This remarkable room had its concrete poured dome suspended by horizontal stone struts that propped the dome and abutted a series of rooms that radiated around the dome and in which the dinner guests might sit. These horizontal proto-flying buttresses were a remarkable invention, and they preceded the great flying buttresses associated with Gothic cathedrals of the 12th through 15th centuries throughout Europe. The buttresses in the Domus Aurea also served to push the side rooms slightly away from the center, from the octagonal room, just enough to allow lighting to come in and illuminate these rooms. This was yet another clever innovation. Another important aspect of Nero's Domus Aurea is the way in which the dome is suspended in the octagonal room. Instead of columns, the room features trapezoidal-shaped piers, which turn as they go up into a curving interior surface. This transitional pier that moves from an angular shape to a curved interior form above is known as a pendentive, P-E-N-D-E-N-T-I-V-E, a pendentive. And this is perhaps the first developed use of it that we know about in Roman architecture. Recently, evidence of another area of Nero's palace has been found and seems to have been fitted out with a rotating dome that could be turned with winches for dramatic effect. The writer Suetonius stated that this room also had openings in the rotating dome so that perfumes and even birds could be showered down on surprised guests. Opposite the entry to the octagonal room, there was even a waterfall at the back, which flowed down a series of small steps. This kind of dynamic architecture in which concrete and vaulting were used and the inherited vocabulary of Greek architectural parts was brought in as simply as decoration, is known as the Neronian Baroque. It's a return to the creative flamboyance that we had seen so popularly in the later 2nd and early 1st centuries BCE at sites like the Sanctuary of Fortuna Primigenia at Praeneste. In the Domus Aurea, columns of different sizes are juxtaposed. Strong polychromy is achieved with a wide variety of imported stones, and walls push in and pull out. This is all a part of the Neronian Baroque. And so is the idea of being able to see something straight ahead that you could focus on, but you couldn't reach it directly. Instead, you'd have to go around a circuitous or interrupted route to get to your goal. And along the way, these interruptions could be fountains, statues that provided a kind of distractions along your route. The painting scheme at the Domus Aurea is generally assigned to what we call the fourth style, or what would be the fourth style if the site were at Pompeii. If we leave Rome for a minute and go to Pompeii, we can see abundant examples of fourth style painting, because that's the style that was in vogue when the city was destroyed, when Mount Vesuvius erupted in 79 CE. The style started close to the mid-1st century, and it continued until the end of the century, long after Pompeii had been destroyed. Although it evolved over time and differed from artist to artist, it did have some general characteristics, just as the other three styles of Pompeian painting did too. There was a tendency to use square tabulae, or picture frames, T-A-B-U-L-A-E, rather than to let figures occupy the wall with a big single-colored background behind them. The figures became more solid and less sketchy, less attenuated. There was a gradual return to monumental architectural forms, even though they were often of a fantastic nature. But the delicate reedy columns that we saw in the third style, they slowly fade away in favor of more substantial architecture and columns. The male figures tend to be weightier, more muscular, and they have a brownish hue that's pretty dark, with white highlights kind of picking out the light playing on their bodies. At Pompeii's House of the Dioscuri, D-I-O-S-C-U-R-I, named for a portrait of Castor and Pollux and their horses, which once adorned the entryway, the living room, or tablinum, T-A-B-L-I-N-U-M, offers, among numerous other paintings, an image of Achilles, whose mother, the nymph Thetis, wanted him to avoid military service with the Greeks at Troy because she knew he was destined to die there. Achilles, who was uncharacteristically light-skinned, was disguised as a girl by his mother when he was 9, and he was hidden and raised as a girl on the Cycladic island of Skyros. However, Odysseus and Diomedes, the crafty emissaries of King Agamemnon of the Mycenaeans, came looking for Achilles to make him serve in the Trojan War and help bring back Helen of Troy. Pretending to be merchants, they scattered gifts out for the people of Skyros, including female adornments, a shield, and a spear. When Achilles admired the military weapons, they knew they had their man, and he got drafted into the military. Much to the surprise in the painting of Queen Diomedes and Odysseus and Diomedes, they're all looking in wonder at this incredible hero who's been revealed before them. The painting is no doubt modeled from and based on a lost original Greek work of art, perhaps by Polygnotus of Athens or Athenian of Maroneia in Thrace, but the Pompeian artist has added his own touches, which is quite typical in the fourth style. Some of these characteristics include three-part depth recession of the figures. Another characteristic is to combine the depth with two-dimensional features. For example, if you look closely, you'll see that Odysseus, the palace guard, and Achilles himself form a sort of triangular group, two-dimensionally, even though they are not in the same plane three-dimensionally within the picture. So there's a lot of this tripartite depth recession that goes on in fourth style. And the figures reveal a kind of cross-diagonal arrangement, too. Diagonals going, almost forming an X, are very typical in fourth style paintings, made up of the body parts of the various figures that form these geometric groupings. They really abound in the fourth style. The Pompeian artists often had small details, too, like ornaments, subsidiary figures, that weren't in the original painting that they were inspired by. The artists, you see, wanted to leave their own individual stamp, give their own interpretation of the original. And so they would copy the basics from the original, but then they would add their own ideas. Now, back in 1978, I was asked to excavate an archaeological site that was known as Kourion, Kourion. It was located on the island of Cyprus in the eastern Mediterranean. This site that I dug was known as the Sanctuary of Apollo, a favorite divinity, of course, of the Emperor Nero. And to support this fact, the people of the Sanctuary of Apollo and the priests, they built a temple dedicated to Apollo in the reign of Nero. The temple got knocked over in a massive earthquake in 365 CE, leaving much of the temple structure fallen flat onto the ground. I was able to come back to Kourion and spend several years preparing the reconstruction of the Temple of Apollo, which has now become one of the main tourist attractions on the island today. I even made a movie about my work there and the work of our architect Jack Rutherford and his assistant Alexandra Korn in preparing the temple for rebuilding. This movie is not in good shape because it was made back in 79, so that's 34 or more years ago as the time of this lecture. But I thought you'd enjoy seeing what we went through to prepare the temple for its reconstruction. Have a look at this old film.